Hello and welcome to the Asia Pacific World Qualifier Open for the Fate Voyage Onward tournament. My name is Bids and I am joined by 4Second. How are you going?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this World Championship qualifier. We are really excited to see who is going to make it in this tournament. What do you think, Spades?
I think it's going to be an exciting day. This is one of the last opportunities people have to have a direct invite straight to Worlds. There's also many other things on the line and some amazing players. It's just going to be a fantastic day.
Yes. I just cannot wait. I'm really excited. I want to see the battling out, you know?
Yeah. We're going to go over our format in just a second. Players are out of being 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combination, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all. These players are very used to this format. They ban one of the opponent players' decks, so if no one wants to fight Nilajana, which is going to be a big story today, they are able to just throw it away. Players cannot use a deck again after winning a game with it, and each tournament round lasts for a maximum of 65 minutes.
Well, that's the competitive format for Runeterra right now.
It is in standard, as this tournament is, and it will be one of the last opportunities to do stuff well in standard. We will be going over the prize pool now. As you can see, lots of money on the line. Over $10,000 are going to be going down through all these players, as well as the lovely circle for first place for the World's Invite, immediate direct invitation.
Direct invitation for the World Championship this December. And it's happening online, right? I think it's happening online.
I think so. I don't entirely remember. But there's also more points for everyone else going on. It's not just first place getting in. Second place often gets 15 points, and most of the time, whoever gets second place will end up getting in. And there's a lot of players at the top of the points in APAC that are playing today. So even a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th might be enough for some of these players, but lots on the line for them. We should be going to the bracket now. No, we're going to go. I kept in track.
It's okay.
This is the first quadrant of the bracket. As you can see in the corner, you can see the 4 quadrants. We have Aurora, K, Cruz, Sea Chicken, N Cool Tim, Boom Boom, and a bunch of other players that I'm not going to say all of them. Chania, you may remember from memory Worlds last time, as well as Soroharu and Kicker A. Soroharu already qualified for Worlds this time around. Kicker A from last Worlds, a bit of a clash there early on. Very interesting players.
And now for the second quadrant, we are going to see the returning name. There is Mr. Bear. If you remember, Mr. Bear was the seasonal champion on the year 2021. I kind of forget what season it is. And also there is going to be KDF Reroll. You might remember Reroll as the World Championship top 4 in the 2022. And there's also returning names like Ryan Leguetan, Pisukaru, and, well, moving to the 3rd quadrant.
In the 3rd quadrant, we've also got a bunch of names, not ones that are overly showing up in my mind as names that I recognize from certain places, but there are definitely some like groups that I'm aware of, like KDF, who have had very good representation in APAC in the past. It's just a lot of very interesting players going around.
And for the last quadrant, we are seeing ABG Nessie, also formerly known as a Mega Goofball. Returning names, a really strong tournament player, and also there is JO1, the Leather Warrior. If you remember during the pandemic lockdown, JO1 is the really good Korean player that played on the European server as well. Also, there is people from ABG, Jason, and there is a lot of interesting names. They are going to really battling it out. It is the top 64 indeed.
Lots of players fighting out. Some people this is their first tournament getting into the WQO and they're trying to get that first place spot to secure. Some people are in like the top 10 or 15 world points over the last year. I'm thinking people like Pisukaru and so forth that are trying to get those last few points in a very interesting meta. What do you think about the meta, 4Second?
Wow, the meta has been told like there's a lot of mid-range stuff like Shen Jarvan really becoming a returning deck from the old past and really showing a big strength. And then there is also talking about strength, I mean champion strength. It's the centerpiece of the meta right now. Like almost every lineup is running at least 3 copies of champion strength. It's just a strong card. What do you think about champion strength?
Champion Strength has definitely been prevalent. It's obviously unanimously just a combo deck, as all Champion Strength decks are. Playing for that final card that ends the game, you've got Scouts that are playing it right now. You've got a lot of these like Volley Bear piles and these Galio piles that are running it. If you're in Demacia, there's very few decks that aren't running Champion Strength. And in this format, where there's like one main deck of Nilajana and then a couple second decks of the Seraphines, and sometimes that deck's just Scouts or Teemo Yumi, your third deck typically ends up being a Champion Strength deck. There will probably be a lot of that we see today. Everyone's favorite expensive spell.
But there is also a lot of spell slinger stuff, right? And we got the first match already ongoing. Well, we were talking about Shen Jarvan, and there is Sora Haru here, the deck that is mid range. Really emphasis on the board control, board dominance. This is a deck that can really showing off what's the name? Well, the battle power here. It's a really strong deck. What can I say? It's a Shen Jarvan. It's one of the best decks right now in the meta right now. And we are going to the next. There is going to be Elite deck. It is an Elite deck with Shurima. And, well, recently we got a new Elite card on the Shurima, like the Defender of the Sun Disc and the General of the Dunes. This is going to be a spicy Elite, really mid-range stuff. And there is the copies of Champion Strength to finish things off. The win condition on the Elite deck. Going wide and then going really buffing them up with Rally with the Champion Strength. I cannot see how that thing is going to go. And for the third deck, there is going to be a Teemo Yumi elusive deck with Burn and also with Skip. The new card, King of the Reef. Really card that is annoying to deal with because it can just snatch a card from your hand. It's really annoying to deal with. There's elusive, there is damage from Burn. It's just really annoying.
Going against this Demacia plus Teemo Listas lineup, we've got the main thrust of the meta in Nilajana. These newly released cards that just draw a bunch, get rid of their cards, but then keep getting them back. We see this one on the 3 Sunken Temple, 3 Wizened Helmsman version, but a lot of just the normal updraft stuff we're expecting with Mayim and Exalted Cloudwinder, and just a very powerful deck. We're going to see this probably be banned out. I wonder if Elites does well into this, but I'm not too sure about that. We also see Scouts, as we were talking about. There's another Champion Strength deck. This one isn't Elite Champion Strength. It is MF Quinn. We see 2 copies of Sergeant as opposed to what I think is a more normal 3, but also 2 Genevieve Elmheart, which has been a much more recent addition to this deck. You just play your units. You've got 1 drops, 2 drops, 3 drops. They go in. You buff them up at the very end, and it just ends the game. Absolutely powerful deck coming through. Very common core with this and Nilajana, so I'm not too surprised to see Kicker A, previous Worlds player, bringing it with them. But the final deck is one of my personal favorite decks in Echo Jinx. I love this deck to bits. I was playing it a few hours ago when doing the open myself, and it just feels powerful. It's got 1 Quicksand and 2 Rite of Negations, which I think is a little bit uncommon for ratios. Typically, I see 2 Quicksand, so we might end up seeing some of the stuff that Quicksand would normally beat sort of getting banned out instead. But this deck, you do your predicts, you find your Echo, you find your Voices, you find your Chrono Break, and then you just blow out the game. Very strong, sort of powerfully mid-range lineup that Kicker A is bringing. What do you think is going to be the ban between these 2 powerful players for second?
If I'm going to be on Sora Haru's shoe, okay, this is interesting here. I think I will ban Nilajana just because of the reputation alone, and by reputation I don't mean the reputation mechanic that Noxian have. No. It's just Nilajana is something that, well, kind of hard to deal with, and kind of need immediate answer. Like if you drop a Janna on 4 and you cannot answer the Janna on 4, it's kind of getting snowballing from there, and it's just kind of hard to deal with. And well, just remove the Nilajana from the equation, but yeah, I think I will ban Nilajana from the boot of Sora Haru. And if you are Kicker A, who are you going to ban?
As Kicker A, I think you've got a few options. I think Kicker A must realize that Scouts is going to be left up. Either Nilajana or Echo Jinx is the ban, and you're trying to figure out what is your best way of getting your decks through. I think Scouts will probably have an easy time going through most of these decks. I could see banning Elites as a deck that you've probably not practiced that much into on the side of Kicker A, so I could see just banning Elites and seeing what happens. It might just be too big. I personally would probably ban the Teemo Yumi. It's a deck that has sort of been under the radar in a sense, although in the last few days people have definitely picked up on it as one of the stronger decks in the format, and sometimes it just blows you out with too many elusives that just overthrow. So I think personally I'd be banning Teemo Yumi. I could see a good argument for elites though, but I think you have to keep Shen J4 up. I think your Scouts deck can beat it if you have MF on the field, and Echo Jinx with Quicksand is able to get through some of the barrier cards.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. So, Elite Shurima, it's a deck that we don't see much on ladder. Do you think that it has a strong tournament presence?
I mean, I've not seen it very much. I quite like the new Daybreak cards. I think they accomplish a lot of very interesting things. And I think that being able to grant vulnerable to things like the Nila Janna, and we do see Echo Jinx as the ban, as well as the Teemo Yumi. Both P and Z decks are going, and we're going to start our game already. It seems to be, as far as I can tell, Elites versus Nila Janna.
This is going to be interesting match for sure. And I believe that Elite kind of like slightly faster than Janna. So, is Kicker A running the Temple version? I kind of don't remember.
Kicker A is on Temple, which means that Kicker A will be able to maybe play for like a sort of late game thing, or being able to draw into things like Gotcha, which might be very premium removal in this game. Sora Haru with a little bit of an awkward hand. I mean, you've got 2 champion strengths. You can champion strength at some point, but if Kicker A just removes the units, you can't make your champion strong if you don't have any units to begin with. And Kicker A just having what looks like a pretty good hand.
Yeah. There is like a gacha that you just mentioned, and technically, you don't really want to commit gacha for 4 mana, but it's still a good removal. And as long as Sora Haru doesn't represent a protection spell, like a Form Up, for example, it can take down a unit really nicely and making your champion strength weaker.
You see Sora Haru go for the predict, and I can't tell what was chosen there, but I think it's probably not champion strength. We already see 2 in the hand, and it does end up being the Vanguard Squire. I guess we're going to see a Sergeant into a Vanguard Squire. There's probably some mana math trying to work out, see what turn we're trying to get the champion strength down, while Kicker A is just developing units. Kind of larger than the Elite deck too, in a sense. Like, there's the 3-3 that's larger than these 2-3s, but Kicker A does not have a bad time going on for them. I mean, provided they draw a draw 2 card, Kicker A is going to have 3 quick attack units come down in the next couple of turns. If that Slipstream is drawn soon, Kicker A's board's going to be ginormous.
Yes, and also Kicker A is trying to size down the board from Sora Haru here. And Kicker A can actually match the wideness of the board from Sora Haru. That's going to be relevant because Elite deck generally doesn't have a way to punch the board without with a keyword. Like, there is no overwhelm there. So if Kicker A can chum block the Elite unit, the big Elite unit, the damage is not going to be translating into Nexus damage, and maybe Kicker A can stabilize and start doing some Nila Janna stuff like updrafting, getting card, spell slinging, you know, the classic stuff.
Kicker A did draw the Slipstream this turn, which means not only 1 3-1 quick attack, but 2 3-1 quick attacks and a 2-2 quick attack are likely to come down here. This damage is enormous. I really like this open attack, threatening the Mystic Shot, so a form-up block just doesn't work effectively. Sora Haru does technically have Exhaust plus form-up to beat a hand like this, but that's a lot of resources to invest in just this little cute 0 mana 3-1 quick attack that we've all decided is somehow okay in our video game.
Oh yeah, I just remember that Exhaust recently got buffed, so it can be casted on Burst. So you can use that as a non-predicting Scrying Sand, removing 2 power. That's actually an excellent play. But mainly you use Exhaust to do the vulnerable removal, right?
Yeah, Exhaust will probably be used at some point to deal with Nila or Janna. Whoa, a very aggressive pass from Sora Haru saying, I don't really have that much to develop, and I want to prevent Kicker A from playing Janna. Very interesting pass, but unfortunately, this open attack from Kicker A is very, very punishing. We're going to see the form-up come down, presumably to block Nila, but there's still 2 3-1 quick attacks. These have done 12 damage now. It's kind of a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Sora Haru will need to take down one of the Windborn Mariner here. And Exalt is going to come in as a, yeah, kind of like a Frostbite a bit, but not really.
It's like half a Frostbite. It's like half of Troll Chant, except also grants vulnerable. We do see the Gotcha come down, and then a single combat. Many units are being traded despite them being 2-2s. It's sort of the battle of the 2-2s right now because no one are drawing really large units. We do see the Exalted Cloudwinder in the hand of Kicker A going to refill the hand, while Soroharu just has nothing going for them. No Garen, no Jarvan, no... Look, the Daybreak unit can draw more Daybreak units, but with 3 basically board wipe buff spells, without a board that's large enough to make them work, it's just a sad sight from Soroharu.
Yeah. And oh, that is the Wizened Helmsman from the hand of Kicker A. It's a card that doesn't see play on the last season, but becoming prevalent in this season. What do you think about the Wizened Helmsman?
Elefante has, stomped their way into this deck, trying to destroy what is a mid-range meta, right? It's really hard when your deck is like Nila Janet. You don't really have that much health on your units, but when you can add a card like Elephant into your deck and have a 5/5 that comes down, gives you 2 spells, typically destroying 2 units and giving burn, it's a massive card that does a lot of things. It's kind of like Ixtali sensible, except fast instead of slow. We do see the unfortunate play of Fortimacia being answered by some burn spells, and while there's 2 5-strength units on the board of Soroharu, it's just not going to get through enough. Kicker A just being able to survive for a long period of time.
Yeah. Oh, just taking it. Taking the 10 damage. Kicker A want to maintain the board wideness. What's
I think
going to
Kicker
happen
A
now?
is realizing their win con, saying that I've got 3 quick attack units, I've got an elephant that will probably remove 2 of your units. I mean, I know what's in the elephant, I know it's Howling Gale, I know it's the Divine Whirlwind. I will be able to get rid of these units and you can't stop me, I'm going for lethal. And a deck like Soroharu's doesn't have good answers to spells like these, doesn't have good answers to go wide without losing their units themselves. So I really like taking the damage from Kicker A's perspective. I think it's really smart, and we do see the surrender come through from Soroharu.
Well, that was without Janna and without Temple, and the deck is still kicking. Like, Kicker A is still kicking there.
I mean, Soroharu just didn't have the draw that they needed, right? Like, we say that this is a CS deck, but 2 CSs and a Fortimacia doesn't do enough against what is just the strongest deck in Nilajana. But I don't think that's the deck that Soroharu was trying to beat in this lineup. I think Soroharu is really trying to capitalize on beating Scouts, going bigger than Scouts. We've got 2 decks that go larger than Scouts here. And Kicker A is going to have a tough time through this gauntlet of Shen J4 and Elites.
And we are about to see the mulligan, perhaps? Yes, we are. Oh, the Shen, the key point of the Shen Jarvan deck. There is Shen on the side of Soroharu. Meanwhile, Kicker A with the Duran Sculpture on the opening hand that can really snowball the unit toughness.
This matchup might fall into like a very if they have it sort of scenario. Soroharu has 2 Kinku students and a Shen, so any attack that Kicker A goes through will just be blocked down and down and down favorably without anything from Kicker A being able to go for it. But if Kicker A can find a Misfortune or get it off the Scrutinizing Sergeant, barrier is meaningless against a champion like MF. So Kicker A is going to have to find that draw, because as it stands, Soroharu's got an amazing hand right now.
Yes. Okay, aside from the Misfortune skill, is there any way to pop the barrier? Oh, I think there is a Misfortune champion spell, the Make It Rain, right?
Only through Misfortune. Make It Rain is not main decked typically in Scouts, and when we went through the list, it definitely was not there. So, I mean, a Misfortune plus a Misfortune's Make It Rain could be something, but we would need to find the Misfortune first.
Well, we can see that Kicker A starting to going wide here thanks to the Mare Warden, and there is also the Inspiring Light. It's kind of like a mini for Demacia, but it is grand, which means that it's permanent. And Shell Shocker, a 0 mana unit technically, if you counting the spell mana, if you can utilize the spell mana, and I think we are going to see the Inspiring Light here.
Yeah, Shell Shocker's had a massive glow up in the past year. We've seen, like, maybe 2 years ago, if you remember, Shell Shocker never really saw any play, but ever since cards like Riptide Sermon and Inspiring Light, Shell Shocker has felt amazing as this 0 mana card that constantly helps out your board. I mean, if you look at what Shell Shocker did here, it was just a 0 mana 3/3. It let you do this Inspiring Light into a board that only has 3 strength and 3 health. Kicker A not having the Misfortune, but still being able to pummel pressure right now with another Inspiring Light and both Sergeants in hand. If Soroharu doesn't stabilize the Shen efficiently, could have some difficulty depending on how Kicker A draws and plays this out.
Oh yeah, are we going to see the form up here to save the Kinku student? Oh, we are going to see the form up on the Broadwing. And the Broadwing is going to take the Solari Soldier.
I do like this play from Soroharu, trying to thin down the board. Both of these decks are sort of board-based, powerful decks. The more positive trades you can get, the better you'll always feel. And Soroharu being able to go Shen into Broadwing, not able to kill anything with it because of the massive health that all these units have, but probably gonna at least put a little bit of damage on and try and work on that Shen level up. I think it's a fine play to play Shen here.
Yeah, and also the support is enabling the discount on the... What's the name of the card? Moral support, right?
Yeah, now Moral Support only costs 2 mana, meaning that Kinku Student and Moral Support could shut down an attack here from Kicker A. I hope we're going to see the Sergeant, because I'd really like to see it at Misfortune, but we're going to instead go for the Shell Shocker, possibly into a Ford Marcia.
Yeah, I think it's going to be on Ford Demacia, and... Ooh, it's just going to get blocked by the double berry, right? Like, you can cast the Moral Support on the Shen, and Kinku Student passive will activate. It will be a 2 barrier blocker, and this Green Glade caretaker is going to grow up into 5 power, possibly taking down the Vanguard Sergeant.
Yeah, I think Kicker A going for the Fortimacia makes a lot of sense here, right? Again, we're looking at these Shell Shockers being 0 mana 6/6s and 5/4s, but unfortunately Soroharu just drew absolutely everything they needed to. The Shen, the Moral Support, the Kinku Student, the Green Glade, this is not Lookout, this is Caretaker. We're going to quickly see how Soroharu decides to align these blocks, but 3 of these units are going to be blocked favorably or well enough for Soroharu. And Kicker A, I mean, they've got expensive cards, but so does Soroharu. Every expensive card that Kicker A has, Soroharu has one in response. And Shen's going to, I think, level up on the open with the Jarvan next turn, and that's going to be even more pressuring.
But is it going to be Jarvan? Developing the Screeching Dragon could be an interesting one as well to establish the board dominance.
I think I like developing the Jarvan and doing the open attack because Jarvan should be, if not 2 away from leveling, 1 away from leveling. And having a level Jarvan will be nice. I think Jarvan's level up progress is 1. This might make it 2. And it'll make it 3 because of the Shen. And we're seeing this, thank you production, lovely production showing us what Jarvan's at the moment. The Jarvan level up will be able to prevent these cards like Genevieve Elmheart from being able to be that big unit because it just dies to the 3 mana Cataclysm that Jarvan creates. And I think Soroharu is in a very, very, very comfortable position.
Yeah, that's the power of the Shen Jarvan deck. One of the best right now, next to Nilajena. So this Cataclysm is going to shut down the development of Genevieve, right? As long as it's continue being represented.
Well, now Kicker A is in an interesting position. They've got 2 cards that do very powerful things. One being Misfortune and one being Genevieve Elmheart. And Soroharu can only take out one of them. And we're going to see which one is the higher priority. And it is the Genevieve. But that means these barrier cards are not going to be useful against Misfortune. Misfortune's going to shoot the barrier down. And these blocks aren't going to be as positive as we once imagined.
But, it is. So
we see Inspiring Light come down, trying to make these units have 5 strength, meaning that Jarvan can't positively block them without having another buff spell in play. Shen also can't positively block them because of the love tap, I'm pretty sure. Plus Shen plus the 5 strength equals 6. 5 plus 1 equals 6. I learnt that from my calculator a few minutes ago. But we're going to see the spell come down. Even then, it basically saves 1 health, but 1 health is all you need against a deck like this, and every unit's going to be traded up. Kicker A just trying to get through anything, but Soroharu keeps having these defensive spells, these barriers and these formats, and look, Kicker A tried with the draws that they had, but Soroharu just drew the Shen and the Mulligan, drew both Kinku Students and the Jarvan and the Broadwing, and this is just how these matchups go sometimes. Well played by both players, going for their outs when they needed to, but Soroharu taking the win against Scouts.
Ooh, that's the equalizer. The score is now 1-1, and the final match, Kicker A will have to play the Scout again against the Elite deck. Okay. You say that the Elite deck is a bigger than Scout.
I think that the Elite's deck, I mean, if you think about just like unit by unit, right? Both of them are going to be on blocking Badger Bear. Both of them are going to be on these big, strong units, but Garen's a 5/5 and Quinn is slightly smaller than a 5/5. You know, the Garen deck has got Quicksand. Kicker A doesn't have anything that's comparable to Quicksand. I think that Soroharu is going to just have the bigger deck, but just because this is what the theory says does not mean the games can play out completely differently.
Yes, and not forget to mention, we saw that in the last game, Kicker A really showed the power of the deck, like 0 mana unit into board-wide buff, like Inspiring Light for Demacia. It's something that can contest the bigness of the Elite deck.
You get a not drawing a 1-drop, but is drawing Durant Sculptor, which if you're thinking about like regular Demacia mirrors, who is the bigger Demacia deck? Typically it's Soroharu's deck, but Kicker A will be able to give 1 health to most of the units that are going to be played, as well as having the Broadwing, which will do a positive trade here at some point. Means that Kicker A does have the hand that allows them to win, and we shan't forget, one player has a champion strength, the other one does not. And sometimes in these mirrors, that's the only thing that matters.
Champion Strength. It is a really powerful card that can swing the board state in one single cast. It is super expensive, but if I remember correctly, Soroharu go to Shurima not only for the new Elite card, but also to go for the... What's the name that? The Rite of Negation, yes. The Rite of Negation, aka the Shuriman Deny. That could be put a stop into this Champion Strength, potentially.
You don't see it in hand. Both players have drawn a Scrutinizing Sergeant, this relatively recent card that's actually seeing quite a bit of play despite just being a 5-mana 3-3. We're seeing Soroharu develop the board quite a bit with these 3-3s, but Kicker A is probably going to do the Island Navigator, and look, Soroharu does have positive attacks here, but Kicker A has also got very positive ways of interacting with it with form-up. I mean, so does Soroharu. We're going to probably see a trade of form-ups here at some point, and we're going to see which Demacia deck is in better form.
The Exhaust committed, and that's going to take down the Duran Sculpture, and potentially, yes, we are going to see the form-up battle here. Is it going to be utilized to kill the Vanguard Surgeon or to save the Duran Sculpture here? Because going wide is one of the win conditions for a Champion Strength deck, and you might want to preserve your board wideness.
Think if I was Kicker A, I would want to form up the Island Navigator. My thinking here is saying that I'd rather get rid of a unit from Soroharu and then keep both of our units alive, right? Although taking the damage is also pretty reliable. It seems we're not going to bother with the form-ups, we're just going to keep them in our hand, keep them as sort of powerful cards that can come up later. I think that's a good play. I think Kicker A is just thinking, if I keep more of the cards in my hand feeling powerful, I will feel in a better position. Seeing Scrutinizing Sergeant into Misfortune, the power card that will probably spin this a little bit around.
So that's why Kicker A kind of damaged the Vanguard Surgeon to 1 HP, not directly killing it. But with the Garen drop down, the Vanguard Surgeon now has the ability to block, no longer dying to the Misfortune's Love Tap. That is going to be quite something.
Kicker A is in a very interesting position. If they want, they can do a scout attack, a regular attack, go into next turn, do champion strength, do a scout attack and a regular attack, and level Misfortune. And we can see in Soroharu's hand, there's nothing to answer that. Now, Kicker A is probably thinking they might have exhaust, they might have other forms of interaction, such as like the vulnerable of playing cards that can make this feel a lot less powerful. But Kicker A is probably just thinking right now, what is my best way to win? And deciding that attacking and losing the board, even despite leveling up Misfortune, is just not worth it when I could do champion strength this turn anyway. But Soroharu has also drawn it.
Yeah, I think Kicker A doesn't want to do the scout attack because it kind of progressed the Garen to level up. So that's why Kicker A hesitated. And yes, indeed, there is a champion strength, and right now there is no deny from the side of Soroharu. So this champion strength will always resolve. There is no single combat as well to reduce the amount of the unit that getting buffed by the champion strength. And ooh, champion strength from the side of Soroharu first. Interesting.
We're seeing the champion strength be traded. I do like the champion strength before the attack. If you attack and Kicker A does some sort of blocking cards or using form up to be defensive, you're in a position where if you play your own form up, you can't play champion strength anymore, but you're just going to lose your units if you don't play form up. So pre-committing it, losing your attack token, but getting all the stats you need is very, very comfortable for Soroharu. And Kicker A is going to have to do some blocks here, losing their units despite having their own champion strength. I think this was a very good trade from both sides. I think Soroharu is feeling a little bit better from it, but Kicker A does have a lot of stuff going from their perspective as well that might help them out.
So what should be the block here? Is the Garen going to be chum block here? It has a regen. Next turn is going to full heal, back to full health. I think Kicker A want to remove the unit that can be killed, like the Sergeant and the Vanguard Squire, and let the Garen connect. 9 damage connecting to the Nexus. You'll be living at 7 HP, but still winning on the hand. I think there is the Mare Warren and Genevieve. So
I think Kicker A is thinking, what is my best line for the next couple of turns? Kicker A does have a bunch of cards, as well as the attack token this turn with a Scout, an MF, and a Broadwing. They've got a lot of things that they can try and do, and I quite like this Scout attack, saying that none of your blocks are favorable, or I'm killing your Garen with my Broadwing. And that's what all of those blocks the last turn were about. How can I have the best attack right now? Attacking with the 5/7 means none of these 1-drops can trade into this 1-drop. These, like, 6/6 1-drops that we're all very familiar with. Garen taking a positive block, but realizing that that means the Broadwing is going to trade it up. Garen getting the flip, doing his little sword animation. We're going to see next turn Kicker A probably playing Genevieve and going for the level up on Misfortune.
that's really cool. And yes, ooh, Genevieve is going to level up the Misfortune as well. That's going to be how much damage potentially? Is that going to be potentially lethal from the side of Kicker A? Like we can see the Fleet Feather Tracker getting dropped, and then Genevieve getting dropped, buffing up the Fleet Feather Tracker, giving it granting it Challenger.
I don't think it's going to be lethal. It's going to be something even better. If you're a Demacia player, like I have been a lot of the time, the only thing better than lethal is having your board be ginormous and the enemy board being gone. And if we see this Genevieve come down, pull the Forsaken Bakai, get a positive trade, then pull Cythria while everything else is going in powerfully, I don't think it's going to be lethal just because Soroharu does have form up and does have Scrutinizing Sergeant, but the only thing better than that is destroying their whole board.
Ooh, yeah. And the Sergeant pulling the for Demacia. I mean, the Scrutinizing Sergeant pulling the Vanguard Sergeant. Both of them are Sergeant. It's kind of hard to call them Sergeant.
I mean, Demacia's military has often been a very big part. They've got the sergeants, they've got the leaders of the military, all these sorts of things. Misfortune's at 3 attacks, and we are going to see one of my favorite level ups, honestly. The little Misfortune ghost dancing around the ship, I think it's just absolutely beautiful, and being able to destroy everything, going down to 2 health. Love the animation. You don't see it all the time when you're playing Scouts, although I've seen it probably too many times today, losing to it a lot, but it's just a wonderful animation.
It is, and also Misfortune gain Overwhelm when she is leveling up, so there is no point for Soroharu to block the Misfortune there. That is 8 damage connecting from the 5 from Misfortune, and then 3 from the... Is it still called Love Tap after leveling up?
It should be called Bullet Time. It should be called...
it's Bullet Time.
Everyone needs to know their names of their skills. If you don't know, you're just not playing LoR properly. If you're not inspecting every card and knowing the names, you gotta make sure you start doing that.
My bad.
We see the Fortamacy come through. Soroharu playing for anything that they can play for, but the Mirai Warden just comes down and says, I can block everything positively. Figure 8 even doing form up on the Misfortune, getting a positive trade. It's sort of like kicking in the shins at this point. Because the open attack, there's no way to deal with it. And Kicker 8 beating what I thought was going to be a bad matchup. But Soroharu just, I don't know, didn't draw what was necessary. He wasn't able to find the proper cards. And Kicker 8 defeating one of the current qualifiers for Worlds and trying to make their own way into it.
Well, unfortunately, that's going to be eliminating Soroharu from the World Qualifier. But Soroharu, just a reminder, Soroharu was qualified to the World Championship from the last World Qualifier in the season Heart of the Huntress. So Kicker A is going to advance to the top 32, and Soroharu will, unfortunately, the journey on this to end. Hold on.
And that is just the end of a matchup. As we saw, Nilajana being incredibly strong, and Scouts taking a little bit of time to get there, but beating this deck, this Garen deck that did get 2-0'd. It's just... I haven't seen this Garen deck around, and maybe we can kind of work out why it wasn't doing what it needed to do, and failed. There's not the best champion strength deck that you can bring, and it just didn't go through. But Soroharu already in Worlds. Kicker A trying to make their name there after already being there once.
Yeah, that... I don't know, like... The Shurima version of Elites, it has access to deny. It has access to. I mean, not deny. I mean, technically, rate of negation. We just call it deny because it's deny coming first, and it just kind of stick. And then it has access to the new elite units, the Defender of the Sandis. It giving you access to Demasian Draw. Technically, you don't have Draw uh, in that elite decks because.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's a very interesting deck. I've been trying to build some stuff with the Shurima elite cards myself. I'm a big fan of Leona. That's one of my favorite archetypes. And those cards are not only Daybreaks, they're also elites. They're also all these other things. But unfortunately, the Shurima region just doesn't have enough going for it as something to go into when you're playing elites. You'd much rather go into like Sky Splitter in Freljord, or you'd rather go into Ionia for the sort of normal denies, normal barriers. We are going to be going into another game, is my understanding.
And yes, I see Karma there. I see Karma level up. I see a set as well.
Going to be going into another game, but I don't know how long we're going to stay here. We see Karma and Set flipped against an Echo Jinx that just... Well, I don't see Echo, I don't see Jinx. In fact, I see barely any cards. We do see Experimenter, which can draw cards, but... Well... One player has got two place your bets, two Karmas. I'm not going to say who I think is going to win, but I hope all of us at home can work it out.
Well...
What's the worst that could happen?
What is the miracle draw that can be drawn from this augmented experimenter? A chronobake perhaps? But...
Well... There is no... there's Piltover Telstones into Aftershock. I was going to say there's no direct interaction, but even a Jinx is not enough. I think what Eviarima wants is something like double Jinx or double Echo to just try and go through as much removal as possible. We do see it's 1-0 at the moment, which means Arima's trying to get their final win here. But... These aren't the draws you want. There's a Predict, we can try and find a Jinx, but we'll need more than one Jinx to get through this Piltover Telstones.
Oh, Explorer Refreshment to heal the Nexus by 4, but this gonna enable Arima to do the Mystic Shot on the Karma, right? To take the Karma down?
We will be able to see a Mystic Shot on Karma, but there's another Karma in hand, there's more place your bets, there's more sets. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever seen Karma Set be played. I'm kind of a fan of Karma Set, just a little bit of a guilty pleasure of mine, but I'm looking at this Karma Set hand and I'm like, nothing I do could possibly make me lose the game. But sometimes you believe that and you still lose it anyway.
And there goes the doubled up coin, refilling 8 mana. I mean, this Karma Set deck is super strong. You can play like 30 mana in a single turn, and you can still keep going and keep going. It's just really a strong deck, but well, Karma getting shut down here by a Mystic Shot. There is going to be the second Karma coming.
Yeah, probably. I think KYZ is trying to go for some sort of lethal this turn, realizing that, like, why let Arima even play anymore when I could just double these spells? But making it so that Karma can't double up any more coins, even though it probably will come down again, means that it probably won't be lethal this turn, but I imagine KYZ is going to go at some point and be able to get through anyway.
Oh yeah, attack token right now on the side of Neji. That's going to be... how much damage potential? There is this 4-second Bakai that is able to block. Most likely going to be challenged by the set because there is just nothing else to do. So, Karma, develop, and then double conclusive. The Tail of Dragons. 5, 3, 3, that's going to be 11 damage. Yeah, it's not little. But still gonna do the... oh, we are not going to see the Karma here. Instead, we are going to see... Formula.
Arima looking for something in Predict. I almost assume they didn't take Chrono Break and is trying to find another draw card if there's one in the deck. And we do see the pass into the Jinx. Arima deciding not even a Chrono Break's enough. I have to pass, and does find the Jinx in the end. And KYZ is probably going to just play Karma and then just wait. Jinx comes down, we're going to see the Piltover Telstones come down. Arima making the right play. You can't just continue passing against a deck like this. You just have to go and hope that it works. But KYZ drawing all of the champions, all of the spells. I mean, maybe we can hope for a disconnect win con or a draw out, maybe. But that seems unlikely in such a high stakes tournament like this.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely. And I believe that after this Jinx taken down, what is the miracle draw that can help next turn? Is KYZ just going to finish off open attack next turn? And I don't want to call the match over before it's over, but it's kind of hard judging from this position. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
I mean, it depends what Arima's deck list looks like. I'm not very used to seeing Augmented Experiment in it, so maybe there's some crazy card like that can blow everything out, but like I don't think it's going to be very likely. It could be something like an Augmented into a Jinx, because KYZ does have a bunch of stuns that are able to get rid of any blockers, so you have to find some way to get through all the stuns. You don't have any cards that are going to be able to deal with all the champions or the units, so I think this game is just the slow burn. Both players just waiting to see until one of them wins, because Arima does have to play to their outs. They're doing the right thing here, continue playing. You're never surrendering in these matches, even if we can see the hand. And KYZ just slowly using their cards in order to win. It's sort of an unfortunate game for us to just start with, because we're at 10-10 and it's Karma set. So we sort of know how the game's going to end, but this is just sometimes what happens.
Yeah, but on the upside, we are going to see the Echo Jinx one more time. If we are going to go to the game number 3, and I think we are going to, right?
I mean, based on the fact that it's 1-0, I sure hope that we're going to see the last game. I don't know what the lineups were. Hopefully we were to see them just before we get into the game, but this open attack by KYZ equalizes the game to 1-1. Just normal Karma set stuff. There was obviously 10 turns of difficulty before we got to this scenario, but the game ended up going through. And it's Cosmic Call Jace versus Echo Jinx. What do you think about Cosmic Call Jace?
Jace Celestial, that's a really interesting deck. But if I remember correctly, people are starting to put the Daybreak unit like the Solaris Shield Bearer and then triple copy of the Rocket Barrage, and I would say that Rocket Barrage is one way to deal with Echo and Jinx, as well as Voice of the Horizon. It is the spell that deals 4 damage and 1 damage to everything else.
Yeah,
but
Rocket Barrage was sort of this under-expected card. It got a little surprise buff in one of the Eternal patches. No one really thought too much about it, but we're seeing it as an introduction to beat Janna and then kill all the Windboard Mariners, and we're seeing it in a deck like Cosmic Call Jace. And Echo Jinx is gonna feel some negative consequences of it, as you were saying, killing voices and then killing things like the 2-1 predict. It's gonna be an interesting matchup, just to see how Cosmic Call Jace is able to deal with this very aggressive deck of Echo Jinx.
And we are going to be seeing the mulligan soon, and we are Falling Star? That's interesting. I don't really see.
Is very, very interesting. It will kill both champions, but after the champion strike, which is not the easiest thing in the world. Falling Star, I think it's common as a one-of in this deck, maybe. We do see Forge of Tomorrow and Scrap Traption as both really good cards for combining with Jace, right? Scrap Traption lets you level Jace and develop a massive unit. Forge of Tomorrow lets you spend your mana after the Cosmic Call. And Eevee Arima on a really interesting list with Avenging Vastaya and Augmented.
Ooh, Avenging Vastaya. It's kind of like a substitute for the Rite of Negation that doesn't destroy your mana gem. It is indeed interesting. But also a kind of a risky pick against the deck that can remove unit out of combat, like Piltover End Zone, PNZ. Have access to Mystic Shot, have access to Aftershock. It's kind of hard to stick by, and okay, we're starting the match. The 4-second bucket on turn 1, getting drop border. The only better opener than this is having more drop border on your predicts.
Yeah. Eevee Arima on a really, really, really interesting list. Not just the one ambush unit, but multiple. I guess having multiple in your deck means that they can't just shoot the ambush and know what it's going to be. And vulnerable is not bad in a deck like Echo Jinx, where you've got multiple quick attack threats that allow you to do these positive trades. KYZ not developing anything yet, but this shouldn't be seen as too bad from KY's perspective. They're going to have Scrap Traction very soon. They're going to have the Forger tomorrow. They're going to have Rocket Barrage come in, taking a little bit of damage earlier in order to have big, powerful cards later on is something that Jace Cosmic Call is pretty much its bread and butter for, and Arima is just going to have to try and develop small units and hope that it can go around these big units from KYZ.
So, we are going to see... Is that... Oh, that's a 3 mana Scrap Traction, something that is unlikely. Not really common, I mean. Usually people are
really
using
like
this...
play.
Ooh.
I think it's a very interesting play. I think people often mind control themselves into thinking, I'm playing Jace, I have to spend this 6 mana. But playing for a 3/3 and being able to deal with these 2 units, I mean, stop seeing this as Scrap Traction and start seeing this as like sort of like a weird Broadwing into this deck that can also, if you wanted to, spend more mana on it to make it like a blocking Badge Bear or something. And playing this as this Broadwing was really good. But Eevee Arima, with also their own interesting deck list, being able to give it vulnerable and not being able to get the positive traits that it wanted, a very interesting 1v1 right now.
Yeah, then also Arima doesn't play the All-Terrain Trooper as a bush to not to make sure that the vulnerable guaranteed to hit the Scrap Traction, and not giving KYZ a way to redirect the vulnerable to somewhere else, like the Mariam, for example. That is actually a smart play.
That was really, really clever. Sometimes, again, I'm talking about mind controlling yourself a lot, but bush cards don't need to be played as bushes when you can get amazing timing scenarios like this, and this is one of the best timings. Production is showing that Echo has got 3 out of 4 predictions, and we do see the final predict in the hand. Shout out to production for this lovely graphic. It's always wonderful to see. And KYZ trying to find the best way to block in order to set up these rocket barrages and these aftershocks, right? There are 2/1s that could be easily rocket barrage, but you don't really want to be taking 2 damage just that quickly. And so deciding to prioritize next self and use Mariam to block the 2/1 favorably, but not setting up as strong a rocket barrage.
Oh, there is the Echo as well. There is the Echo. And the Echo is about to level up with this Ancient Preparation. And we're potentially going to see that. But there is indeed Rocket Barrage. We did talk about that. It's going to answer... Okay, there is 2 Rocket Barrages. And also there is an Aftershock. Whatever Arima going to drop here, like the Jinx or the Echo, it's going to get immediately answered.
Arima's in a really tough position, and I think made the play that warms my heart. I love plays like this. Echo Jinx is a really awkward deck. You've got 3 main cards, sort of 4 if you include Clockling, that all cost 4 mana, but all of them don't want to be played on 4. You don't want to play Echo unless you've got 3 predicts. You don't want to play Voices unless you've already got a champion. You don't want to play Jinx until much later. Arima deciding that the best one I could play right now is Voices to try and go into Ancient plus Echo, but KYZ having the very cute answer of Rocket Barrage. We do see the drop water come down, and we will see an Echo. But if KYZ passes here, they will probably be able to just do another Rocket Barrage and shoot this Echo down. A bit of Piltover firing.
Well, I mean, is there anything else dying to the Rocket Barrage? Maybe an Aftershock can be a good way to kill the Echo. And it is going to be Aftershock.
And I guess that's probably better, right? You're maintaining your mana, you're not actually killing anything extra with a Rocket Barrage, and Rocket Barrage can kill Voice, while Aftershock cannot. So I think that's a much better play. But Eevee Arima slowly putting in these 1 damage. I mean, this drop border from turn 1 has already put in 3 damage as far as I'm aware, and 3 damage is more than 0, which is what you could have gotten if you didn't predict that drop border. Gonna see Forge Tomorrow come down, summon a 3/3, and the Chrono Break naturally drawn, but nothing really to revive.
Yeah, I think Arima can develop the Jinx as a blocker because of the Chrono Break kind of give you the insurance. That could be good. And also it can also bait out the Rocket Barrage. Arima can drop the Jinx, bait out another removal. That could be the play, right?
Yeah, I wonder if Arima is going to go for something like that. If Arima plays Jinx, KYZ is going to be thinking, there weren't any predicts. It's so unlikely that there's a Chrono Break here, although we're going to see the Chronomancer, so maybe it is slightly more likely. And could have gone for the shoot, only to be responded with that very surprising Chrono Break. Only 1 predict is not that many, so KYZ might end up going for it next turn. But KYZ is also probably starting to look for their own way of winning the game. They've got the Cosmic Call, they've got units that they can block with, and they've got enough removal that maybe we're going to see the Cosmic Call in the next couple of turns to just try and close out the game with something like a Great Beyond or a Living Legend.
And now the Jinx is dropped down, but there will be immediate answer. The Rocket Barrage number 2. It's generally not expected. You can expect the first one, but the second one is kind of like, well, if they have it yet.
Yeah.
And no
Arima
longer
just
with
deciding that they wanted to play Jinx, try and go for as much power as they can. Probably wanted the really good open attack. KYZ deck doesn't really deal with good open attack defenders and just wanted as much damage as possible, but responded with that very, very unfortunate second copy of the card. Going to be finding Voices, which is leveled and will be threatening a lot of damage, and there isn't a Rocket Barrage to save them anymore. This game is definitely far from over.
Ooh, yeah. Arima is kind of like 1 mana off from a Chrono Break though. Because if Chrono Break was available, this is going to be really, really tough spot for KYZ. It just really pushing a lot of damage and potentially winning. Potentially.
KYZ is just working out what is the best way of dealing with this board. How can I deal with all of the threats that are being presented to me while also setting myself up greatly for next turn, and is deciding to play Mayim. Mayim's a very good card. It trades into the 4-2, and then you can always Falling Star, as we noticed earlier, the Voice of the Risen, and it can't really be revived because Chrono Break costs 3 mana here. So while KYZ would be taking a bunch of damage going down to, as far as I'm aware, 1 health, you know, 1 health is all you need to survive, and getting the Mystic Shot saves you 3. Wonderful, wonderful lucky draw.
Yeah, that was really close because if the double drop border connects and the Voice of the Risen, yeah, living at 1. And Arima indeed bring the burn as well, bring the Mystic Shot as far as I remember. And not only that, the access to second Jinx sometime. It's just going to be, what's the time? Well, a checkmate?
Yeah, it puts you in this sort of like top deck difficult scenario where KYZ starts to have to really pressure a lethal if they're at 1 health. Going down to 4 health is just so much more comfy for KYZ. It means they can survive a Jinx top deck. It means they can survive they can survive 1 Mystic Shot top deck. They can survive certain types of open attacks because these drop borders only deal 1 damage. That Mayim really saved the game. This very powerful card that's like Zornite Urchin, but also if you wanted, sometimes you could get mana. And KYZ is going to be able to afford quite a bit next turn. I mean, we could possibly see a Cosmic Call into a 3/3 Scrap Fraction, blocking everything and keeping the hand rather alive. But Arima drawing a Jinx or drawing an Echo could get that Chrono Break, and Jinx, Chrono Jinx, is going to be lethal if the Jinx dies.
Oh, if I remember correctly, a new revived Jinx is able to create an entirely different rocket, right? Ooh, that's a lot of damage potential. That is really indeed scary. The Falling Star to deal with the Voice of the Risen.
Targon has come down and decided to smack one of Azir's most loyal workers, and the drop border is figuring out, come on, I came here, I was predicted into this all the way in turn 1, and all my friends are gone, it's just me remaining. And we're going to see the Cosmic Call come down. No Living Legends, but an Immortal Fire, Cosmic Rays, and Cosmic Inspiration. Cosmic Rays is really cute in destroying everything that doesn't cost 4 mana, but I quite like the decision to go for the Elusive Bird. 2-turn clock, able to block any unit it desires, and KYZ also having both a unit to develop and a lot of draw next turn. KYZ is in a fantastic position, but this game is far from over.
It is really far from over, and Arima is quite unfortunate on the top deck. Like the Quicksand can technically stop the Immortal Fire from connecting to the Nexus with Elusive, but right now Arima is looking for a unit. An Augmented Experimenter? Is that the unit that going to change things up?
Arima, it's just a top deck battle, right? Arima has so many cards that can stall out the game like this Quicksand, and is probably thinking whether I should be playing the Augmented Experimenter or not, and trying to figure out what is the best way to win the game. What could KYZ have, and what do I need to do to win? Arima has a couple turns to draw things like Jinx, or Mystic Shot, or Echo, or something that could get through, but KYZ is going to be threatening a 2-turn clock. Not that Arima knows that yet. Arima knows there's a Cosmic Call card, but doesn't know which one. And is thinking, do I need this Quicksand? What if it's a Great Beyond? What if it's a Scourge? Do I need this Quicksand? But it's hovering it now, trying to put as much damage on the board as possible this turn. We're going to have to see what ends up happening, but this is not an easy position for Arima, and going for the Augmented Experimenter, trying to draw 3 cards.
Oh, pre-committing the Quicksand to... because the Quicksand is about to be discarded anyway. That's interesting. But yeah, now this Immortal Fire is having the ability to connect 6 damage. 6 damage. Arima will be alive at 4 HP. That's going to be super low. I don't quite remember if the Jace Cosmic Call running burn damage. I mean, technically double Jace is a Shock Blast that deals 3 damage. But aside from that, do I remember it?
There will be some forms of Mystic Shot, but probably not more than, like, there will be probably 2 more copies of Mystic Shot, so that is probably enough for burn. Arima's in an interesting position. If Arima decides to develop this unit just as a 3-3, at least 1 damage will go through on this attack, and 1 damage plus a Jinx Rocket will be enough. We are seeing the 3-3 come down, but we are going to see the response with the Cosmic Younglings, so this damage unfortunately doesn't end up hitting the Nexus. I wonder if this attack will go through, but this Youngling... I mean, it's sort of like the anti-Jinx. If Jinx does 3 damage per turn, Youngling heals 1 damage per turn, and Arima needs to draw this Jinx in the next 2 turns, or it's going to need 3 rockets or 4 rockets.
Yeah, KY is starting to heal.
It's a very unfortunate position for Arima, but Arima can stall out the game. This game is not going to end for... As it currently stands, like 2 or 3 more attack tokens, so Arima could find the Jinx, could find the Echo, could find ways of getting value and getting burn.
And the top deck is going to be a Scrying Sand, another card that doesn't really quite help. Technically, it can reduce the 2-turn clock from the Immortal Fire into a 3-turn clock. Because 4 damage, 4 times 2 is not 10. The last time I checked mathematics. But that's a level up Jace. And access to doubled up Acceleration Gate.
There is Acceleration Gate, but it will be responded to by these crazy cards in Arima's deck. We've seen all of these cards be relevant. And so we're not even going to see the Acceleration Gate come down, respecting the Avenging Vastaya, and specifically the Avenging Vastaya's ambush, and just getting rid of the unit itself. But the Quicksand could also prevent this unit from dying, stalling it out for yet another turn. We're going to see what these draws or these pulls end up being like, but these cute draws by Arima are stalling out the game, but unfortunately they're not actually winning the game. They're not Jinx. They're not these draw cards that you need to actually get through. So while we are seeing the game last a little bit longer, these deck decisions aren't helping win the game, only delay demise.
This prediction could... Whoa, that's the Jinx! That's the Jinx! That could matter.
Do you see the Jinx? If Jinx wasn't selected, I will become the Joker. Jinx definitely should have been taken, and KYZ doesn't actually have a way of killing Jinx in the hand. There is the Jace who could challenge Jinx, but there's also Quicksand, although Quicksand will probably need to be used defensively against this, the Phoenix. This Jinx is possibly going to be able to do a lot. Now, Jinx will deal 3 damage next turn, and possibly 3 damage the turn after, but the issue is that KYZ is going to be at 7 health by then, so we will need 3 rockets, or 2 rockets plus a Mystic Shot. This is possible. Arima just needs to draw properly.
Yeah, it is really close game here on the game number 3. This Cosmic Youngling as well, it's becoming the deciding factor here. The healing just doesn't stop. It kind of protect KYZ from double rocket, like what you said. It's still anybody's game.
And Arima's deck has a lot of top decks now. Another Quicksand would prevent lethal. Stuff like Mystic Shot and Get Excited can kill the Phoenix, or more importantly, kill Jace to protect Jinx. This game is far, far from over. Now, KYZ is probably going to go for Acceleration Gate and try and go for that lethal. So, Arima is definitely going to need Mystic. It's going to need Get Excited from Jinx, or it's going to need Quicksand. And there are 2 draws to find it, as well as the possibility for Time Trick to find them even quicker. I'm going to have to see what these draws are, but I'm at the edge of my sheet. Both my sheet and my seat have got me on the edge of them. You see Feral, which is not what you need, and Echo, which does not kill either of these units. We're going to see Acceleration Gate come down.
Oh, that double Acceleration Gate is also going to pump the power of the Phoenix going to be 10. If the Phoenix manages to connect, it's going to be, well, it's going to be potentially over.
I mean, that's deterministic lethal as long as Arima isn't able to play the rocket. If KYZ gives Arima 2 actions by, I don't know, playing the Mystic Shot instead of doing the attack, Arima could get the rocket and try and kill these units. We are going to see an Invoke try and look for something cute. I don't know what. I guess the Traveler. I guess trying to look for things like healing? But this could mean that Arima has the 2 actions necessary. But there is Living Legend, so even if the rocket comes down, Living Legends will be able to summon a bunch of things. But Arima probably trying to look for their rocket, trying to find the win.
Okay, definitely interesting because when I see the Targonian Tailstone committed, I was expecting KYZ to commit a Hush on the Jinx, so there will be no rocket potentially created. That could be a line, right?
Yeah, that would have definitely been a line. It prevents 3 damage worth of lethal. But I think KYZ is just trying to find, like, healing, trying to find ways of beating any type of burn. But look, Arima can't go for lethal this turn and has lost the Jinx and will probably need a skip to try to find, although has clicked Echo. But the Super Mega Death Rocket's going to come down, kill Jace and the Phoenix, but kill the Phoenix. It'll
Not
come back
really
from the
killing
ashes
the
and
Phoenix.
revive. As well as another Phoenix or a Great Beyond. KYZ is going to be able to do the elusive damage and go in for the lethal in the next couple of actions.
And that's all the card from Arima's hand, and the attack token right now on the side of KYZ. This Great Beyond and Immortal Fire going to connect to the Nexus, dealing 18. And Arima cannot do anything about it.
Arima nearly had the out, nearly had the Jinx, nearly had the Mystic Shot, nearly had exactly what they needed. We're doing the Shen GG emote on both sides, but KYZ finding the Rocket Barrages for the win. Both players having very interesting cards in their deck, but it just didn't end up panning out, and Arima loses to KYZ on both of them on interesting lineups.
It's just so close. It's so close that one final HP. I have to credit that win to KYZ's Cosmic Youngling. It's what keeping KYZ alive, despite Arima trying to rain down the rocket to the Nexus.
I mean, what's stronger? One little goatee boy or a crazed woman from Piltover that had a whole TV show named after her? I think we know the answer to that question today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just an absolutely interesting game. I mean, Cosmic Call has sort of been like a little bit of a sleeper pick for a lot of people. I know that a lot of America's players have been thinking about bringing it, but just hasn't gone around to it. But that was a very long round. We saw 2 very interesting best of 3s, and it ended up going into the last couple of minutes. So thanks for tuning in, and we shall see you in the round of 32.
I cannot wait!
Welcome back to the top 32 of the World Qualifier Open for the APAC Pacific Shard. I am Spids, and I'm joined by 4Second. That was an absolute behemoth of a couple games a second ago, but we're going to be going into some very interesting games. We're going to be having Goofball, who... This isn't a Spids broadcast if it doesn't have Goofball, and who will Goofball be playing against?
Goofball is going to play against Evil Jello. I don't really remember the name. It's kind of new to me, but considering that Evil Jello already make it to the top 32 on the World Qualification Tournament, it could be a player that you have to put an eye on it.
We're going to quickly look at the bracket just to keep you all informed about where everyone's going. Aurora did beat K, and FNP Chenia did beat Gish, as well as Kicker A, as we saw, beat Suraharu. A lot of the names that have been consistently doing really well were able to get the wins that they needed to get. And, I mean, a lot of these players are playing for their qualification, trying to get into Worlds, one of their last opportunities to do so.
Ooh. Yeah, and for the second quadrant here, we are going to see that Mr. Bear from Singapore actually advancing to the top 32. Returning name, a very strong player, and we are also going to see ABG Belkut and Pokeberry. And don't forget to mention, KDF Reroll also make it to the top 32, the last semi-finalist from the World 2022. It's going to, well, fight it out again.
Another couple of players have made their way through: KDF, Enko, Giotto, Zeta VZ, and Kintes, or Kinhtes, taking out what is, a tough bracket, right? These top
really
cuts, half the players get lost, and we see, another half players get through. These are not easy rounds, and we're seeing some of these 2-0s are going to be very, very difficult.
And that is the match that's going to be showcased. ABG Nessie from Singapore against Evil Jello. I cannot wait to see how this thing unfolds. And also, FNP J01 make it to the top 32, as well as Crossbone and Key from Japan. And we did saw KYZ from the top 64. And we did saw the match, doing really well on it. And we cannot wait to see how things going to unfold on the top 32.
And I mean, there's 5 rounds ahead for these players, and 5 rounds ahead seems like a long time away, and every single one, half the players are going to be going down. It's honestly cutthroat that 50% of the players just go down every single time. But we will be going into the matchup of ABG Nessie or Goofball. They change the name a little bit every so often on what is a pretty interesting lineup. I mean, I say it's interesting. I could not tell you what it is, actually. I have not checked. Nessie is on a Jananilla, Seraphine, Set Ionia, and the Cosmic Cold deck. I will be breaking down these decks for you now. Nilla Janna, as we have seen, and I mean, I'm sure all of you guys have seen a bunch of times, is this just, you draw, everything's cheaper, you play for these high-tempo plays of things like Cloudwinder and Mariner when they're cheaper, or Divine Whirlwind when it's cheaper, or Howling Gale when it just does 1.5 billion damage, mathematically speaking. Sunken Temple, 2 copies, Wines and Helmsman, 3 copies, no longer on the Tide Dancer, just going for these constant value engines, basically. Helmsman being like old Ishtali Sentinel of a massive unit that destroys the unit and does burn damage. And then we see these 4 columns of Seraphine Set, another Sunken Temple deck. This deck has been seeing a lot of play recently as the modern take on an IOPZ deck. We've seen it in the past with Victor, we've seen it in the past with Karma, now we're seeing it with Seraphine and Set. Cards like Rocket Barrage are finding their way into this deck, as well as Caustic Riff, Portal Pioneer, and Smooth Mixologist, even Disciple of Duran. Of course, Goofball would run a card like that. Just very interesting deck. Both landmarks. There's been a bit of a split on which landmarks you want to take. Kind of a bit of everything in that deck. And finally, the Jace Cosmic Call deck, with both of the Solari Shieldbearer and Solari Sunhawk as sort of modern additions into this deck. Again, another Rocket Barrage. We're seeing this is basically just a triple PNZ lineup. You can see the icons at the bottom. There's as many Mystic Shots and High Notes as you could possibly want feasibly in these decks. 2 Celestial Wonder is very good into a lot of the mid-range stuff, right? I'm imagining Scouts open attacks you, and you Celestial Wonder, and then their attack is just gone. They can't even CS because the unit stays stunned, just in ready for CS.
And for the opponent, there is Evil Jello with the first deck of Nilla Janna. This Nilla Janna is, well, the landmark version, the Sunken Temple version with the triple Wizen Helmsman. It's kind of like the strong deck in the tournament right now. You are going to see this in APAC, EMEA, and Americas. This deck is not going away anytime soon, at least on this season. It's a really strong deck, and it just can really be explosive with the updraft, with all the damage, all the burn damage. And then for the second deck, there is going to be a Shen Jarvan with one of Sacred Protector. There is no champion strength on the Shen Jarvan, but there is going to be a double deny that can help to fight against a champion strength deck. But unfortunately for Evil Jello, there is no champion strength from the side of Goofball. Goofball is running the triple PNG lineup, but we can see Shen Jarvan still going to pull out some really big strong turn. And for the last deck, it's going to be Karma Set Freljord. We see Karma Set Piltover, we see Karma Set Targon. This is the Freljord variation with the ramp to reach the Enlightenment faster with the ramp. It is a really strong deck. But it is just, Karma Set, what can I say? You go to speed run to the turn 10, you reach Enlightenment, and you start doubling up the coins. And now we are entering the pick and ban situation. What do you think, Spitz?
I think these are two sets of 3 decks that I haven't seen brought together before. I've brought something similar that Evil Jello has got into tournaments in the past, and typically they're trying to ban Nila Janna, so I'm going to expect a Nila Janna ban. I mean, Karma Set Freljord is bigger than Set Seraphine. You both have the double champion, you both have the set, but one's ramp and one of them does not. And the Cosmic Call deck, if you just freeze out the Celestials, you will be able to beat it. So I'm imagining that Nila Janna is the ban. Like, Nessie won't be able to play that, and Evil Jello will be trying to ban it. What do you think Nessie's going to ban?
Okay, if I'm going to put myself in Nessie's shoes, alright, so it's actually interesting because is it going to be a ban on the Nila Janna as well? Like a mirror ban, like it's just a strong deck?
I think that it's possible. I'm wondering if Nessie is actually trying to almost target Nila Janna. I don't know what Cosmic Call and Nila Janna look like as a matchup. I feel like Nila Janna is just going to be slow to the ground and beat this deck that relies on turn 8 and 9 in order to win. But this Jace deck is on things like the Rocket Barrage, like enough Mystic Shots, like Aftershock, which does kill the champions. So I'm not sure what that matchup looks like. I think Nessie could ban anything, and I could possibly see a world where I could justify it. I wonder if Nessie's just going to ban... it might just be Nila Janna, you're right. I'm looking at the other decks, and they're just not as powerful. They're just not doing a powerful thing compared to Nila Janna.
Yeah, the second best deck would be, I think, Karma Set Freljord, but I don't see that often in the ladder. I don't see that often in the tournament setting. It's just a wild card here. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, these players are going to know their lineups better than we can do. I'm sure that they've thought about what the scenario would be like. They've looked at their opponent for the last 20 minutes, sweating over the fact that one of them's fighting an evil form of Jello and the other one's fighting the goofiest ball to ever exist. I'm sure they're just like quaking in their boots, but they're going to be able to make the best decision they can. Have you seen much of this Seraphine set deck? What do you think about it?
Seraphine set deck, it's a deck that is intentionally inconsistent because of the win condition, Pursuit of Perfection. It is, despite being inconsistent, there is kind of like a card that kind of do similar things in Piltover and Zone. And, well, wait, we got the bans.
The bans on Nila Janna and Jace, and it seems we're going to get into the game. Nessie on Nila Janna and Evil Jello on the Karma Set Freljord. And as we see, there is a Sky Singer, Serene thereof, to try and cheapen all the spells, but Nessie's going to be a bit low to the ground. This is a bad matchup for Jello and a good matchup for Nessie. We'll see how this ends up panning out.
Yes. And we see the Omen Hawk on one. There is not many unit that I remember Evil Jello is running on the Karma Set Freljord, so it has a high chance of the Omen Hawk buff going to hit the champion.
And that can definitely be relevant. I mean, Nessie is trying to find these things like this Howling Gale or the Divine Whirlwind to kill things like Karma and Set, but giving a +1/+1 to either of those champions will be phenomenal. And is that a singular will I see?
It is a singular will after getting the buff. It used to be costing like how much? 10 mana? Was it?
10 mana, yeah.
Yeah, 10 mana, and now it's costing 9. That 1 mana difference is really impactful for the card. but
We
okay.
do see Nessie attack in with Nilla, get the slipstream in the hand. Nessie's got both champions, but so does Evil Jello. But Nessie's champions will come online a little bit earlier. We're probably going to see Janna on 4 into, I presume, a Temple on 5. And we're seeing the Pool Shark to give more fodder for the Janna discard. Evil Jello passing, not really having anything to do, probably trying to find a set, but no ramp on Evil Jello's side means they are a bit slower than they otherwise would be.
Well, Evil Jello also have one answer for the Sunken Temple if Nessie decided to want to play the Sunken Temple, which, well, just recently got updrafted. But Evil Jello drew the Portal Pioneer, the Explorer, the recent edition of the last expansion. Explorer card is able to remove a landmark for 2 mana. And I think Nessie knows that there is Explorer on the deck and kind of anticipate that. That's why Nessie updrafted away the Sunken Temple.
Yeah, I really like the discard of the Sunken Temple, realizing that on this turn you want to be playing for a massive tempo advantage, and Sunken Temple says 5 mana do nothing. And Evil Jello doesn't really have good ways of disrupting tempo this turn. It's going to be a set, or it's going to be a Concussive Palm, but Evil Jello's stuck in this 1 card per turn, hell, basically, while Nessie's going to be playing upwards of 6 just to blow out the entire hand. So we're going to see these passes come down. I expect to see quite a few more before this Concussive Palm or set comes down. We're going to see it now stopping the Nilla and probably blocking one of these quick attack units or preventing Janna from attacking at all.
Yeah, it's just the power of Nilla Janna deck. You have access to 0 mana 3/1, you have access to updraft discount, you have access to Cloudwinder is not really a good the good stat line for its cost, but it is enabling your order discount. And also, if you need extra spell mana, there is also access to Mariam as well. Updrafting a card for a spell mana. It's really, really explosive turn that Nilla Janna player can have.
What's this?
Nessie has got a choice and decides not to play the Slipstream. Evil Jello can't really deal with Janna outside of set, and Slipstream is a great way to maintain these Janna discounts and try and go for that Janna level up. So I really like not going for the Slipstream, even though you can updraft the cards that are fleeting. Not going for it and keeping it for next turn is quite lovely, and I mean, there's still damage going through. Evil Jello has to block with the Omen Hawk, and I guess they're thinking about set next turn, but Nessie's got a really powerful board and just continues to draw cards.
So the set going to drop down, and I believe it's going to be answering the Janna, right?
Technique is for lightweight.
Almost certainly.
And are we going to think that Evil Jello is preparing for a singular will here to equalize the board state? Potentially, right?
Yeah, Evil Jello could do that. If Nessie develops next turn, there could be that singular will. Set nowhere near flipping. Everyone give their thank you to production for doing such a wonderful job so far.
Thank you so much.
And Nessie has got a Nilla. Thank you. I was actually just about to ask that, production. You are lovely and on fire today. Nilla is very close to leveling. This Cloudwinder plus this Slipstream will level Nilla on the open, and Janna is already leveled. I mean, Nessie knows exactly what they're doing. Lovely level up animation with both skins. I mean, Evil Jello's succumbing to Nessie having good skins, good draws, everything that they need. Jello just doesn't have what they need in response.
That's going to be drawing 5 card next turn. Nessie is going to draw 5 card. That's going to level up the Nilla. And there's just no blocker right now from the side of Evil Jello. That's going to be so much damage. Is that 18? Okay, I need to count here for a bit. 3 from Nilla, 2 from Nilla passive, 3 from Janna. And then that's 8, 10, 13, 15, 17. But with the Eye of the Storm, it could be possible now. Technically, yes, Evil Jello have access to Concussive Palm, but that's a lot of damage.
This is a lot of damage coming through, and this is just the power of Nilla Janna. I mean, if this is your first tuning in into what this season has been like, everyone has experienced this Janna flipped on turn 6, Nilla flipped right after, all these Cloudwinders and quick attacks. We're concussive palming to save 3 health, and you're losing most of your mana this turn. It does not feel good. And Nessie could even just draw into another Eye of the Storm, or a Mystic Shot, or a Divine Whirlwind, or a bunch of other cards. This is just Nilla Janna at its core, at its heart. This is what it's been doing to everyone on ladder.
Yeah, not only you have access to unit damage, the burn damage is also not something that you can ignore. It's just amazing.
So
And
this game
Evil
isn't
Jello,
over.
yeah, it's not
Evil
over
Jello
yet.
does have stuff. Yeah. I mean, we're going to see the heal, and what could Evil Jello top deck in order to make this feel a lot more fair?
Ooh, the Wings of the Cryo Phoenix. I kind of forgot the name, but there is this Anivia spell that kind of work like an avalanche, an upgraded version of it that deal 3 damage. But that is not going to be enough to kill the Janna and Nila. The champion is going to stick around. Ooh, what could be the miracle top deck there?
There's so many. It's so hard. Evil Jelly would have to find something like Smooth Mixologist, stay alive for a little bit longer into a set to try and pull things like the Nilla. Nessie is just playing these cards to get them out of the hand. I guess just trying to empty as much as possible to draw as much next turn. Not going for the Sunken Temples and deciding to get Mayim and Pool Shark, but Evil Jello just sitting here thinking, what am I out? I've got a bunch of draw. I've got the opportunity to find things like Set and Mixologist. How can I win this game? And there's a lot that could possibly happen. Evil Jello has quite a few draws.
It's also Evil Jello so far away from being enlightened to reach the 10 mana, where Karma really shines over there. But On's ABG Nessie, On's Nessie got the next attack token. I mean, Nessie doesn't even have to wait for the attack token. Nessie can just deal the 4 remaining damage through the burn damage, and are we going to see it? Ooh, 1 mystic shot. I saw 1 mystic shot there.
I'll make it my business to know.
Oh, the Mixologist actually helping to Evil Jello to stay alive here.
Yeah, Smooth Mixologist saving the health because Nessie does have the burn, the Divine Whirlwind and the Mystic Shot. Would have been answered by Denied, but developing a 3-4 is better than spending 4 mana to just play a Denied. Nessie seemingly is going to try and go for the burn, but it won't be enough. But even if the burn isn't enough, Nessie does have the open attack of a bunch of damage, and Jello is probably going to have to draw in order to find the cards that allow them to stay alive next turn. Mixologist does heal, but nothing prevents the attack. There's no harsh winds. There's no concussive harm. Nothing's going to prevent this. What is this? 14 damage coming through?
Yeah, and also not forgetting the Nila passive, like dealing 2 non-lethal damage. 3, 5, 8, 10, 13, 16. That's not counting the burn that Nessie can commit now if Nessie wants to. But Nessie can also just opt in to remove the blocker with the Gacha and Howling Gale. There is only Portal Pioneer as a blocker.
Nessie is just removing every single unit. I'm pretty sure Nessie is the evil person here. Not a single unit is allowed to survive as Nessie is having this board of 5 cards. And Jello's like, please let me play my Portal Pioneer. It's just a 1-1. And Nessie's saying, no, it's going to get Mystic Shotted. Absolutely just brutal what Nessie is doing to this poor player. Nessie even just playing a draw card, not even using the buff or anything. And then replacing it with the Windborn Mariner, having 3, smiling guys trying to come into the Nexus. This is just abhorrent.
Yeah, it's the leap of faith indeed. That is a lot of damage, and a Rejuvenating Breeze, that's going to heal 3. But I don't think that's going to save Evil Jello here from 15 damage. Like, the last time I checked, 6 plus 3 is not 16, so that's going to be the game number 1 going to go to ABG Nessie. 1 game up and already the Nila Janna. That's why this deck is feared. The explosion of turn in the turn 4, it's just insane. Whew. And now that is Set Seraphim left for ABG Nessie.
Evil Jello will be trying to 2-0 this deck, and it's probably the deck that they were trying to 2-0 in this lineup. Karma set is bigger than this Seraphine set, and that is the matchup we're going to see first. All Evil Jello really wants here are Champions and Ramp, and all Nessie wants are Champions and Landmarks. And we're probably going to see the mulligans be exactly that. Yep, only Champions were kept, nothing else was kept.
Yeah, whoops. I think this is going to be an interesting match, honestly. The Karma set versus Set Seraphim.
Yeah, there's going to be some interesting plays. I mean, Seraphine does have 4 health, and Set is very easily able to challenge that 4 health. There seems to be a little bit of technical difficulties that we're trying to work through at the moment. But at the end of the day, like I think the Karma deck is going to find those showstoppers earlier, and the Karma deck does. I mean, both decks run landmark removal, but the fact that the Seraphine Set deck is more reliant on landmarks than the Karma deck means that the Seraphine deck isn't going to have as much raw power because they're just going to be Portal Pioneered away.
Okay, the longer the game goes, actually, who do you think that's going to have the better advantage? Because for some reason, I think it's going to be the Set Seraphine because of the Pursuit of Perfection, and there is just not many things that you can do in Freljord to abuse the late game to reach full power. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't really have that much experience fighting with or against the deck lately.
I mean, I think that Harsh Wind is able to prevent the Catastrophe from coming in for too much, and Catastrophe, despite being a 30-30, can do nothing against Set going to the fighting ring and showing what the show is about and stopping it entirely. We are in game, and Seraphine has come down, and Evil Jello hasn't found a ramp in any of these games, but does have 2 champions, and that's maybe more important.
Yes. So the first few turns of this, technically, I think both of them are control deck, right? Yeah, it's going to be slow, really slow early game. There is a Set coming down. That I believe that Evil Jello is fine taking the pass, not giving the Set a good trade or a good damage to the Set here.
I think Evil Jello is pretty fine with that. All they want to do is wait for this Karma and this Set to come down on turn 10 and take over the game from there. And passing from Evil Jello's perspective is always going to be better. Never mind, this Omen Hawk has indeed buffed this Set, and I mean, one Set's bigger than the other. We are going to see this trade come in, probably so that Nessie is able to high note, but Evil Jello might just respond with a tag out and make all of this just coming back and coming back in. Just waiting.
And definitely we are going to see that. Okay, we kind of miss on the Omen. We kind of miss on the Omen Hawk buff. We did not saw that. But this recall also going to reset the Set into the natural stat line, the 4/5, removing the Omen Hawk buff. But maybe Evil Jello doesn't care about that. Evil Jello just need to play passively, reach turn 10, reach Enlightenment, and from that, it's going to be all business, Evil Jello.
Evil Jello just thinking about what to do with their mana. They could pass here, because equal passes are going to be better for Evil Jello than Nessie. For Evil Jello, what they've got going on is Enlightenment. That's how they create their own Seraphine. Well, for Nessie to create their own Seraphine, which is, funnily enough, via Seraphine, they need to be actively playing cards. So Evil Jello is going to feel more comfortable taking their time. They are playing Set here just to try and challenge Seraphine. One way of preventing Seraphine from leveling is to see that she is dead. That's just one thing that is able to prevent Seraphine from leveling. We do see the Clockling probably trying to pick a Set. Just more champions equals good is a very easy way of viewing these decks. But not instantly clicking. We're going to see what ends up getting picked, and it is the Set.
Well, the second Set, aka the Facebreaker as a champion spell. I don't know if that's going to matter, but we are going to see.
Sorry, Papa.
Nessie loses their Seraphine. Nessie still has 2 more in the deck, and this is the sort of matchup we're talking about. How many more in the deck is extremely relevant, because this matchup could end up going to deck out. Another Seraphine is draw. She sees her call, and the Set is going to trade into the Set. Nessie trying to make sure that, no, you can't kill my champion, I'm going to kill your champion. Evil Jello probably responding with a stun or a freeze, just letting this slowly battle through. This is what Ionia mirrors are like. You're just slowly battling through your removal and your stuns until someone comes out on top.
I think Nessie has the great turn to drop down the back alley bar here. Back alley bar, it's a landmark that we don't see much often, especially after the introduction of the Explorer card, which, by the way, Evil Jello have. And we are going to see it immediately removed with the excavation here. I kind of forget the name, the shovel one. What is it?
Explorer's excavation. I mean, it makes sense. I don't imagine Yordles are a big fan of drinking at the bar, and this barkeep is gonna unfortunately lose what they've built their whole life around and this whole deck around. But this Yordle is just not having any of it. supporting Set in making sure that the only proper place in Runeterra are the fighting pits. It's round 8 now, only 2 more rounds until Enlightened, and Nessie isn't close enough to Seraphine yet. We're going to see these sets be trade off. Set gets the barrier, and then Evil Jello just needs to find any sort of damage, like a Cryo Phoenix, in order to get rid of this set. 2 Karmas and a set on Evil Jello, and only 2 sets and a Seraphine on Nessie is just... It's not equal. Jello's in the better position right now. But Nessie's set is a little bit more leveled up.
15 mana to progress for Evil Jello. Meanwhile, Nessie just need to spend like 10 more mana to level up. Actually, can Nessie spend 12 mana this turn with a Pleasure Bet? Yes, actually, Nessie can do that. With a Pleasure Bet and commit the coin, Nessie can create Showstopper as early as this turn.
And that's not like Evil Jello has to have an answer, has to have a response, has to use Deny or something. And getting those cards out is so important. One way of seeing Set is that it's a card that constantly demands interaction and something to do, while Evil Jello only has like 12 or 15 cards in the deck that can do that. You have to go through 12 or 15 eventually, and that's what Nessie, I think, might go for, although they're going for Aftershock instead to kill the Karma. Probably relatively equal in its value, and I mean, unless we see the Deny come down, has no response.
I think we are going to see the Deny. Like, no, okay. Evil Jello have the access to second Karma, but I think you have to deny this. I think Evil Jello have to deny this. Like, the Enlightenment is about to come. It's going to in 2 more turns. And Karma, if survive on the round end, it's going to create a random spell. That could be relevant. That could be creating another stalling tool for Evil Jello to reach turn number 10. Right now, the stalling tool for the Evil Jello is only double Harshwind. It can be useful against a strike-based attack, but the set Seraphine is not about striking. It's about spell casting, spell slinging.
Yeah. Nessie will be able to create the Showstopper next turn, and as it currently stands, Evil Jello has no way of dealing with Showstopper. Serene Skysinger does not do it, and Nessie has drawn a very angry plan to make a very, very big cat. Nessie probably going to try and kill this Karma, and then post Harshwinds is probably going to try and go for the Showstopper. Nessie's got rather a big hand, and Evil Jello doesn't have any draw and doesn't have any Deny, while Nessie has got a little bit more value in their hand. Nessie's hand is looking a lot better.
That's a level up on the set, and now the Showstopper becoming available to be created. That could be something that kill the Karma, obliterate the Karma. It's better than kill.
It's a little bit weird to imagine that Set, a very like proud Ionian in a sense, is trying to obliterate the spirit of Ionia, but sometimes it's what you just have to do in order to win the games, and I think Nessie's realizing that and deciding to challenge first and gonna Showstop what it's presumably a mirror image. We're gonna stay within lore, and while Evil Jello is gonna go for the Harshwinds, I can't not imagine Nessie going for the Showstopper right after.
Oh, not trading the Barkeep with the Tail of the Dragon. Instead, chum blocking it with the Portal Pioneer. I think Evil Jello want to keep the Tail of the Dragon alive. I have no idea why. Perhaps want to recall it and have access to another palm? That could be interesting.
I think it's more so that Portal Pioneer just has 1 health, and Portal Pioneer is going to die to the Showstopper anyway. While if a tag out is drawn or damage needs to be made, this 3/2 does have more value. Now, you could have traded into the unit, but at least you're getting some value out of that 1/1 for now on this turn.
I see.
Nessie developing these Poros, having a cute little time. I don't know if there's any Poro Kings in this top cut. I hope that there are. That's a deck that's been coming up a little bit around recently. But Nessie just thinking, what is the best way to get the Showstopper? And Evil Jello just hoping that there's no Showstopper about to obliterate Karma.
Well, there is a Professor Fonyip, I mean the cat on the side of ABG Nessie, but the different version, not the 30-30 version. It's the elusive one, the Nyandroid. Where does it come from? Did ABG Nessie just main deck it?
I doubt it's a main deck, but I think it's from Back Alley Bar.
Oh.
Seraphine has flipped and sung a song, and Set decided this song was so beautiful that he's gonna go kill Karma for it. or more accurately, obliterate karma, destroying both champions. And I mean, even if you blocked out both hands and you just look at the board, I think one board is looking a little bit stronger than the other one at the moment.
It is, but okay, this could be entering the turn 10 category. Do Evil Jello want to drop the karma now? Or, okay, Evil Jello want to be patient, and we are going to see the karma drop down here. The upside of developing the karma last turn is karma going to generate one random spell that could be relevant, but oh, we are not going to go for the karma. Instead, we are going to see the Siren Skysinger.
I think Evil Jello is realizing that it is unlikely for Nessie not to have a way to instantly kill Karma. So what Evil Jello is going to be looking for is Sky Splitter or Tag Out or Draw just to get enough value from the Karma, and deciding that it's much worth not throwing away my Karma. Karma is the only way I can win this game. I can't let her die. While Nessie is saying, I am going to kill you on board and you can't do anything about it.
Ooh. That's a lot of damage on the board as well. If Nessie can clear the board here from the set of Evil Jello, that might be threatening to open attack lethal. I mean, we do know that there is the double harsh wind that can put a stop to that. It will frostbite the Nyandroid. It will frostbite the set. So
this Nyandroid is getting larger and larger. I mean, this set deck and this Seraphine deck creates just a bunch of random cards. We got the 3 Poros from Poro Stories. We've got the Ionian Tillstones. We've got the coins. We've got everything. And this cat is going to be bigger than everything else. I mean, just looking at it right now, technically a cat is stronger than Set. And that's a little bit funny.
Yeah, it is the mini version of the Pursuit of Perfection, the Catastrophe. But the elusive one. So it kind of makes sense to be stronger. And whoops, there goes the attack.
Technically, the attack come down.
Yeah, the Omen Hawk just recently got buffed. It's able to block elusive now. So this Nyandroid getting blocked by a measly little penguin here.
Harsh Winds could also come into play, preventing a little bit of damage instead of going down to 6. Nessie does have, I think, a doubled Mystic Shot as Burn Me. I don't think we've seen a Mystic Shot come down just yet, but Evil Jello did draw the draw card that would be necessary in order to get value off of this Karma. We're going to see Stand United push in 9 damage. Very, very interesting play. Not something I was expecting. I forgot Ionian Tillstones could do that. But it's going to be responded by Harsh Winds.
That's actually... Okay, that's a line that I was not thinking of. Like, and for some reason, I kind of think that Stand United kind of casted twice, but like a Syncopation with Seraphine, but nah, Stand United costing 6, so it's not going to get doubled. And doubled up swap effect like that is kind of like, well, you just don't do anything. Have you ever casted a Syncopation with Seraphine on the board?
Not with Seraphine. I am one of the few proud people of a very low Seraphine mastery. It's either 0 or 40. But what I have done is done the Karma thing, who I quite like Karma. And I'm glad I like Karma because we're seeing her come down, and she will be doubling this place your bets, drawing 4 cards, creating 4 coins, probably seeing the queen come ahead of time so you can do that cycle, and Nessie is going to need to kill Karma in this action. If Nessie cannot kill Karma in this action, she will double everything.
Okay, so Nessie just played the Fierce Financier. It's going to be letting Evil Jello cast the coin into pleasure bets, into play the coin again. And alright, this could be the... Oh, we are about to see it.
I mean, there was a pass by Evil Jello not going for coin into place your bets into coin. And Nessie is going to be able to set up the showstopper. Evil Jello is going to have to play this before the Karma dies. Karma's not dead yet, but Evil Jello is really going to have to play these cards now. I don't know why that action was greeted, but it hasn't been punishing just yet. Evil Jello, I really hope Evil Jello goes for coin. Just does all the animations. Beautiful.
Okay.
Coin, then place your bets, then coin. Let's see what is drawn.
Oh, there's the set. Evil Jello can drop the set on his own. And oh, that is also a protection from this showstopper. A tag out for the Karma. That could be absolutely relevant. But... interesting. Deciding to sacrifice the Karma right now. Oh, just tag out.
I was surprised not to see the coin. The coin should be at +4, which means that you would be able to play Set right after this. Karma is unfortunately going to die, and no Showstopper is going to be able to come down to kill their Set and Seraphine. I would have really liked to see the Set come down, try and deal with the board a little bit more, but Evil Jello is just going to lose their Karma. And Nessie, we're back at where we were at the very start of these last couple of turns. We do see the coin not doubled, but still coming down anyway, and Set will be able to destroy... Who would you prioritize, Set or Seraphine?
Well, I think it's going to be Seraphine. So you don't really have to deal with the double chip spells anymore, and you can just challenge the Set later on with open attack immediately. But that's not the case. We are going to see the Set coming down from the side of AB Nessie. And instead of killing the Seraphine, Evil Jello goes to the Nyan Droid.
Very surprised to see that. Evil Jello does have access to Harsh Winds, a card that does pretty much nothing in this matchup except deal with cards like Neandroid. So I'm very surprised to see that play be made. Seraphine able to double up cards. Now, actually, in the hand, Seraphine can't double up any cards. So maybe Evil Jello is realizing that Nessie isn't doubling anything because they literally cannot. And Evil Jello is going to go in, kill 2 units, kill the Seraphine. I wonder if Nessie's going to do a self-recall, or maybe just do the Stand United again.
I think it's just going to be a Stand United. And the sacrificial unit that's going to get obliterated would be the Barkeep, I believe. Yeah, it is. And, okay, I kind of get it now. Evil Jello kind of want to save this Frostbite for the Catastrophe, the Pursuit of Perfection unit. So that's why Evil Jello kind of hesitated on, on killing the Seraphine and just frostbiting the Nyandroid.
Now, I'm uncertain if production has a counter for the cat, but it's been quite a few turns now, and I'm going to presume the cat is at 20 out of 20. In fact, I can tell you right now it's at 26 out of 20 because it has been played, and Nessie is going to try and go in with this 30-30 Catastrophe. It will be succumbing to a little bit of face breaking, but this card needs to go away at some point, and Evil Jello is going to have to find a way to destroy it, possibly by creating a showstopper, but it can always be recalled back to hand and replayed.
I don't think Evil Jello can spend 12 mana this turn. So, ooh! That is a recall on the Catastrophe. And by the way, Catastrophe is actually costing 1 mana. So this means Nessie can replay the Catastrophe to prepare the little attack again against Evil Jello. And I think Evil Jello will have to commit this Frostbite in this turn.
Yeah, Evil Jello is going to have to commit the Frostbite. This 1 mana unit, obviously everyone's favorite get off Mirai Warden. I'm kidding, of course, Mirai Warden cannot create Catastrophe. But imagine the world if it would. Everyone would be living a much happier life, wouldn't they?
Oh,
You're gonna
absolutely.
see the Harsh Winds come down, and Set is going to block. Oh, sorry, actually, much better. The Healing Lady of Serene Skysinger is going to block. Getting that little bit of healing, making sure you're always blocking in these positions with your best card. Very well played by Evil Jello. I definitely would have been a little bit lazier there.
Oh, Evil Jello cannot spend 12 mana this turn to create the Showstopper. Is the Serene Skysinger kind of like working against Evil Jello now?
Yeah,
Like,
I was gonna say, Serene Skysinger, like, these cards, if they costed any more mana than what they do cost, would allow this to go through, and it's just not happening. We can't create the Showstopper. There's not enough, I don't know what the lore is behind 12 mana for Showstopper, but there's not enough fervor, not enough payment to him in order to create it, because everything's just so cheap.
So this means that the Catastrophe can get Concussive Palm next turn, but the Nyan Droid, there is just no answer for the Nyan Droid right now. The Nyan Droid stick around for so many turns. It just keep growing and growing. It's 14 power.
I mean, this is why I've always believed that cats are better than dogs. Anyway, this Neandroid is gonna be coming in, and like, Nessie's deck does struggle to close out games. You typically win by just preventing the other player from being able to win, but we actually are going to see a win of exactly a 17-2 Neandroid coming down, Set showstoppering the other Set, and Evil Jello has to choose what to stun, but can't choose both.
Unless maybe the top deck. Okay, we saw 2 Harsh Wind. Is there a third copy of it? Third
Most decks should be on 3.
Yeah. Ooh, Glacier Band. That could be a good start.
In the ring.
That could be a good start.
Definitely have to see what this draw is. There are 2 draws here, and they could give you more concussive palms, more harsh winds, even something like a 3 sisters. But these are not the cards that you want. And Nessie, with this catastrophe and with this lovely, lovely Neandroid, is going to be able to go 2-0 against Evil Jello, winning in the top 32.
Wow, Nessie is just continuously advancing. Interesting. Those decks are just really strong. The Nilajana is showing the full potential of what Nilajana can do if there is no such thing as a mana cost. The discount is just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw mana cost working both for and against players here. A Nilajana, the mana cost makes everything cheaper and you're able to just flood the board. But a deck like Karma Set doesn't want the mana cost, not that badly. You sometimes need it for like tempo reasons, but if you can't get your set to do showstoppers, it's just not going to be enough. And we saw that sort of work against the Karma Set player there. Karma Set getting 2-0'd. I'm sure a lot of people are happy about that. Not many people like Karma Set. I'm a little bit sad. I kind of like that, but
Yeah.
so be it.
Well, is Karma Set kind of like an answer for the mid-range meta right now?
Karma Set can answer a lot of the mid-range stuff. You get to freeze Jarvan, you get to freeze Ashe, you get to sort of freeze your Darius Nar. Like, what does Battle Fury do against Harsh Winds, right?
True.
So, Karma Set can do a few things, but that's not what Goofball was on. And that just the matchups didn't align for what wanting to happen. And Goofball was able to find exactly what they wanted.
And we got a match. And who is this? Oh, it's Aurora against Cruz. And
Never mind, it is not Aurora against Cruz. It is the victory screen.
Yeah, and whoops. Yeah, okay. I almost leaked something there.
The secret client no one wants you to know about. Aurora, if you don't know, was has been in Worlds before. You may remember Aurora as a previous ABG player, now part of BLCK. I'm going to presume that was the end of the entire match. It was probably a 2-0 or a 2-1 of some capacity. It is going to a third. Thank you, production. You have been lovely. So we will be able to see what that final match is. Hopefully it'll be a good one.
Well, I don't even get to see the decks, what was played. I mean, it just happened so fast. We just tune in and then it just the victory screen.
Yeah. Well, it's better than seeing a defeat screen. Victory always gives you a little bit more dopamine than the defeat screen.
Absolutely. And now we are going to see the game number 3? Game number 3,
Jace Cosmic Call versus Seraphine Ionia. Seems we're seeing the same stuff today so far. And I wonder, who do you think is favored in this matchup?
Okay, this is kind of weird, but I think that the Jace Celestial is much more favored against the Seraphine. It just have the access to 3 mana Living Legend, potentially 5 mana Living Legend, and discounted big Celestial that can handle the catastrophe no problem, can handle all the... Well, it's just really strong, this Jace Celestial. And especially, one of the weakness of Jace Celestial is the deck that going fast, but Seraphine set is not gonna go fast. It just...
Cruz managed to find the Disintegrate, one of the few ways of killing the 7/7. I mean, Aurora must feel... On one hand, Aurora must feel awful that they got by the one card that Seraphine could have gotten. Just the only one that would have destroyed Aurora in this position. But, to be completely honest, Aurora did not have much stake in that card. It would have done some pressure, it would have helped out a little bit, but what Aurora is really looking for is to double up a Cosmic Call, maybe be a little bit greedy, but being able to get those extra looks at Living Legends and try and find a win that way. Sunken Temple responded to it by an Aftershock, just doing these trades that are necessary.
But there is a Noblefy as an answer for that Aftershock. Cruz saw that. I mean, usually we don't see that Sunken Temple on 5 against the deck that can destroy a landmark reliably without a backup of a Noblefy like that. Denial, Noblefy. And well, this Sunken Temple going to stick around. There is just no secondary landmark destruction in the hand of Aurora right now. And we saw the first Cosmic Call.
Wonder what the take is here. All of those are interesting, and I really like this take of Cosmic Inspiration. Cruise's deck is a deck that requires direct spot removal. Your Aftershocks, your Mystic Shots, and all of these things. And while there aren't that many units in Aurora's deck, the fact that Forge Chief will become a 4-3 is so much more punishing than it being a 2-1. So I really like this take compared to the other options. The removal is not going to remove that much. Sunken Temple, though, I mean, it's drawn so many cards, everything's going to be cheaper. It's a big control mirror with lots at stake.
Jana, I answer.
Well, there is also that deny to cancel the Cosmic Inspiration here from the set of Cruise. Are we going to see that potentially? Is there any better denied target? Like maybe this Rocket Barrage that's going to connect to the Seraphine?
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen. What's really difficult about dealing with Sunken Temple decks and what Cruise is going to be banking on a lot is that mana is no longer real when Sunken Temple has come down onto the ground. You can't wait for Sunken Temple to tap under 4 mana so you can play your card, because this deny could cost 0 mana in 4 turns time. We're going to see Rocket Barrage come down, threatening the Seraphine, but 1 mana tag out to get a Seraphine that generates another spell, which means Sunken Temple is still going to replace it with something, and Aurora is completely out of mana. I feel like while Aurora is normally favored, the fact that this Sunken Temple has stuck is really punishing.
It just... Also, the card is super cheap. Like, there is a 2 mana Smooth Mixologist there. And the card that usually costing 4, it's just... Well, Cruise can play a lot of card, basically.
I think that when we step back a little and we analyze what are these decks trying to do, they are both combo control decks. They're both control decks that try and last until turn 8 and 10 and then try and win through absurd mana cheating and the value that they get from it. Cruises relies on this Sunken Temple, which discounts everything, and Seraphine, which double stuff. Aurora relies on Cosmic Call and spamming out units with the Living Legends. Aurora doesn't have that engine online right now. They need to find their Living Legends and empty their hand, while Cruise is sitting incredibly pretty with 2 of their engines set up very, very comfortably and able to eventually set things up. Cruise is in a fantastic position just on the basis of what these decks are trying to do with their mana and their win cons.
Oh, talking about settings up, there's also Set going up to the board there. And I believe that Set is kind of close to level up. I'm not sure if that's going to matter, because there is just, as of currently, there is nothing to obliterate on the side of Aurora.
Aurora finds the perfect opportunity, waiting for Deny not to be in hand. Aurora can't know when Deny is in hand, but just rips it and hopes that it works, and it happens to work. That's going to help Aurora a lot in trying to gain tempo over the next couple of turns, because currently Aurora is quite behind on tempo, both in terms of card cheating, mana cheating, and actually having a board presence. Like, at the end of the day, we can talk about how these decks are combo-based win cons, but you also have to deal 20 damage to the Nexus somehow.
Whoa, okay, Crash just overdraw there. Okay, the Sunken Temple also draw you 1 extra card per end of the turn, right? For the round start.
It does.
Ooh, it just... Never-ending card, never-ending value. Despite that, Crash have board presence. Crash also not losing the... what's the name? The hand size to Aurora as well.
We're going to see the Rocket Barrage come down, and are we going to see another... No. Okay, we're going to instead see the recall, leveling up Seraphine and keeping Reggie around. I thought for a second we were going to see the repeat of the Shen's, or the Shen spell called Stand United, but not yet. Maybe in future.
Okay, I was not counting about the Seraphine level up. This is really clever. You are keeping the Pharaoh's Financier, Reggie, that's going to die from the 1 damage from the Rocket Barrage, and you are also leveling up the Seraphine that's going to not die from the Rocket Barrage. This is clever play from Kruz. It's amazing, what can I say? And Mixologist healing the unit that's going to be potentially dying. I like that. There is no need to heal the Nexus anyway. Both player is already round 9 and nobody taking damage for now. It's something. It's Legend of Runeterra. Control mirror.
I really like the way that Mixologist has been finding use in this scenario, being able to heal the Seraphine. When you're playing your decks, you've got to figure out what is the most value I can get out of my cards. Mixologist's most value is not healing the Nexus. You'd rather prevent your units from dying, which is not that common with Mixologist. We see Set Flip just show absolutely what he needs to do and probably going to destroy this poor Forge Chief who's just trying to work in Jace's lab.
And yeah, okay. Aurora also haven't found the second copy of the Cosmical or the Jace indeed to double up the Cosmical. It definitely is something.
You see the Song Spinner, but I feel like the hand is a little bit full. Not all of these will end up going in. But the Song Spinner's there just to get the Showstopper, create a little bit of value and burn. Cruz is trying to threaten damage, probably not actually close to lethal yet. I'm seeing that it's like 3 or 4 damage off from lethal, but dealing as much damage as possible. Troll Gift's really nice to get to keep this Seraphine alive for even longer. And maybe electing not to do Showstopper.
That could be interesting. Keeping the Showstopper up to deterrent, as a deterrent to for Aurora to develop. And that's going to be... Oh wait! It's not discarded because Fleeting card is going to be updrafted. I kind of totally forgot about that. So right now, Cruz have one Showstopper in the deck. That could be drawn anytime. Interesting. Is that intentional? Like...
I almost think it is. There's been a lot of interesting things you can do with Fleeting. There's some players right now that are running cards like Bout Security, for example, because Bout Security always adds a Fleeting card to your hand, and Sunken Temple will just put it back in your deck and draw it again. Sunken Temple shores up so much interesting gameplay patterns with this Showstopper, and Aurora can't do anything. There's nothing Aurora is able to do. There's no Cosmic Call. There's no Jace plus Cosmic Call. You can try and draw with the Clockling, but spending mana tells Cruz that I don't have anything to do. Aurora is in a really, really tough position, trying to find their outs. I think they do have to go for their draw cards or try and just develop anything, but Aurora can't be feeling good as Cruz just removes all of their units.
Yeah, I think Aurora need to start getting the Clockling on the board, predicting for the second Cosmic Call, or maybe looking for the Living Legend, the bread and butter of the deck, through the star shaping. That could be a one way to do this.
Aurora has also drawn the Aftershock. A little bit too late to deal with this landmark, but could still find that, and this Clockling does see the Jace. Jace is one of the important cards in this deck as both a combo piece for Cosmic Call as well as interacting with the champions. Not going for it, deciding that I need draw more than anything else. Please give me Cosmic Call Riot. I'm begging you, is what Aurora is saying right now.
Absolutely. And that's a double time trick from the side. Oh, Showstopper, that is... Oh, by the way, a Showstopper that is fleeting and shuffled to the deck is not revealed, right? It's not... so Aurora basically do not know if there is...
well, they know now.
But they know now.
Definitely see now.
Yeah, I was thinking about keeping the Showstopper on the hand as a... Well, surprise, I got this thing to obliterate something from the Aurora board, but that's not the case, and we are seeing the draw here. Ooh, Aurora really need to get to find that second Cosmic Call.
This really is not Aurora's game. Just looking and looking. I don't know how many cards have been checked and gone through, but I'd imagine half the deck has already been scried for through predicts and through Mayans and so forth. That I'm gonna have to see if, like, even if Aurora finds the Cosmic Call, they are gonna then have to find Living Legends or then find something else to do, while Cruz is just sitting pretty with a bunch of surprisingly large units considering what these regions are supposed to be. And we do see the draws coming through post Sunken Temple. We find the True Shot Barrage, which can apply 3 damage to the Nexus, and a bunch of damage is going to come in. There are preventative pieces, such as the Silence and the Cosmic Wonder, as well as healing, eventually. But Cruz is just constantly pummeling. Aurora is just constantly on the back foot. They need to find something sooner rather than later.
Well, finally a real attack going through here in the Control Mirror, that putting the Aurora at 5 HP. The Star Shaping going to come, and there is the Living Legend. But does Aurora have the hand space to fully utilize this living legend.
There's a lot of interesting things Aurora can do. You can play Targon Tellstones this turn, but don't play the fleeting card. You could play Mayim to get mana and not draw another card. Aurora could empty their hand or only have one card remaining and then do Living Legends on what would end up being their attack token.
That could be interesting. And also, there's also a play here that Aurora can do is to find the second Cosmic Call to continue the discount from 50% to 75% discount, make the Living Legend costing 3 mana. If Aurora managed to get that second Cosmic Call, that is potentially a play.
Aurora also has a Behold the Infinite in hand. This Targon Tellstones has got a bunch of interesting applications. It can be Behold the Infinite, it can just be removed for 1 mana, or it could also be used as a hush against something like a Set or a Seraphine on that combo turn of the Living Legends. Aurora deciding, is this gonna be like a double Aftershock on Set?
How?
Over the next 2 turns?
Over the next 2 turns. No. I think Aurora going to shuffle something back to the deck with Mariam to get the spell mana and do the Aftershock now. That could be the play.
That would be really interesting, preventing Set from being able to deal with cards that would be gotten off the Living Legends, such as the Phoenix, because the Obliterate would get rid of that Last Breath effect, or not Last Breath, it revives. Aurora deciding to make that decision next turn, seeing what the top deck is.
Okay. Yeah, I was expecting that Aurora do the play because Aurora want to keep the hand small to make the Living Legend to full potential. But well, that's not the case. We are going to see the Forge of Tomorrow?
These 5/5 Forge not Forge Workers, I forget the names of these guys. Forge Workers, that is their name.
It is Forge
Got it
Worker.
first try. Yeah, I thought it was Forge Chief for a second. Come down and be a 5/5, something that they do have to deal with eventually. Part of the reason why Cruz hasn't been able to win just yet is that it takes multiple bits of mana and removal. But if you look at Cruz's hand, mana is not really a concern anymore. All these cards that cost 2 and 4 cost 0. You're going to see the Aftershock come down, try and deal with Set, but Aurora is sort of relying on this Living Legends in order to have something be accomplished. And Nopify, that's really punishing.
Well, 0 mana Nopify. Go ahead, expect that. So are we going to see the Living Legend committed now? And what do you want to get from Living Legend? You only have like 10 mana and 6 hand space?
What I want from Living Legends are 5 more Living Legends, and then from those Living Legends, even more. That's really all you really want from a card like Living Legends. The fact that you still have to spend 5 mana to recast it means you can only really get 5 mana worth of value before you're forced into recasting. So there are some concern points about this Living Legends. You won't be able to play 2 big units, for example, without not being able to recast another Living Legends. But if you find things like the Traveler, or the Double Stun, or the Otter, it would be really nice. Now, there is no other Living Legends here, but because we did play the buff 2/2 to all units, these snakes, these 3 men, are rather large.
This is potentially lethal here with the Great Beyond. Is there a way for Cruz to answer Great Beyond? Actually, there is a way to do that. Like there's a tag out, 0 mana tag out, and 0 mana Concussive Palm to pop the spell shield. But that is going to do some number there. And I believe that this Great Beyond is going to be... not going to go for the Great Beyond. Instead, we are going to see the Immortal Fire.
We are going to see the... Face Breaker come down, stun both of these units that are rather large. Cruz having both champions on the field Set, probably being able to make a showstopper, although making sure you actually have to spend that mana for that to happen. While Aurora... Aurora does have Behold the Infinite in the Targon Tellstones. There could be yet another thing next turn. And this Moonglow is going to protect this unit. There will need to be 2 pieces of interaction thrown against it unless Seraphine doubles it.
Well, there is the accidental synergy. I don't know if this is intentional, but Sunken Temple really worked with Seraphine, especially after it's sticking by for like a 5 turn or 6 turn, as we see now. We just saw that Set Facebreaker is getting doubled. A spell that usually costing 4 mana, it just get doubled. So,
Set definitely wants to make known how much he's happy to be in this game. He's winking at us, showing up on half the screen. This really is Set's playground right now, and we do see the catastrophe, but we have to get rid of a unit on Cruz's side in order to develop the catastrophe, and in fact, you need to get rid of two if you want both of them. While Aurora probably just wants to either silence it or double stun it, or something like that, but we are going to see the double high note to try and get this cat down.
who is the progress for the catastrophe here?
It's far from enough. It is 26 or 27 out of 20.
Very well.
We're seeing Cruz have to manually get rid of his units because he's winning too much that his board was full for the last 10 rounds. And to get the catastrophe down now, it won't be enough. Not this turn, not just yet. There is the Celestial Wonder, but there isn't an easy way to deal with these units.
Okay, hold on. I just realized that there is another win con just entering the board. The timer win con. Do you remember the format of the game?
Oh my god. If you look in the top left corner, you see that the number is going down red. This game could go to time with these two control decks really just waiting to see what happens. You're right.
And I believe right now the timer advantage is on the side of Aurora. Aurora is kind of like 10 seconds up. And if the timer really goes down to, to 0, if the overtime is finished, if Aurora have the timer advantage, Aurora is going to win. And actually, how do I describe the timer advantage? Can you help me, Speed?
When this number ends 0, whichever player has more overtime, so Cruz currently has more overtime used up, will be the loser, is my understanding of how this works. So Cruz has to play very quickly, as does Aurora. They've only got 3 minutes remaining. If Aurora prevents Cruz from having another attack token or can interact with these 3/3s, this could end up being a timer victory, and for a second, we might be in another long cast.
Oh yeah, that could be. Okay, so if Cruz really won to finish the game as soon as possible before the timer goes down to 0, Cruz just need the next attack token and attack with this double catastrophe, and it's going to be hard for Aura to stop that.
Yeah, but Cruz keeps spending mana, keeps playing cards, maybe not realizing. Sometimes when players play this game, they move that icon a little bit somewhere else. Because Cruz is continually spending cards, or maybe they're trying to go for the burn win con, find their Mystic Shots, find their other Reggies.
Oh,
We're
that could be
see
a
what
thing as
happens.
well.
This is really tight.
Right, 2.5 minutes now. It's getting close, and we are going to see the obliterate here. We are going to see the Phoenix getting obliterated. And now they are actually kind of equal on time, on the overtime. The difference is between like 2 and 3 seconds. It could still be anyone's game, but Aurora needs to get something to play here.
And poor Aurora has to wait for the draws to happen before they can lose their time. Aurora's losing 15 seconds just because of how the draw was organized. Ooh. And Aurora doesn't have stuns, doesn't have ways of dealing with these 30-30s, so it does seem like the 30-30s are going to be the way to win. It's not going to be a timer win con, unless Cruz develops more and more cards.
I don't think that Cruz will do that, but I just realized that Sunken Temple is actually eating time from the whoever got the attack token on the round start. That's quite a mechanic for sure.
Seems that what the temple was thinking was actually timed the whole time. It wasn't this statue of Janna or whatever it is. It was actually the time sunk temple. We're gonna see as the timer slowly ticks down and Aurora's thinking, can I possibly top deck like a Cosmic Wonder or something to win? This was a long cast so far, but I think Cruz is gonna be able to get the win despite the timer.
Okay, so Celestial Wonder is going to stop both Catastrophe to connect to the Nexus. And then there is also the Set attacking, and then there is the Seraphine, I believe, going to attack as well.
Yes, it's still
That is
possible.
not even enough to kill Aurora. 6 HP. So yeah, Aurora need the Celestial Wonder to survive.
Gonna have to see what the draws are.
And what would be the miracle draw here? Aurora, drum roll, and it's a rocket
Rocket
barrage. It is not really helping.
That is
And
right.
now-
It really is not helping. This card that has won a lot of games for other players is not helping Aurora in this position.
And now Aurora losing on time as well as losing on board. So with 6 seconds, 5 seconds on the timer over there, we are going to see Cruz advancing to the top 16. And well, that was control mirror for sure.
Plenty of time for an
Exciting.
Feel like I've aged 7 moons by watching that game. My hair has turned all grey and falling out. That was a long, long matchup where Ionia and PNZ were played to the absolute end. We're going to need to take a break just for ourselves to recap. Is there anything you want to say for a second?
Well, I mean, that was a really, really great match that we have been watching. Like, Set Seraphim really showing itself to be another alternative deck aside from Nilajana and all the champion strength abuse decks.
We are going to go to a break. We're going to have to take a relax. I cannot wait to drink some water and finally be done with speaking for just a little bit of time. We shall see you in the top 16. Long time no see, everyone. Even though we were just here 2 minutes ago. Top 16 of the APAC World Qualifier Open for the Fates Voyage Onwards seasonal or the Open. How are you feeling for a second?
Well, that was really great. What can I say? I cannot wait to see the match. We take a resting, we take a long break, and I just am ready and recharged now. Cannot wait to see the top 16.
We're going to be going over the bracket just to keep you informed. I mean, we looked at one match for so long. It's good to keep track of what the bracket is. Starting with the first quadrant, we see that obviously Cruz won. I don't think that's unforgettable. But Chenia lost to Nyaho, and Kicker A also lost. 2 of the favorites going into this have succumbed to at least names that I personally do not recognize.
Well, I wish I can read. I will try to find a way to introduce the players to you. But okay, let's see the second quadrant of the bracket is going to be Reroll is actually advancing to the top 16 and going to fight against the one that managed to take down the Mr. Bear, Tin Yu Chabwa from Vietnam. Pogberry 34 as well, and ABG Belkut is making it to the top 16. That's going to be the showcase match that we are going to witness. And maybe we can move on to the third quadrant.
We are seeing KDF consistently doing well. They've already seen like 3/4 of the other players coming, like just losing to them. But KDF Enko and KDF Peter are able to make it to the top 16 along with Giotto and Setav Z. Names that, again, I personally do not recognize, but I mean, they've been playing well. There seems to be a lot of 2-1s in this bracket, so these must have been really, really interesting matches.
And for the last quadrant, oh, Nessie in the Mega Google is going to face against the Beast of the East, JO1 from South Korea. That's going to be an interesting match, and I cannot wait to see who is going to coming out on top. And on the bottom side, there is going to be a Thailand Mirror, Crossbone fighting against KYZ. That is also an interesting match. Well, that is really, really interesting. I just cannot wait to see.
We're going to be following Perkberry fighting who? Do you remember for a second?
I think it was ABG Belkut, right?
Yeah, okay. These lineups are, I mean, they're interesting, but you may realize some of the decks that we've been seeing over the course of this period. Belkut is on a Triple Demacia lineup or something similar. I mean, you can see the Jacks on, but it's mostly Triple Demacia. This is Formidables. Formidables are finding their way into the meta as this Galio plus Freljord deck. Formidables is able to beat a lot of the mid-range stuff. We talk about mid-range as being you just need to be bigger than the other mid-ranges, and that is what this deck is doing to a T. It is beating stuff like Jax Orn and Scouts. You've got Aegis and Spear as big units that can block. You've got Balin the Benevolent buffing your entire deck by one, as well as the Gentleman's Duel giving you good trades. Jax Orn, sort of almost like a mainstay over the past couple of WQOs and Opens. We've just seen it consistently be there as that mid-range beefy deck. Very interesting list. 2 Wild's Claws Ferocity means, Combat Cook on 4, Ferocity on 5 gives you that massive, 8/8 basically with Overwhelm on turn 5. Jaxorn, pretty prominent deck that we've seen quite a lot of in this meta. Not too favored. Typically, it's the deck that's on the cutting block in your mid-range lineups, but it's being kept here. And finally, we've got Scouts. We've seen Scouts a few times this tournament. This one's on Grumble Slug, sort of a sister to Shell Shocker in that sense. It costs very cheap, is a massive unit for it to be buffed on, and the curves of Shell Shocker plus Grumble Slug plus Mirai Warden plus Fleet Feather into Inspiring Light feel like amazing turn 3s. Very good mid-range lineup, looking to target a lot of the stuff that just folds to mid-range. I think that's all it's trying to do.
And for Pokeberry, this is going to be another J Celestial. Oh, it's quite surprising to see a lot of J Celestial on the tournament because this deck is not really existing on the ladder. It's a deck that's going to utilize the Cosmic Call, doubled up, discounted Celestial, and it is really strong. It is really strong. I just cannot wait to see how Pokeberry going to pair this J Celestial with. And the next deck is going to be the Seraphine set. Oh, that's a strong deck for sure. It's the deck that kind of bring a lot of one-offs intentionally because the win condition of this deck is going to be the Pursuit of Perfection, a super strong card that requires you to play 20 different cards so it can be played. A 30-30 Overwhelm Cat that can just smack down all the adversaries. A really strong deck, and for the last deck, it's going to be a Teemo Caitlyn Sunken Temple. It's a mushroom deck. It is a Puff Cap deck with Corina Mastermind and access to Frostbite to stop all the mid-range stuff from striking. That is an interesting decision to incorporate the Sunken Temple on this deck, but we are going to see. It is going to be interesting.
It does seem that we've seen a lot of mid-range lineups and a lot of PNZ lineups, and it seems like, if my memory is serving me right, a lot of the time the PNZ decks have been the ones that have been a little bit more successful in what we've seen in this tournament thus far. What do you think the ban is for Pokeberry? 40 seconds.
Okay, so I don't know about the common strategy here for Pokeberry. I kind of put my foot on the shoe on it, and I don't know what to ban. Oh, banning Galio. Oh, we just entering the ban here. Banning Galio. I guess maybe banning Galio because of the Peterset Charger, kind of like stopping the PNZ game plan. It's kind of like the boogeyman, basically.
And we are already in game. Scouts versus Puffcaps. Scouts is pretty favored here, but Puffcaps, I mean, it's Puffcaps. Sometimes they get the win, and if Belcoot can't challenge Teemo, Teemo will level and plant in a bunch. Belcoot has already done the mulligan, as far as I'm aware, and has 2 champion strengths. Champion strength is great, but we saw earlier in the tournament 2 champion strengths can be bricky. Never mind, it wasn't post mulligan, it was pre.
Yeah. Okay. So Pokeberry is bringing the Puffcap deck here as well as a way to fight against Sunken Temple deck. That's kind of like a lot of deck. But does Belcoot have a Sunken Temple deck? The deck that can utilize the Sunken Temple? I don't quite
Belcoot does
remember.
not. Belcoot is on 2 Demacia decks and Jax on.
Oh. Okay. But even without the hard target here, I think Puffcap deck is still kind of standing in its own feet, right? It's still working well.
Me, miss? Not
Very
Also,
surprised not to see the Sky Splitter there, opting instead to just play Caitlyn and holding Sky Splitter for the Caitlyn. Very, very interesting play. I would have expected Sky Splitter to protect the Teemo and then continually go in for damage. But Caitlyn coming down. Flash Bombs are pretty good against Scouts. Being able to get rid of Mirai Warden and what Mirai Warden summons, as well as what Island Navigator summons, I do like having the Caitlyn, as well as being a good blocker into Belcoot's deck.
Oh. Not protecting the Teemo because Pokeberry wants to attack into the potential blocking Badger Bear, which actually exists. And is Belcoot going to block here? Like, Pokeberry kind of represent Mystic Shot, kind of represent the Sky Splitter with the mana up. I think Belcoot going to let this connect, right?
I would imagine that to be the case. I imagine Belcoot's going to respect this because losing your Demacian units to a quick attack unit is one of the most awful feelings you can have, and so the damage is going to be let through. But Belcoot is probably feeling pretty fine. They've got champion strength and they've got enough units as a curve. Let's give a thank you to production for these wonderful trap icons. Wonderful job.
And that flash bomb hit the Peterset Broadwing means that this Caitlyn is no longer dying to the Peterset Broadwing Challenger. That is flash bomb saves the day for Pokeberry.
I mean, if you know anything about competitive LOR, flash bombs have definitely decided tournaments for people. I'm definitely not referring to, the winner of Worlds for the first year as, Belcoot decides not even to attack, saying that I'd rather just keep my units around for this champion strength. I don't even want to attack into your Caitlyn and put more flash bombs into my deck. Pokeberry not deciding to Teemo because blocking Badger Bear would block Teemo.
Yeah, also Belcoot just burned Pokeberry mana because Pokeberry didn't utilize the mana last turn, but there's just no play that can be done. I guess Pokeberry can use the Caitlyn champion spell, but maybe keeping that as a second Caitlyn as a friend is better. So that's why Pokeberry just not utilizing the mana.
Pokeberry does have 3 freezes in hand, which will stop 3 attacks from Belcoot next turn, but what I'm expecting is something like a Mirai Warden into a champion strength and to just threaten Pokeberry constantly. And Pokeberry doesn't have a strong board presence, right? It's just these units that are more cool and techy than they are, large and blocking and Badger Berry.
Okay, so Belcoot is potentially eyeing for the champion strength line, right? Is Belcoot going to attack first and consume the attack token, or just commit the champion strength while still having the attack token? Basically, kind of, not utilizing it.
I think Belcoot's best line is to probably.
That is not regulation equipment.
That's interesting. You've got definitely some few options. I think you will want to do your scout attack after the champion strength, but you could do a full attack, then do champion strength, then do scout, then do regular attack. And again, this flash bomb preventing Caitlyn from dying. They really are targeting these formidable units.
It is really, really interesting. Okay, so Belcoot can develop. If Belcoot's still going to go for the champion strength line, there is the Fleet Feather Tracker top deck that can, get buffed with the champion strength. I mean, champion strength is better if you have a 6 wide unit on the board, And there it is. The Fleet Feather Tracker just waiting to be dropped. And no, instead we are going to see the Genevieve.
I really like this play from Belcoot, saying that I don't need to go all in on my champion strength, and in fact champion strength is better after I play Genevieve, because guess what unit can be buffed by champion strength? Genevieve.
Ooh, yeah.
Getting out interaction pieces now. Obviously the Sky Splitter goes away, trading into the Genevieve, but I quite like this play. You don't need to play champion strength that early. You're allowed to just continually pressure, and Genevieve will be better now. I quite like this play. Champion strength's better when you got a defensive token anyway.
It is, it is. And now we are going to see the second normal attack, non-scout attack from ABG Belcoot. The challenge is going to be on the Caitlyn. Is it going to be better on challenging Timo or Caitlyn?
I think that Belcoot is scared of this quick attack unit just constantly attacking them every single turn. When Caitlyn flips, it's going to be a lot larger and pushing a lot of damage. So I don't hate pulling the Caitlyn, but these Sky Splitters, I mean, maybe Caitlyn's actually Volibear, the amount that she's had these Sky Splitters protect her constantly.
True. And I just realized that there's also blocking Major Bear that can deal with the Timo, no problem. And now we are going to see the double... Oh no, the Mushroom Cloud. One of them is committed last turn, and that's going to level up the Timo. But once again, this Timo is just not going to be able to connect because of the blocking Major Bear. And
We are
potentially we are going...
to see the champion strength come down, as you were saying. You can continue.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about the Mare Warden into champion strength. That's the thing. But so many flash bomb on the top deck of Belcoot right now, and this insider knowledge can potentially snipe down some unit that is about to get buffed by the champion strength, and also it's going to level up the Caitlyn.
It was very, very aggressive to go for that, as opposed to the freezers, saying that the only way I can win this game is to have these pop off properly. But only one of them hits. One of them hitting is better than none of them hitting. But man, not going for the harsh winds and the brittle steel means that... Is this game?
It potentially, like, there's also the ability to scout attack here. Like, champion strength on a natural scout unit, it's just so strong. It's just so strong. It can attack twice with the +4/+4 buff. It's just +8/+8 technically, mathematically. Is this really game? I don't know.
Pretty sure it's game. I mean, if you look at it, Belcoot has basically 7 attackers that have got 6 strength, give or take. And Pokeberry's only really got 3 blockers. Now, obviously it's not equal because one of them does have 5 strength instead of 6, but pretty sure... Pretty sure this is fully game. You can block and then do Brittle Steel and not be dead just yet, but the writing's on the wall. Pokeberry has lost with the puff caps against Belcoot's scouts.
Yeah, even if Pokeberry survive that scout attack, there is going to be a natural attack token coming down next turn, and if there is no board for Pokeberry, Pokeberry is just going to... Yep. Lost the Nexus. And now we are going to see the Jax Ornn from the side of Belcoot. Is Timo better against Jax Ornn?
I think Teemo's bad against anything that doesn't say Piltover and Zon. I don't think that... Teemo might be better because we did see stuff like Harsh Winds and Flash Freeze, or just regular freeze cards. And Jackson's much more reliant on single units being big as opposed to Scouts where multiple units are big. So this will be a better matchup for Teemo, although we are going to see Cosmic Call be played instead, trying to get the slightly easier win.
Alright, Weaponsmith Apprentice as the turn 1. Do we see a Jax on the Belcoot hand here? Because we are unable to see the hand right now, and thank you so much, appreciate it. And there is no 4-3 Jax on turn 2. And a low rolling to be fair. That's the part of the Jax Ornn.
Belcoot's got like 7 units, maybe 9 units that'd be really good. That is not one of them. Belcoot really needs to draw a Combat Cook or a Piltover Castaway or a Jax or something. Without any of that, Pokeberry's just going to run away with the game.
Yeah, this could
Still nothing.
Well, there is just no early game Weapon Master here for the Belcoot. I mean, Belcoot technically can do the Wild Claw Ferocity if Belcoot wants to transform one of the apprentice here, the 1 mana unit, into menacing 7-6 Wild Claw, and it is going to be. There it is. And utilizing it as a blocker, it can trade with the Scrap Traption, but decided to not to, and instead it's going to be the taking the value block here against the Force Shift. Interesting.
Perky Barry must have the hand read of all hand reads. You can tell right from that play. No 2-drop, no 3-drop, no 4-drop. That is just brutal from Belcute. Having to do this, what is supposed to be like a combo piece that plays like almost like Battle Fury into this thing, and oh my god, another one. Just why are there so many?
That's going to be a double Wild Claw if Belcute wants to. There is just no other play, isn't it? Okay, Belcute can pass, definitely.
Belcute needs to draw any Weapon Master, even a Glacial Saurian would work. Alpha Wild Claw is a cat, as far as I'm aware, so Glacial Saurian could draw a card. While Perky Barry has everything they want. They've got 2 Cosmic Calls, a 7/7 Scrap Traption, a bunch of Go Wide, which I really wasn't expecting to say that Jace Cosmic Call's got a bunch of Go Wide, but here we are today in this stream. This is one of the games of all time, I would say.
It is. Well, are we going to see a Frostbite here? The Tree Sister? Like, maybe Belcute expected Pokeberry to block with the Wild Claw here with the Scrap Traption, and we are going to see indeed the Flash Freeze. That is a favorable trade, but the board state... the board state here.
Belcute definitely made the right play by doing the attack and trying to get that trade to sort of happen, but Perky Barry honestly just could not care less. Perky Barry is under no pressure at all, and even just got the Living Legends, which I've been informed by a good friend of mine that you can't Living Legends into Living Legends, but still, Living Legends feels fantastic to get off that card nonetheless.
First try, by the way. That is a super strong play. What can Belcute do to stay in the game? We finally see the Weapon Master is going to be the Build Up and Castaway. And are we going to see the Scout Weapon? It is going to be the Scout Weapon. And it's going to be get forged by one of the Weapon Speed apparatus as well. And we are going to transform the naturally 2-1 Build Up and Castaway into 7-6. The good thing about the Wild Claw Ferocity is it transforms your weak weapon bearer into a strong Wild Claw that have a natural overwhelm, carrying a strong weapon. It's just really strong, but well, that's a Solar Sunhawk stunning the thing, stunning the Wild Claw with Scout weapon. But there is an Ornn with a Scout that going to level after this strike managed to connect, but Pokeberry stopping the strike to deny the level up.
Belcute has drawn exactly what he needed to. He needed to draw a Weapon Master. He needed to get the Scout Weapon as easily the best weapon available. Maybe Combat Reel would have been slightly okay. And then getting that into the Ornn. This game is not over despite what it looked like at the start. But Perky Barry is able to probably play these Cosmic Calls and get these Living Legends down and try and find that win con soon. But Belcute has found his way to win. He's got Ornn, leveling up, forging the weapon, and a bunch of overwhelm threats that if Perky Barry can't win this turn, gonna be in a little bit of a tizzy.
Oh yeah. Ooh, that's... How do Belcute deal with elusive unit here? Like there is that double Cosmic Call as well. And also 3-mana Living Legend. Is this over? I don't think it is over yet. Like,
it's not over. Perky Barry has actually not drawn a win con just yet. But it is very, very, very close to over. But you're right. If Perky Barry doesn't actually get elusive units or overwhelm units here and just draws a bunch of spells that don't kill anything, this might end up not being game. They're both giving sad emojis, but both of them are giving them for different reasons.
Pokeberry just utilizing the Cosmic Ray here to empty the hand and going to play the second Living Legend. Living Legend naturally costing 10, but with the discount on the Cosmic Call, it's just a really, really strong card. 3 mana, refill your mana, and then you get your... What's the name? Your bunch of Celestial, discounted Celestial. It's just a strong play, and... Golden Sister? Is it Golden Sister? It is Golden Sister. That's not gonna do it, but... The access to the Great Beyond or the Scourge here Now that will do it. The Great Beyond, now that will do it. That is going to be hard to remove. Especially with the Spell Shield. And Bell could realize it. Pokeberry is going to equalize the game 1-1. The J Celestial is just really taking the game with a super strong Living Legend there.
The
For the
Living
game-
Legends wasn't able to draw into a big unit, but Star Shaping was able to. The fact that Belcoot couldn't apply enough pressure in the early game meant that Pokeberry was easily able to get 2 Cosmic Calls down against a mid-range deck. That is not the position Belcoot wanted to be in, but that was the easier matchup for Pokeberry. We now have Traps versus Jax on, which is going to be a lot tougher for Pokeberry to get through.
Oh yeah. And I cannot wait to see the mulligan. There is going to be... Okay, this time Bell could get the cheap Weapon Master on the turn 3, unlike the last time. That was quite unfortunate, but maybe this time it's going to be different. This is the Mushroom deck against... the Puffcap decks against the Weapon Master. Puffcap Peddler is kinda the central of the deck. Another way, aside from Teemo, to shuffle Puffcap to the deck. I think I would keep one of them personally, but we'll see. And also,
Jax on can't really pressure that much. I mean, it can pressure a little, but the pressure comes from like turn 5 onwards, which means Pokeberry is able to set up these 3/3 engines a lot more favorably. Now, Belcoot does have an early draw of Omenhawk, Jax, Innovative Blacksmith, so there will be a little bit more early aggression than normal, but Pokeberry does have the Brittle Steel in order to deal with some of it. I quite like both players' mulligans. I feel like both players nearly got exactly what they wanted outside of maybe a Teemo.
yes, and... Okay, so Belcoot doesn't drop the Jax on the turn 2 there, I guess respecting a Mystic Shot and not wanting to drop the Jax until the Jax is leveled. It could be a... well, it could be a thing.
I really like the option of the can't block weapon, making it so that you can't... Pokeberry is unable to do Brittle Steel. A 4/4 is such a behemoth of a weapon, and you never really have to worry about blocking. I mean, maybe a little bit now. There will be 3 damage coming in, I presume, or even more, but I really like the can't block weapon. And also, this Combat Cook getting +1/+1, Belcoot has definitely drawn exactly what they wanted right now, and able to pressure quite a bit.
Okay, but there's a double Puffcap Peddler on the board though, coexisting simultaneously. Any spell that Pokeberry is going to cast is going to shuffle 6 Puffcap to the deck, and it's going to add up, It just never stopping.
Everyone pour their hearts open for production, who I presume at some point, there we go, are going to have to be updating these numbers. Shout outs to production once again. They've been doing an amazing job thus far. We are going to see the Jax come down with Sky Splitter backup, which means that 1 Mystic Shot, and in fact 2 Mystic Shot, is not going to be enough. And I think Jax is probably leveling on this attack. That does seem like enough to me. And Pokeberry only has 1 big freeze. Can't do Brittle Steel against units that are a bit too big to be brittle.
Yeah. Okay, Bell could attack it with the Weapon Master Blacksmith, or that's going to be 4 out of 16. Yes. And because of the Frostbite, it's now going to be a 12 out of 16. The Jax is cancelled on the level up. And by the way, you have to preemptively commit the Frostbite, because now the Jax doesn't level up with the strike, the damage that you deal, but with the attack declaration. If I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, by pre-committing the Frostbite, it does not end up going through. But it does mean that Entrancing Lure was able to take out one of these non-peddler based meddlers. And this damage is consistently going through. Pokeberry is going to need to find more freezes though. Without a Harsh Winds, there is going to be a lot of overwhelm damage, especially with this Ornn coming in the next couple of turns.
Well, that's the Omenhawk that's going to be able to block the Teemo here. That's going to get immediately answered by the Mystic Shot. So Pokeberry can now develop the Teemo and connect to the Nexus. And perhaps, maybe Belcoot is going to be forced to use the Harsh Wind here?
Another day in the field.
Like, it's a level up Teemo, it's kinda scary.
They'll never know what hit 'em.
Teemo is definitely one of the scarier cards, and it's probably one of the few things you actually want a Harsh Winds to begin with. It's that or Caitlyn. So getting the Harsh Winds down, preventing 26 buff caps from being shuffled, preventing 28, and letting 28 be the only amount that remains in. Now down to 27. But we're probably going to see the Ornn come down, copying the Overwhelm weapon, and I think this is threatening lethal if we don't see the pre-commit Brittle Steel.
Okay, so the Ornn is going to forge twice. That's going to be 11 Overwhelm, 17 Overwhelm, and the Jax is going to level up as well. That's going to be getting +4/+4 as well as the +1/+1 for the level up. That's going to be 8 Overwhelm. That is just so much damage. I don't even know if the Brittle Steel is going to be enough to keep Pokeberry alive. It's just so much.
Pokeberry is going to have to work out the math. You can Brittle Steel the Jax pre-committally, but the level up and the Jax level 2 text of getting +1/+1 for every attacking weapon mastered ally means that it won't be freezing everything that the Jax is doing. And as far as I'm aware, math-wise, Belcoot should have enough damage. There's only 9 maximum blocking potential, and we see 25 damage being presented. 9 minus 25 is unfortunately not enough to keep Pokeberry alive. So this is some rudimentary math, but I'm pretty sure this is a win.
Well, a little bit of correction that Jax actually getting the +1/+1 for each equip ally. That doesn't necessarily have to attack, so it can be on the bench, but yeah. How much damage? It's still little, it's just not enough. There is just so many overwhelming power. Recorex would be proud here, and that's going to be sealing the deal. And Belcoot is going to advance to the top 8.
Top 8 is where the points really start ramping up, and I think it's Pokeberry's sadness that he just didn't find someone on Sunken Temple. Pokeberry was trying to target these Sunken Temple decks with traps, but triple Demacia, or Jax Ornn and double Demacia, just absolutely demolished this trap stack. What an interesting matchup.
It is. Wow. Well, that's a puff cap deck that doesn't get to hit what they want to target. They want to target the deck that kind of having a lot of draw, like Sunken Temple, and then they don't have enough freeze for the mid-range matchup, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As we saw that.
But I mean, the early draws by the top player were just able to get through. Like the Jax, not playing it on turn 2 to play around the Mystic Shot, but deciding to play it later, making sure that they're just constantly dealing damage when the time is right. Well played by both sides, trying to make sure they play to their outs, but sometimes the draws just aren't in it, sometimes the matches aren't in it. That's what happens in LoR, and that is our first top 8 player.
So we are just we have information from the producer that we are going to watch another match shortly, and it is going to be Cruz from Japan against Yao Yao.
Getting into this match, we see Cruz is on Nilajana, and wait till you see that the other player is also on Nilajana. It is going to be the Nilajana mirror, something we've actually surprisingly not seen today.
Ooh, yeah. It's quite interesting that both player doesn't ban Nilajana, because it is kind of like the boogeyman of the meta right now. Nilajana is super strong, but on the mirror, okay, I don't really play Nilajana a lot, especially the mirror. So on the mirror, who is going to get the better advantage? What needs to happen?
Both players are really looking for their Jannas right now, and then looking for ways to interact with this Janna. Now, Cruz being able to draw a card every turn is definitely in a happy position, but far ahead is the translation, as far as I'm aware, is trying to get further ahead with these things like the draw and the elephant, hoping to try and find that Janna. See if Cruz can find stuff. Ooh, finding Wise and Helmsman and also the Exalted Cloudwinder will help, but Nilla will be presenting a fair bit of damage.
Is Cruz really ahead right now? I mean, there is a Sunken Temple, the hand size is just really better, and there is the... Well, there is the Wise and Helmsman there. Oh, it doesn't create, let's say... Okay, Cruz haven't casted a lot of elemental spell, like the Divine Whirlwind or Eye of the Storm to get reprinted with the Wise and Helmsman. We just saw that there's a Howling Gale and Slipstream, but I think that is still a good card to get from the Wizard Helmsman.
Cruz is in a very, very comfy position. One could say they're cruising. But if they play Nilla, it will just get shot down by the Howling Gale, and they have 8 cards now. They're going to have 10 cards next turn. All they need to do is find that Janna, find that Nilla, and be able to overpower the opponent. And Far Ahead is going to have to try and play things like the Nilla and just hope that she doesn't die. But despite her joy, it will start ending very soon.
Cruz can do the board clear here, right? Like Howling Gale on the Nilla and then the Gacha, I guess? The Gacha on the Helmsman? And then Cruz preparing for the attack with the next attack token. Cruz can develop the... What's the name there? The Cloudwinder. The Cloudwinder? That is a super strong play.
All Cruz needs to do is develop some units, draw some cards, and win the game. Which, I guess what I've just said is what everyone does in LoR. Everyone likes playing cards and drawing units and winning games, but Nilla Janna does drawing cards, playing cards, and winning games the most right now. We're going to see the Gotcha come down, trying to set up for a Mystic Shot as well, but Far Ahead is just not going to be able to get far enough in the end. Provided any units are drawn here or any amount of burn, Cruz will be cruising to the finish line. We see another Helmsman, just another 5/5. Nothing that can be done.
That's unfortunate top deck here for Yao Yao. The Windborn Mariner not really helping much. Yao Yao need to commit the Eye of the Storm here to find a better card that can be utilized in this situation. What would be that? There is like double Helmsman there. What can help from this situation?
I guess... I mean, the sad answer might be nothing really. Finding blockers that are able to deal with these 5/5s might be nice, but we know Cruz's hand, we know that it's just got a bunch of removal and Divine Whirlwinds, and while Far Ahead could look for something like a Janna to try and draw cards and do well, it's lethal being presented right now by Cruz. This is a pretty hasty 2-0, I think.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess that's the difference here, like Sunken Temple difference. Really make one player excel more than the other.
We see the surrender come down. Cruz has cruised on. I've said that joke 3 times now. Hopefully no one's bored of it yet.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Against Yaya or Far Ahead. Seems that they're both on major PNZ lineups. Cruz bringing all the decks that we've seen. I mean, I think we were spectating Cruz earlier, actually, from memory. And yep, just a very quick 2-0.
So we don't manage to see the early game that kind of matters on the Nilla Janna. It could be there was maybe a potential. Nilla Janna doesn't run landmark removal, right? Like Aftershock or the Explorer.
Some versions are on it. Some versions are on it literally just as that meta breaker. I think we saw some Aftershocks in those hands at some point, but we couldn't see them, and obviously they weren't drawn, so it didn't end up happening.
Yeah, it just the Sunken Temple managed to stick. What can I say?
We are going to be going into a third game because that game was rather quick. We're going to be seeing KDF Enco versus Giotto from the third part of the quadrant, as we saw earlier. I'm curious to see what their lineups are and what they have brought.
And now we are entering the match. It's going to be yet another Nilla Janna against a Jax Ornn. Okay, and the Jax Ornn is at the aggressor here. Is the attacker. 9 HP remaining for Giotto.
Giotto does have the landmark down and a Nilla that has been leveled up, and if Enco doesn't have interaction for this Nilla, it will be thinning down the board and dealing a bunch of damage and putting the Slipstream on top, and the Sunken Temple will draw the Slipstream, and this run on Sentence is going too long, but Giotto's in a pretty good position, provided Enco's hand does not have a strike spell. We know it's got a few weapons, and we know it's got time and dedication, but that might just be it.
Ooh. And okay, we finally have the information regarding the hand. That is the Ornn on the side of Enco. Are we going to see the Ornn potentially?
I think the Ornn is important to try and have a big unit that needs to be interacted with. Giotto can't deal damage to an Ornn. It's got the tough, it's got so much health, and that's definitely going to be the way that Enko tries and gets through this. But Giotto can possibly take one hit from Ornn, and maybe Enko's even looking for the scout weapon to try and make sure that Ornn can actually threaten the lethal.
Ah. So instead going to go for with the hard made hole, discarding a weapon and get the Ikaten Mirage, drawing 2. Interesting.
Blacksmith before.
Forging the quick attack weapon once more time. Is that really the plan for Enko here? Like, I can see Enko copying the quick attack weapon with the Ornn next turn when Enko have the attack token.
I guess Enko has a few ways of trying to pressure this Nilla deck. One is constantly forcing blocks, and you can do that via buffed up quick attack weapons on different units, right? Next turn we can put the quick attack weapon on the Acathian Mirage and then copy it with Ornn, and forcing Giotto to constantly block every single turn. The alternative is to try and go Overwhelm, but we don't see the Overwhelm weapon in hand, we don't see a scout weapon to create an Overwhelm ram, but Giotto is really trying to look for ways to go sort of around, survive one more attack, go 5 or 6 wide, have a bunch of burn, and try and find their win that way. That's what both of these players are looking for, and it seems that Giotto is very close to finding what they need, but also doesn't actually have that many cards in hand despite having the Sunken Temple and Slipstream.
Well, the Slipstream is going to change that because, well, once again, Fleeting card is not going to get discarded at the end of the round. It's going to get updrafted before it gets discarded, continuously increasing your hand advantage, but, well... What is Enko going to do here? Enko would love to level up the Ornn first. We have no idea if the Ornn is leveled up or not, but considering the situation, maybe I will just assume that it is not leveled yet.
Fine, I'm here.
Ornn comes down, and I do like this play. What Enko was deciding between was whether to equip the weapon so you can double it, or play for something like the Entrancing Lure. Look for other freezes, try and kill the Nilla, try and kill a possible Janna if it's played. So I do like this play, getting the draw, trying to find ways to survive, because equipping the Favored Artisan with the weapon is cute and fun, but can be easily shot down. So I quite like this play of just developing the Ornn and doing Entrancing Lure, presumably.
What about the stat of the weapon? I kinda like don't remember. Ornn is naturally a 5/5, right? So the weapon is +4, +3. That's kind of like a strong artisan if equipped by the Pixum, the quick attack weapon. But that's not the case. We are going to see the Entrancing Lure taking down the Nilla, and it's going to level up the Ornn. It is really good.
I seize the initiative.
It is going to level up the Ornn, but Giotto has exactly what they want. They've drawn the Elephant, which gives 2 cards in hand, and then Slipstream gives 2 more cards in hand, and all they've... preventing the Ornn level up by doing the Nilla champion spell on your own Nilla. I've never seen that before, but a really heads-up play.
Okay, so that kinda, well, canceling the incoming Doom, because if this Ornn managed to level up, the next attack token for Enko is definitely guaranteed to be hard to deal with. The Spirit of the Ram is going to be overwhelmed and going to hit really hard to the Nexus and potentially winning Enko the game, but with that denial on the level up, it's just so good.
Do not fear
Giotto, I didn't even know Nilla champion spell could target their own units, to be honest. That was an amazing play, and I'm looking at Giotto's hand, and honestly, my eyes unironically bulged at the fact that there are 2 Mystic Shots, as well as presumably the Divine Whirlwind off the Elephant. There is 6 burn in the hand of Giotto right now. All they need to do is deal 5 damage. There's also the 2 burn from Nilla. This is a very, very burny hand from Giotto. Being able to go wide and then deal that damage will be quite powerful.
Let us test them.
It is. Oh, I'm looking at the board right now, like Giotto is really going wide here. Can Enko survive? I mean, there is a 3 sister with a Frostbite. There is also the... Is that Bellow Breath?
That is Bellow's Breath.
Yeah, but it doesn't clear anything, does it? Like, it clears the Windworm Marinir and the Bull Shark, I guess, but... It's... I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I'm really curious what Enko decides. They can either do the Three Sisters to prevent 5 damage or play a unit to prevent 5 damage. But if a unit is played, Giotto can actually override the landmark with Mayim Temple Caretaker, go 1 unit extra wide, and I'm pretty sure that is deterministic. Is it deterministic? No, I think they'd still be... No, I think that's lethal. I think if Enko plays a unit and Mayim replaces the landmark, that would be lethal for Giotto. And Enko has to figure out what they want to do, and they are going to go for the Ornn spell.
Doing the Ornn spell on the non-tough unit because it's going to force the targeted unit, but the tough unit is not going to get damage from the Bellow Breath. That is actually kind of clever. I like it. But there is interruption from the side of Giotto. We saw that Divine Whirlwind getting hovered to kill this Pivot Artisan. But the Bellow Breath is still going to resolve even if the targeted unit getting died.
If Mayim comes down, this should still be lethal. It's minimum 5 damage hitting the Nexus, plus 4 burn. All Giotto needs to do is get mana from the Mayim, attack in with every unit they've got, and that will be lethal in the end. Giotto being able to go around this Jax on deck, a very clunky deck, 1 unit per turn versus Giotto's many units per turn. I'm sure there's a meme format you can build around that. And Enko just not being able to do anything, letting themselves die, and Giotto beating KDF Enko in the 3rd section of the bracket.
Wow. That is just a match. That is just a power of Jananila. We didn't manage to see what is the Bilgewater Demacia? It's Scout, right?
A Bilgewater Demacia would be Scouts, I presume, yes.
Okay. Well, that Jax Ornn was just not having a win against the Scout and Jananila. It's really quite something.
We have bounced through a couple of matches in this time. Instead of having 2 matches that take us 55 minutes, we have gone through a couple matches, but that is all the matches that we have for you this time around. That ends our top 16 for the APAC WQO. We will see you after a short break for a very interesting top 8.
I'll see you in the top 8 and... Okay.
Welcome back to the Asia Pacific World Qualifier Open, the final one for our little bit of seasoning here. We are in the top 8 now. 4Second, how are you feeling?
Well, in this quarterfinal, there is going to be a lot of interesting play going on here, and I say that somebody is bringing Udir to the top 8 here. Like, Udir is a champion that we don't really expect to be working really well on the world qualifier, but there it is. There is going to be somebody bringing Galio Udir to the top 8. Maybe I will find any more spicy deck on the top 8. But what do you expect, Spitz?
4Second's too humble to shout at his Twitter, but if you look at his Twitter, he's got this great post about how no one would have expected that Udir was going to be in the top cut so much, and yet here he is. He's often the second champion in formidable decks. If your Jarvan is taken, you'd probably want Udir in combination with your Galio and your Garants and so forth. We're going to take a look at the bracket now, and we will be watching, I think, some Udir pretty soon. This is what the top 16 looks like, and we're at the top 8 right now. We've got Cruz, Nyaiho, Johto, Sedavi, KDF Reroll, ABJ Belcoot, FNP, JO1, and Crossbone. What do you think about these players?
Wow, JO1 is actually one of the strongest player that I quite remember. Strongest ladder warrior. If the best JO1 placement on seasonal or Runeterra Open was like a grand finalist, if I remember correctly, if my memory doesn't fail me. And this is the World Qualification Open. Maybe this time JO1 is going to make it to the top, make it to qualify to the World Qualification, but who knows? But don't forget about the other player, Cruz, Nyaho, and KDF Reroll, the previous World Championship player, semi-finalist. It's also over here.
There are a lot of good players, and of course, first place gets that automatic invite. But JO1 is currently in the very top areas, not necessarily the exact top, but around the top of the world's points. He's been consistently doing well in these tournaments, consistently doing well on the ladder, and so even a top 8 like this almost guarantees that he's in. Obviously, every win further solidifies that. But if he can get a top 2 or a top 4. He is probably in Worlds. So it's going to be very interesting to see that. And that's actually the set that we are going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at JO1.
We are going to watch JO1? Oh,
Pretty
yes.
sure.
I'm excited.
We're going to be going over JO1's decks first. So we're starting off with this Garen, Jarvan, Galio. This is the Formidables deck. It's got an interesting inclusion of Glacial Saurian. It's probably going to be looking at the elites of Garen and Jarvan. I don't think there's actually any other regions, as far as I'm aware, or subtypes. It's only one of. It's not going to be there all the time. You have the double champion strength, 3 Gentleman's Duel, 1 Shield of Durand, 1 single combat, 1 Three Sisters, a bunch of these protection spells. But as it stands, it's just a regular Formidables deck. It is being combined with Fizz Yuumi, a deck that we've actually not seen on stream that much, but has been absolutely a behemoth in a lot of these opens, sort of cropping up as a way of answering a lot of the stuff in a really interesting way. Skip, open quote, King of the Reef, close quote, all of that being after a comma, is one of the strongest cards that we've got right now. It lets you get hand information, lets you steal the cards that are important, and it's just being combined with all these other elusive units like Fizz, things a way to buff elusive units like Bone Club and Yuumi and Battle Fury. Really powerful deck doing a very linear thing. Finally, we've got, it's going to call it Gmo Tama for a second, but that is very wrong. Timo Janna, yet another champion strength pile, but doing it in a bit of a different way to the ones we're used to. Normally, champion strength piles try and play stuff like Mirai Warden to go wide much quicker. This instead says, I'm going to play champion strength on turn 4 by cheapening it. I'm going to make champion strength cost 6 mana or 5 or 4 or 3. We're not going to see it 2, hopefully. But it's like Nilo Janna, except a little bit more Demacian.
And for the other side, there is Crossbone from Thailand bringing another Udir Galio. Udir really making a surprise comeback entrance to the competitive setting. A formidable deck with Champion Tank and Bolan, the Benevolent. It's a really strong deck, really powerful. You go wide, you go strong, and Udir give you regen. And on the ultra late game, the Overwhelm from the stances is going to let your big formidable unit connect to the Nexus, and then for the second deck, there is going to be a Yuumi Gnar. Is this a Elus? No, it's Overwhelm. It's Overwhelm deck with a Bond Club on it, and also there is Elusive technically with the Asmus, but it is just a really strong Freljord and Targon deck. You slap a unit, you on the board, you buff it up with a Battle Fury, you get it a Bone Club on it, you put a Yumi on it. It's just becoming bigger and bigger. And now for the last deck is always the MVP, I believe, on this entire tournament, Nila Jana with Sunken Temple and Triple Helmsman. It is really, really interesting because on the last meta we don't see a triple helmsman and we don't even see that much sunken temple on Nilajana. It was a very different build, but now for this season specifically for the World Qualifier Open, it's going to be the sunken temple version with the triple helmsman. That is really powerful. Well, pick and ban.
This is an interesting pick and ban phase. It's kind of funny. Both players have got the same lineup, but in very different ways. They both have formidables, but one does it with Udyr, one does it with Jarvan. They both have Yumi, but they both have big bodies. But one does elusives, one does overwhelm. And they both have Janna. One does it with Nilla, one does it with Teemo. Very interesting. I don't know which one is favored, but my instinct is going to be probably JO1. What do you think?
I don't know. It's kind of like almost mirror, but something is off. You know, like it's kind of same deck, but also working differently. Like the Yumi, one is elusive and one is overwhelm. It's a deck that kind of relies on the buff from the Freljordian buff, Battle Fury, and there is the Janna decks that kind of work differently. It's kind of weird. I don't know who is favored here. But maybe we can decide on, okay, let's say that Speeds, you are JO1. Who are you going to ban from the side of Crossbone?
Oh, I wish I was as good as JO1. Thank you for that amazing compliment. On the side of Crossbone, I think that I am probably banning Overwhelm. I feel like Overwhelm is going to be big enough to punch through the Janet deck. I'm going to be enough to get through the elusive deck, right? Typically or historically in LOR, like if you've got two equal speed decks, one's elusive, one is physical units such as overwhelm units are going to be bigger and thus demand blocks and thus be able to overrun elusive decks. That's typically how this works, right? Yeah. Elusive decks get their power by being smaller than bigger decks than they are trying to beat, right? So I feel like Na is favored into Fizz in that instance. So I think JO1, or me in this instance, as you've been so kind to give me, would probably ban the Na deck, is my instinct.
Well, if I was Crossbone, okay, so is it really going to be banning the Fizz Yumi elusive deck? Like, my decks, like Crossbone decks, doesn't really have a good way to deal with the elusive. Perhaps there is going to be a gentleman duel from the Udyr Galio, and then there's Asmus from the Fizz and Yumi, but it's only working as a blocker. It's not really good a way to deal with the elusive. I think elusive have to be banned here and try to win twice against the formidable. Nilajana is kind of like having a trouble against formidable decks, especially when there is the Petriset Charger getting buff, getting tough, perhaps getting hard to remove because Piltover decks are generally needing the spell damage to remove a unit, a big unit, and Petriset Charger is just not going to take any damage. It's spell immune. It's really strong. I think I will, but still, I will ban the elusive, the Fizz Yumi, just because there is not many interaction with the elusive.
I wonder in this Formidables matchup, if we do see the Formidables mirror, which deck is favored? Is it Jarvan, because it can pull Udyr to the side? Or is it Udyr giving regeneration or overwhelm to units that JO1 isn't able to do? My instinct is to say Jarvan, because Jarvan has seen more play and, you know, I get the dopamine from seeing Jarvan attack, but Udyr doesn't seem that bad. Giving, like, any sort of buff to any of these units can be really powerful. I kind of hope we see that mirror, even if it's just a basic, boring Demacia mirror, just to see what it ends up being like.
I think Udyr is kind of like generally favorable. Udyr in this formidable deck is just a stance sprinter. You pin the board stance for the regeneration. It's really strong. While Jarvan is just going to well, challenge, removing one block, and oh, we get the ban, and that was the elusive and the overwhelm getting banned.
As we all know, Yuumi is the strongest champion in the game right now, and that's why it had a 100% ban rate in this matchup. But here we are, seeing the Janna Teemo deck fighting the Udyr Formidables deck. Crossbone has an interesting hand of the Balin the Benevolent, which shouldn't be easy to kill, as well as Petricite Hound, Petricite Charger, and Udyr, but no real good ways of dealing with elusive units right now. While JO1, we can't see the hand, but should have multiple elusives in their deck.
Well, while we are waiting for the J1 hand to enter, and there is only Teemo as of currently to represent as elusive damage, but it's still elusive. Okay,
Trade goes through, and JO1's in an interesting position. Now, JO1 does have a lot of the cards that they do want. They want the Teemo, they want the Janna, and they can do Janna into Exalted Cloudwinder. They have that 1-2 buckle my shoe, go for the win. But Crossbone does also have a very beautiful curve on their own. They've got the Udyr and they've got the Balin, and they will have the attack token on 5, meaning that Balin and Udyr will be able to attack in and strike. Udyr being able to reduce the stand swap that he makes down to 0 when he strikes. And J1 doesn't really have big units on his field, right? Cloudwinder is just a 2-2, Janna's just a 2-4. So while J1 can go for a lot of value, if J1 doesn't find champion strength, they aren't going to win anytime soon.
yeah, I think Crossbone is passing on turn 3 because Crossbone indeed want to play the Balin on 4, and then is it Balin? I mean Balin on 4, the 4 mana Formidable on 4, and Udyr on 5, and trying to represent a spell, a protection. And that's the Shield of Duran, but oops, we are going to see the Shield of Duran now taking down potentially the Petricite Broadwing. J01 do indeed have the form up, but if J01 committed this form up, J01 is going to be unable to drop the Janna, which is going to be integral to the combo turn next turn for the activating the Cloudwinder and Mariner.
Crossbone is passing like crazy. I've never seen someone pass this much as a Demacia deck. Every single possibility that Crossbone is giving to pass, they have done. Maybe Crossbone was threatening Gentleman's Duel, saying, surely you can't play Janna, I'm gonna Gentleman's Duel her, but Janna's played anyway, and Balin comes down. The Storm is unrelenting, and Crossbone's now got an interesting decision between single combat, Udyr, Petricite Charger. See what they end up doing. Maybe even just an open.
It could be an open, but we are going to do Udyr develop. This means Crossbone letting the J01 to stick around. The Janna to stick around. My bad. Similar thing.
I mean,
Janna,
they're both so powerful, JO1 and Janna. I can see how you get them confused.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
No, good. JO1 has got some interesting decisions. A lot of stuff is cheapened down right now. Obviously, Windborn Mariner, obviously Exalted Cloudwinder, but also all the stuff that was drawn. Janna is actually kind of one card away from leveling if they were able to play everything. They're not able to play every single card. But Janna is going to be pretty close to getting that level, and if Crossbone isn't hasty enough with the single combat, Janna's level up can be quite relevant.
Okay, what is that spell? Is that a Mystic Shot? I kinda don't quite remember. Oh, it is Mystic Shot. And now Crossbone doesn't have the... well, doesn't represent any protection here for the Bolan or for the Udyr, because just go down to 0 mana. We are going to see the Udyr going down, and as well as the Bolan going down, and Janna to stick around on the board. But
I really like that use of Eye of the Storm, killing Udyr for what was essentially, I think, like 2 mana. Basically, the Windborn Mariner was for free, and the Eye of the Storm was cheapened a lot. That's a very, very good trade, and Crossbone doesn't have a lot going for them anymore.
But also, J1 is going to draw naturally 1 until J1 manages to stick down this Cloudwinder, and because of the Cloudwinder condition, I think J1 will have to drop the Cloudwinder for 5 mana. Unless something interesting going to happen.
We are seeing that the Udyr spell was played for free on this Petricite Charger. I mean, Petricite Hound, sorry. This year has been all about 1-mana cards being gigantic. We had Siren Song for a long time, as well as Alani, and now we've got this basically 10/10 formidable Petricide Hound. That is just ginormous. And I mean, we've just seen Omen, like, most of the units on the field are 1-costs. This is truly the 1-cost year, and we're going to see the Acorn be blocked to try and prevent this counting champion strength too much.
Yes, yes. So Crossbone doesn't really care about the puff cap beating Shuffle. I think Crossbone is much more scared about the spell discount, and he's right to be afraid. There was a champion strength that can be casted by 7 mana if that Acorn managed to connect to the Nexus.
Together we shall watch over
But we are not going to see the champion strength this turn. Cloudwinder to, let's say, fix the JO1 draw problem. To, well, cycle the Cloudwinder into another discounted Cloudwinder. That's going to be the one way to establish a strong board presence and hand presence.
the Zephyr heralds
Crossbone
the squall.
has only 2 units, and all 2 units really say is that I need 2 units to block me. And a deck like JO1's deck is able to give away 2 units relatively cheaply into the 0-10 and feel okay by it. Crossbone really needs to start drawing more units so that the champion strength can be powerful. Crossbone can interact with their units a little with the sheer size of Crossbone's units, as well with the single combat and the entomb, but JO1 should feel pretty happy about their position that they can spit out units more than Crossbone can spit them out. The draw really matters here.
Yes, it is. And Janna just leveled up.
On the driving
We saw that J1 started the last turn with a 3 card on the hand, but we are potentially going to see potentially even 8 card in the next round on J1 hand. With the Janna level up and the Cloudwinder getting played, and then also there is going to be Eye of the Storm, but we are going to see the single combat killing the first Janna. Emphasis on the first Janna because there is the second Janna as a champion spell on the hand of JO1 right now. And it's potentially going to get played.
Hear
The
me.
Janna does
You are
get
not
played.
alone.
I wonder if we see the Entomb. I don't know how much value is placed into removing an elusive and preventing a draw. We're not going to see it yet, presumably just going to be used as a flash freeze, but JO1 as it currently stands is 3 elusive units and a champion strength. And if you've ever fought champion strength plus Teemo and Janna, that's exactly all they need. Crossbone drawing a unit, but 1 turn too late. They can do the unit plus the champion strength, but JO1 can also do a unit plus a champion strength, but one's elusive and one is not.
Yeah. Oh, all the entire board of J1 is elusive. That's going to be troublesome. J1 can just do the open attack like this and then regain the attack token with the champion strength. That's going to be a lot of damage. Like, there is something that needs to be done immediately by Crossbone here, but the hand is just not allowing that to happen. I guess Crossbone can commit champion strength and then attack and forcing J1 to block, but there is going to be damage still connecting to the Nexus. Like,
That will have to be the line Crossbone has to take. It's sort of weird, but if you threaten the Nexus's health, you can sort of give Challenger to your units by forcing them to block. It's a very interesting way of preventing lethals, is just by threatening so much damage that their win cons have to block into you, but it's just not going to be enough. J1 is going to be able to play something like the Mai and block one of these down, block the other one with an elusive, then play champion strength and go in for the elusive win con. Crossbone's probably crossing their arms or their bones and thinking, how can I possibly win? Thinking any line that they could possibly take, but J1 just, they play calm and can play physical units as blockers, then do the champion strength. They should have this game in the bag.
oh, we are going to see a form first here. Interesting.
In you, I see my will made manifest.
Oh, Mariam for mana. Oh, using the Mariam as a blocker, that's one way to stay alive. That's one way to stay alive, and still JO1 representing the champion strength. It's a 7 mana champion strength, is it?
It is it's 8 mana, but 8, 7, or 9 doesn't really matter when it's castable all the same.
Yeah.
Oh, it is 7.
absolutely. It is
And
7.
it goes down, and this is just game by JO1, taking a very quick 1-0 so far against Crossbone in this Demacia mirror. One had elusives, one did not, and as we were talking about earlier, elusives are able to win if the other deck is a little bit too slow in their win con, and Formidables is just a little bit too slow as a deck.
But then JO1 will have to play the Galio deck. That's going to be interesting. Are we going to see the Formidable Mirror as the game number 2 here? Or are we going to see the Nilah Jana going to go out?
I would say there's a 100% chance of the Formidable Mirror, but that chance is only 50% of that 100% chance. I think there is a chance that this Formidable Mirror could happen. I would like to see it. If Nilah Jana fights Formidables, I think it'll be relatively close. Nilah Jana with good hands, like, I don't know, 2-3-1s on turn 2 could definitely win it out for them, but a Petricite Charger and a bunch of Freezes might be enough for JO1. We'll have to see what the matchup ends up being, but JO1's got to feel comfy in this position. I think they got exactly what they wanted and feeling good about what they're about to say.
Mm-hmm. So we are just waiting and... Okay, so...
There's going to be a slight delay while we're just waiting for things to come on at the moment. But we are going to be into the games. We did miss Mulligan, but it is going to be the Formidable Mirror. And it seems like Crossbone has the Infernal Galio, maybe bringing a bit of fire into this matchup. While JO1 starts leveling up their Jarvan.
Okay, this is the power of the Udyr version. The access to the stances, the Fullpine Wanderer inclusion is also justified in this deck. It can make your early formidable unit having regeneration, and what's good complementary keyword for a unit that can strike with the health regeneration. It just not gonna die and hit really hard. It's super strong. But
Crossbone has got an awful hand of only 1 unit before turn 7, while JO1 has got 3 units and a Jarvan, and probably the best spells to combine with those units. Crossbone really needs to draw this Udyr sooner rather than later, or else they're just going to be smacked down.
Yeah, Crossbone kinda can stay alive a bit by committing the combat tricks, but yeah, Crossbone really need a unit now. This Petricite Charger is going to hit hard. This blocking Badger Bear also, that's going to be 8 damage.
I think Crossbow is going to have to do Bear Stance just to survive, just to keep this unit around and have any presence on the board, because none of these units are going to accomplish anything.
Oh, that could be a line as well. Bear Stance going to make the Wanderer plus 4/4, and hold on a minute, there's a slight technical issue. Bear with us, don't worry about it. But from the look of it, that was interesting situation, right? The Demacia Mirror.
I think this matchup, in my head, I want to say that it's very close and interesting. I want to say that both players are doing their interesting mid-range stuff, and they're going to both be big, and we're going to see finally this Demacia Freljord deck we've not seen for months finally be something we can see in the video game LOR, but I'm scared the matchup's going to end soon with one player just not drawing what they need. No units is a very easy way to die in a unit-based matchup.
I mean, Crossbone can still bounce back from that position. There's so many combat trick there in the hand, if I remember correctly. Like the Shield of Duran, well, as you mentioned, the Bear Stance, then also there's plenty of Sky Splitter.
They do have a lot of combat tricks, but it's hard when the only thing you've got is a 2/2. Like, what you don't want to be protecting is this 2/2 instead of protecting like an Udyr or a Petricite Charger or something. They can stay alive, and games have been won from these positions before, but it can be very difficult. My money's on JO1 at the moment, but we should never write someone off. A top deck into a Udyr, into a Galio, or we already have a Galio, into, I don't know, any sort of unit that you want to keep around can help that. I mean, we saw an Omen Hawk, so any unit that will be drawn will be +1/+1. It will be slightly larger.
True. And right now we are just waiting for the game to go back. Yeah, we are loading it.
Yeah, we're just organizing some things in the back end. So no big worry. Sometimes this just happens when casting goes on. I hope you guys are all enjoying your time at home. The players are absolutely playing their hearts out. This is definitely a very, very tense top cut for what is, for some people, their last opportunity to get into Worlds. There will be one more tournament to get into Worlds in a couple of months, just a month and a half, I think. But this is one of the last direct invites. So all of these players are playing for exactly what they want to do, get into Worlds. It's very important for them.
And yes, we get back to the game, and let's see the position. This is the round number 7. And
this is what we were talking about. The Udyr top deck can be enough. The Jarvan has come down, but the Udyr is still around. I think this is a regeneration stance coming down on the Udyr.
It is.
Provided there are enough freezes and another unit's being played, this could be enough. I'm expecting a Gentleman's Duel here, but that can be responded with a Flash Freeze. And Crossbone is still in it for the biscuit.
This is the power of the Udyr. And also, not forget to mention that if you are removing Udyr with a strike, that forcing the Udyr to strike, Udyr will also create another stance. Which means that Crossbone can potentially level up the Udyr in the, well, in next turn. I mean, doesn't have enough mana to do it this turn, right? Yeah, doesn't have enough mana.
Not enough mana this turn. But I'm gonna have to say, JO1's definitely thinking. If there was a Three Sisters, it would be such a blowout that JO1 cannot justify going for it. Instead, gonna see the Galio be played going wide, gonna try and threaten the lethal. But it is something that can be prevented. If Crossbone plays a unit and does a freeze on the only unit that doesn't have Formidable, Crossbone will be able to stay alive quite happily over the next couple of turns. Not amazingly, but there is an Anarcha, there is a Galio. Crossbone does have late game options. So we're going to have to see what Crossbone decides to do, but I presume it's just the Charger into the freeze next turn.
So, is this Galio leveling up? Let me count. 8 plus 7, that's 15. 15 plus 7, 22. Oh yeah, it's leveling up. So Crossbone, if Crossbone want to really stop this Galio from leveling up, Crossbone need to attack into the... Yep. Need to attack into the J1 board here. 27 out of 25. Thank you so much, production. You are really helpful. And J1 might be not blocking here. And
once
we
again
might
being
go...
the GOAT. But
yeah,
no block comes down means that JO1 doesn't have to worry about anything, and Crossbone's just going to have to play the unit anyway, and spent 2 mana on a Darken Spear that may end up coming to bite them later.
The Gentleman Duel here to remove the Challenger as well as stopping the level up. That is going to be really helpful, but there is this Sky Splitter keeping the Peterset Broadwing alive, and I think that J1 just have the open attack lethal, right? With the Challenger on the Udyr.
That was a really risky play by Crossbone, saying that if you've got a pump spell, such as Sky Splitter, such as Elixir of Iron, I'm going to be losing the game, but I want to do it so you don't get the rally and so I get to destroy one of your units. If that strike went through, Crossbone would definitely be alive on the next turn via a Three Sisters into a Flash Freeze. But because of that Sky Splitter, now Crossbone needs to top deck, I guess, I don't even think there might be... I don't think there's a top deck. I think that might just be game.
Potentially. Well, even if there is a such thing as a judgment, it's not going to be enough, right?
Gonna have to see what the draw is. Maybe I don't know what's in the deck, but Udyr is not enough. And if JO1 just goes for the open, Crossbone won't have ample answers for JO1's Might of Demacia.
That is going to be the, well, quick 2-0 unless... What can happen? Okay, what can Crossbone represent? Like Judgment, I guess? Nah.
I doubt they're on Judgment. This is an open deck list format, and Judgment is not that common, but you never know. I personally have not... I don't remember the deck lists quite yet. I'm pretty sure there wasn't a Judgment, though.
Yeah,
I don't mind the development. The developments are pretty equal to opening, and it means you get to play around a lot more freeze cards. So JO1, despite having like lethal on board, just trying to find every out, just making sure. That's why JO1 is an amazing player. He's always making sure that he's going to be playing for the absolute best lines. But Crossbone, even with developing a unit, even doing something like the big pig spell, just won't be enough, unfortunately. JO1 just thinking through his lines as you always have to do in these games.
Yeah, there is no downside on developing this Petriset units, right? Just wanted to show, show the hand. And we are going to see the attack.
Slowly but surely. Crossbone just making sure that there is actually no way that he can win. Obviously, you have to take your time with these things. Anyone that's played in a tournament like this has to rely on it. We can see in the corner that Belcoot had a 2-0 against KDF reroll. That was one of the other top 8 matches. So Belcoot is getting into the top 4 and likely joining JO1 there. Seems like we're going to see 2 2-0s so far. Thank you, production, for showing that. Absolutely. I mean, this is just a blowout. This is just the result of having that amazing tempo from earlier, right? Being able to have all those units on your board from JO1 and Crossbone just not drawing enough early on. This is the unfortunate result of what happened many, many moons ago.
Well, we are just waiting for the... Oh, is that going to be... Fury of the North? It's not enough, right? Yeah, it's not enough. The Galio is having the +2 health from the Gentleman Duel. And also we have information that there is also another 2-0 happening. It is Cruz advancing to the semi-final and going to, well, meet JO1 potentially. I kind of forgot about the bracket, but JO1 also going to win 2-0, and that's going to be advancing to the semi-final, to the top 4. It's going to be an interesting match.
JO1 is going to be fighting Belcoot, a bit of like a battle for the ages. Definitely not a match you want to miss out on. While the other match that's currently going on, we've seen 3 matches that have happened. The other one that's going on is Giotto versus Zeta Z. So hopefully we can see that one, and they will be fighting. It was Cruz, that one, from memory, checking the 2-0 from earlier.
That
Cruz,
could be
as we've
interesting.
been following a little bit along, has been doing quite well consistently. And, I mean, they're currently in top 4. They'll probably be able to do quite well there as well.
And,
We'll be going into the next match shortly. We're just going to be checking. We're just making sure that the matches are going on. Production's getting ready to show the matches. What have we seen in this tournament a lot? We've seen a lot of Nilla Janna, obviously. We've seen a surprising amount of Formidables, which was a deck that I wasn't expecting to see much of. We also saw a lot of Cosmic Call Jace.
Yeah, Cosmic Call Jace is really interesting.
Those 2 lineups.
It's just a build over dominance, I guess, in this meta.
We're going to be going into the game very, very shortly.
And yes, we are.
It is Nilla Janna versus Scouts.
Knowledge is its own reward. Courage.
Well, from the state of the board, I think that Giotto, the Nilla Janna player, is managing to stabilizing despite having the 3. But Scout deck doesn't really have a way to deal direct damage. There is Misfortune, and Misfortune make it rain, but aside from that, not so much. And Giotto managed to empty the board of Zeta Z. That's going to be hard to connect the 3 remaining damage to achieve the victory here. And also we are seeing the Nilla.
Nilla is coming down. This Sunken Temple just showing why it's so strong. Once you have stabilized against a deck like Scouts, there's the surrender already. Nilla Janna getting that win in. Once you stabilize against a deck like Scouts, Sunken Temple just constantly lets you get those wins, and I mean, it's very powerful. There's no way that was the first game, right? Absolutely no way. I refuse to believe it. It's going to game 3. That was not the end of that matchup. So we are going to see if my logic is correct. It should be Scouts versus Scouts.
Whoa.
Out of another mirror.
We got a Scout mirror. Okay, so what is the difference? Like, okay, who is going to win in Scout mirror? Like, who get what? Or who did what?
There's a few ways to look at this. The level 1 thought is like, who gets champion strength? And that is important. If one player gets champion strength, one player doesn't, that will determine it. But let's say they both have champion strengths. In reality, it's a matchup about tempo. It's a matchup about who can have the attack token on a good turn with an inspiring light, or a Quinn plus MF pulling things in just the right ways. Sometimes it's about getting your make it rain to perfectly hit the X1s, as you may have seen around in your matches or maybe doing to other opponents. Sometimes that is what ends up being the case. But it's a little bit of a mulligan thing, but it's all about who can get champion strength, and if they both have champion strength, who is managing their tempo better.
Interesting. I cannot wait to see, and we are indeed going to go to the game number 3. We see that the attack token on even is on the side of Giotto. Is that going to be relevant? The attack token on odd or even?
I think ZSV is going to prefer having the attack token when their MF is on the field. It doesn't change a lot. I think moreover, it's more important that ZSV has a Broadwing and Giotto doesn't. So ZSV is able to interact with the Misfortune while Giotto is just not able to. But I mean, if you look at ZSV hand, you've got 2 Quins, Inspiring Light, Mariah Warden, and Misfortune. You can actually curve Mariah Warden into Quinn into Inspiring Light by turn 5, and that's what I meant by high tempo plays. You've basically got a 1, 2, 3, pretty much a 4, and then a 5 going in, while Giotto didn't have a 1-drop, and is seemingly thinking quite hard about what 2-drop to play. Oh my lord. Whoa. Giotto's hand is very, very interesting.
That is 3 pairs, right? Is that legal in poker?
Giotto has 2 Misfortunes, 2 Quins, 2 Island Navigators. They definitely draw a lot of the champions that they want, but honestly, no challenger units outside of Valor, and Valor not on the proper token that they want is definitely going to feel weird, but we shouldn't discount the value of Misfortune's Make It Rain. If this comes to a scenario where ZSV has a bunch of X1s and Giotto can play Misfortune's Make It Rain, this could be a massive blowout, especially since every challenger unit is an X1 right now.
Oh, that could be interesting. I mean, can Giotto be patient and wait for ZFZ to maybe commit the Inspiring Light first, or maybe for Demacia first? Just not really doing it now, but still representing the 2-mana Make It Rain.
I think ZSV is going to want to be playing Inspiring Light at some point by the end of turn 5, and Giotto will probably be waiting for that to happen. I wonder if Giotto is considering... They've got 2 options. They can play Island Navigator and push in a bunch of damage and work on the Misfortune level up. Or they are able to play Make It Rain now, kill 2 challenger units, and then follow that with the Vanguard Sergeant. It's a very interesting play that tries to min-max your value from your Make It Rain, but it definitely puts you a little bit behind and doesn't answer Valor well at all. But that is the play that Giotto's going to seemingly go for. Playing for the numbers and hitting both of the X1s.
Interesting. That is a, well, perfect hit, I guess. Is it better to hit the Nexus or the Misfortune? I don't know, but at least you remove the X1s. The Challenger no more, and there is less target to buff with Inspiring Light, Champion Strength, or for Demacia, and there goes the Mariah Warden.
One of my favorite things about this game is sharing emotes. Whenever I play on ladder and something fun happens, I always send an emote, so I'm really glad that these players are sharing their Jinx emotes. We are going to see ZSV developing units, but all of these are X1s, which means Giotto is going to have a pretty good attack into it with the Vanguard Sergeant. And ZSV will be able to develop a Quinn and pull the MF to the side, but Giotto's got 2 Quins and 2 Island Navigators and can probably pull the Misfortune themselves.
Okay, ZFZ not deciding to block because ZFZ want to keep the board wide, because yes, we are going to see potentially the Queen into Inspiring Light. Inspiring Light on 6 wide board. Oh, that is just a feeling. That is just something. That is so good. What can Giotto do here? Like, is there anything good that you can pull from Scrutinizing Surgeon?
You can get blocking Badger Bear, which would feel really good into blocking into a lot of these units. It can block Mariah Warden, and it can block, I mean, Misfortune. It'll trade into them, but that's sort of the best you can do. I quite like this passing. I just want to make sure you spend your mana, and then I'll decide later. But Giotto is going to have to take a lot of damage here and probably lose a lot of their board. We can see the sad Poro coming down. I can relate to that. This has happened to me many a time before. And Giotto's going to decide, am I going to play the Scrutinizing Sergeant or am I going to play the Island Navigator or even the Quinn?
Ooh. Yeah, I think it's going to be the Island Navigator. Maybe Giotto
Okay.
could have go for the line of Scrutinizing Sergeant if there is something like a Mage Seeker Junior or Stony Suppressor on the deck, but I don't think it's kind of popular, those cards, right?
No, they're not in Scouts anymore.
It's one way to deal with the Janna decks, but it lost the popularity.
Won't make a difference.
We do see Sergeant, I think idealistically hitting a blocking Badger Bear, being able to block into Misfortune and prevent Misfortune from attacking, which will probably prevent a lethal. Preventing big attacks is a way to prevent lethal. Typically, not taking damage helps you stay alive in this game, and so blocking Badger Bear will help you do that blocking effectively. But they're considering MF. They're probably working out that if they can survive this turn and retain MF on field, it's better for them. But no, they go for the blocking Badger Bear. They need to stay alive.
Wow, I'm kind of surprised that the Valor decided to go and kill the MF here instead of the Badger Bear. I mean, with the Love Tap, the Valor can deal with the Badger Bear, so that Z of the MF can attack without having to worry anything that can kill the MF, and we are going to see that immediately.
This is all about pressure. Being able to pull the blocking Badger Bear means that the Misfortune is going to be able to get an open swing and has no repercussions for swinging. This does push a bunch more damage, and while I don't think it's threatening lethal, it is going to basically wipe out the entire board. Even this Pouty Porro will be able to kill something like the Might of Demacia in the Vanguard Sergeant or the Queen of Bilgewater, despite being a little bit of a Porro that doesn't want to eat its, what is that?
Medicine?
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
it's medicine, you're right.
You will not prevent
That's a lot of damage.
them head on.
Oh.
The attack is
1-8.
coming through, and Z of Z has wiped the board. And this is what happens in Scout Mirrors. The attack token was on 3 into the attack token on 5, which meant that Misfortune into Quinn was just going to be powerful enough. It's also the Inspiring Light. This attack looks a lot worse without Inspiring Light. ZSV drew into that high tempo play, and Giotto was a little bit bricky with double Island Navigator, double Quinn. And I actually think there's no way to come back from it, unfortunately. Even if they play Quinn and ZSV does nothing but pass and then open, that is still lethal for ZSV. So Giotto's going to be trying their best, maybe trying to find any unit that summons 2 units, but it's just not going to be enough.
Any unit that summon another unit on 1 mana. I mean, there used to be a Dune Keeper, but it's fleeting. So it just, there is just no such card that can fit the criteria. And if my observation is correct, I think the Misfortune is about to level up next turn, right? So that's going to be 3 damage from the bullet time.
This might be the second time we see a Misfortune level up on cast. This is not particularly common in these Scouts decks, but there's just no way to interact with this Queen of Bilgewater, and she will be shooting everyone down.
Ooh. And
See the attack come through, trying to pressure anything, but I think both Giotto and ZSV do see the writing on the wall just a little bit, trying to pressure down as much as they can. There's a form up, but Giotto realizes what's about to happen, and ZSV is probably just going to be really excited about getting that open attack and getting that win. Even playing Quinn, trying to see the sights of Bilgewater, but, you know, sometimes the smells, on the other hand, a little bit bad. But that does seem to be game. ZSV getting the level up, going into top 4.
No mercy.
oh, that's a level up on the Misfortune, and this going to seal the deal that Z of Z is going to advance to the semi-final of the World Qualification Legend of Runeterra Asia Pacific on the season Fate Voyage Onward. Congratulations on Z of Z.
We did miss a couple matches here, but it did seem that the player with Nila Janna wasn't able to pull it out. There was a lot of Scouts and a lot of Jacks on, but we're finally in our top 4. ZSV playing well, but also drawing what they needed to in what ends up just being a draw mirror. You can see that the players had a little bit of friendly banter with the emotes, but that is going to be our top 4 for the Asia Pacific Shard. We'll see you right after the break. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the Asia Pacific World Qualifier Open for the Fates Voyage Onward Open. My name is Spids. I'm joined by 4Second. How are you feeling about our top four?
It is well, they are a strong player. We see ZFZ, we see JO1 from Korea, the Beast from the East, and we are also going to see Belkut on the top four. Wow, it is strong player. They are really, really good player. Top of the
This-
leaderboard.
This is our bracket. They've had to go through an absolute gauntlet, right? They've had to fight through the likes of ABG, Goofball, or Nessie. We saw the Crossbone game at some point. We saw a lot of those games in the quarterfinals as well. But this is where the top 4 lost, and this is where the largest amount of money and Worlds points, and one of these 4 players is going to get their direct invite into Worlds right now today. There's a lot on the line for all of these players, and it hasn't been an easy time getting to where they are.
Oh yeah, the direct world invitation on December. It is something to fight for indeed. But even if you don't get the direct invitation through the winning the entire tournament, you can also get the world championship point to maybe try to qualify through the world championship point leaderboard. It's point leaderboard, right? I kind of forget the correct term for it.
There is a leaderboard for points both for the entire year as well as for the season. So some players are going to be playing for the seasonal points. Some players are going to be playing for the whole year points, especially JO1 is looking quite a bit at that as an option. But it's going to be a very interesting game, and we're hoping to see some really good semifinals. We're going to break down the decks of the players that we're going to be following. They are, of course, JO1 and Belkut.
And
Starting
now
off, we have Belkut's lineup of Garen, J4, and Galio. I think we have gone through this a few times now, but just remind you of how this deck works. You're playing your big Demacian units with Formidable. Kind of difficult to deal with. They're often over-healthed for their price, which makes them quite powerful as units. Champion Strength and Gentleman's Duel being interesting cards that allow them to get through and find lethals. Balin being able to buff everything else. It's like a little bit of a Poppy, except you don't have to cost a champion, so you get to play your Garen, your Jarvan, and your Galio. Using the newly buffed Omen Hawk and just all these buff spells make it quite powerful. This is brought together with Jax On, another big... I mean, it's not Demacian, but it looks a bit Demacian. It's got all the new Freljord cards like Sky Splitter, and you're just playing for these Overwhelm win cons. Jax is an amazing card that allows you to pressure a lot against these opponents, buffed up with things like Omen Hawk, Weaponsmith Apprentice, Favored Artisan, as well as the Spell Suite. Just makes it feel quite powerful. Sometimes Wildclaw Ferocity can feel a little bit awkward, as we have seen earlier in today's matches, but sometimes it is enough to let you find those lethals. It's a bit of an overwhelm and a bit of a pressure deck. Last, we have got Scouts, another champion strength pile, this one on Grumble Slug, as well as the Shell Shockers. There's often a few cards that are a little bit choice-based. You can bring Chain Vest or Grumble Slug or extra copies of Blocking Badger Bear, and this is what Belkut has decided on. You set up a board, you go wide, and you try and smack in as strongly as possible. Deck that's shown up quite a bit, not only this shard, but in a bunch of shards, and you'll probably be seeing it a little bit more today, as it is quite a powerful contender in today's Runeterran Open.
And now we are going to see the deck from the JO1. There is the Garen, Jarvan, Galio. A quite unusual split on the Galio deck. Double Jarvan, double Garen, and double Galio. But we saw the strength of this deck in the previous matches. It has a champion strength to finish off the game really quickly. It is going to be one of the best deck in the circulation right now. And we can move on to the next deck. That is going to be the... I believe it's going to be the Fizz and Yuumi. The No, it's not the elusive. It is the overwhelmed version. We see the Putiporo. We see the Ruthless Raider. And actually, it's kind of like a combination of both. There is Fizz. There is a Ruthless Raider. There is a Skip, King of the Reef as well, that can get buffed by the Yuumi, by the Bone Club, by the Battle Fury. It just a deck that kind of push Nexus damage, either get blocked or not. And moving on to the last deck, it's going to be the Teemo Janna Champion Strength. A deck that can really utilize Champion Strength to the full potential. One of them, you can use the Champion Strength while having a 0 mana unit, a heavily discounted unit, either through the Janna discount and everything. And also you can also discount with the Champion Strength with the Acorn. It's a deck that really going wide with a cheap unit and is able to cheat out the champion strength. It's a strong deck, but now we are entering the pick and ban phase. Alright.
JO1 has an interesting lineup. I think if you analyze what JO1's trying to do, there's no Nilla Janna in this. What JO1's trying to do is either go underneath mid-range decks with 2 elusive swarm decks, or go over the mid-range deck with the bigger version of Formidables. And I think Belkoot's lineup is exactly what JO1 is trying to annihilate. What do you think the bans are going to be from both sides for a second?
Well, if I have to be a Belkoot here, the ban, I can see that Belkoot going to have a trouble against elusive deck. One of them have to go. Is it going to be Fizz Yumi or is it going to be Timogen? I don't know. The Fizz Yumi thing is kind of much more scarier because it is even harder to interact with. The Fizz is kind of like able to fizzle the spell, and as well as Skip can really capture your interaction on the hand. And you are generally drawing one per turn, so Skip is really, really strong. So it's going to be a Fizz Yumi ban for me, but I don't know if I was J1. I mean, what do you think?
JO1, I think, I'm sure JO1 has expected this lineup and knows exactly what they want to ban, but my instinct is that it would probably be Formidables. As the largest of the Demacia decks, it will simply eat his Demacia decks and gain their powers. Belkoot having access to 3 big decks, just ban the biggest one, and your decks will try and be larger than them as JO1. I could see a line for banning Scouts, which is just the strongest of the 3. But I think JO1's built this lineup to try and beat Scouts, is my expectation. And so I imagine it's going to be a Jarvan ban. I could see Jax On. Jax On does have some interesting implications with stuff like the Challenger Jax spell that lets you trade into something really effectively. But I would be expecting the Formidables ban from JO1. What do you think about like these decks in general? I mean, we've seen a lot of PNZ a few rounds ago, but now it seems to be mostly Demacia.
Well, it is the season of the mid-range, season of the champion strength. Even after so many changes, champion strength is still strong. That's in the card name, strong. It just well, it is what
it's
it is.
Definitely not the Champions Week, that's for certain. I
Absolutely.
mean, it's definitely been a couple of days of it, but that doesn't constitute a whole week. Going to wait to see what the bans end up being, what they decide to ban. We did see JO1 pilot the Formidables deck really effectively before. Have we seen any Yumi deck on stream so far?
I don't think we have. I don't remember we see the Yumi, but this could be our first. But if my instinct is correct, if my intuition is correct, Belkoot is going to ban the Fizz Yumi and try to interact with the elusive on the side of Timojana. So maybe we are really not going to see a Yumi on the stream for today. I could be wrong though.
Yumi showing up as the secret best champion of this expansion. Not of the expansion, but of this meta. Just being able to be larger than every other champion really that's available. Sort of interesting considering when Yumi was released and brought with Pantheon decks, she was often seen as just this thing that no one really cared about, and as soon as it was able to be dropped for something like a Varus, it was dropped in a heartbeat. But Yumi finding their way back into these sort of like single unit wincon decks that are able to deal with things that have number-based removal like PNZ, or these big Demacia decks that struggle when there's one big unit to deal with. Yumi's been brought a little bit this tournament, but not seen, and it does seem like we are going to go into the games relatively soon.
Yeah, I also would say that Yumi... Oh, it's getting bad. But yeah, Yumi popularity is skyrocketing because there is just the absence of Shadow Island hard removal. Like a Vengeance or maybe Noxian, a Scorched Earth. It's just absent. So big unit is going to be harder to remove. And well, we are going to get our first match. It is going to be...
Formidables versus Jax On, and Formidables does have 2 Durand Sculptors, which is exactly what you want. Gives everything +1/+1, basically.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Every work demands a piece of ourselves.
So...
Better get the forge going.
Belkoot is developing early 1-drops, trying to... There's no weapon, there's no cheap unit on the side of Belkoot. They did mulligan into 1-drops, but they really want a 2-drop or a 3-drop, while JO1 does have a 3-drop that they can curve into. But Castaway does save this hand a little bit. Now there's something to use your spells on, something like that you can use the Sky Splitter on to be defensive with. What weapon do you think they're going to take?
Well, I think it's going to be the Pot of Pain. The Pot of Pain is going to help... rampaging through the J1 Nexus, and it's kind of hard to block. It's just super strong. It's one of the toughest weapon to deal with because the bearer of the equipment is hard to remove. And well, Belkut was lucky that Belkut managed to draw the Piltover Castaway, because I can see that Belkut might want to keep the Omen Hawk if Belkut was unlucky to not draw any unit with a subtype, to keep the Omen Hawk as an activator for the Saurian. But well, there is the Weapon Master, and we are going to see double Duran Sculpture there. That could be really strong for formidable, no?
Reinforcement at the seams.
This is just going to be the 2 units. Every player plays a unit one turn, and they're all just saying which unit is bigger. For a second, Belkut's unit as a 5/5 impact was the biggest unit, but now we've got J1 attacking with a 0/6 Balin the Benevolent with a +1/+3 backup. This could be a 0/9 in a second if the blocks were to align that way. We're just going to see the chump block with the Weaponsmith Apprentice to try and avoid damage, but J1 has already buffed everything in the deck by +0/+1, and they're formidable. Belkut is going to be able to develop another unit, but J1 is going to be able to pressure quite a bit, especially with this champion strength that we see just sort of resting in the hand.
Oh, this Bolan is just kind of hard to remove, isn't it? It's going to buff up at least the formidable units twice, or maybe even thrice. There's a Sky Splitter protection on the hand as well, but the Weapon Master is going to deal some damage here. And we are going to see the Balin as a blocker. It's quite unusual, quite unexpected, but maybe what is necessary. And I don't blame J1. Getting too low against the Jax Orn might be really giving access to the Overwhelm to finish the J1 Nexus off. So we are going to see the block, and Sky Splitter going to get committed. Interesting. Are we going to
That
see
block was quite important. If you blocked the quick attack unit, Balin would not be able to strike back because it would just be too small and only be dealing 1 damage back, but Belkut able to play the Saurian and draw something. Very, very interesting block decision, but J1 developing units, and we're going to probably see the Jarvan come out next turn.
Yeah, we are going to see the Jarvan. So it's going to be open attack into Jarvan, and is that enough mana to represent the Gentleman Duel? It should
No.
be now. But that's still kinda really strong. The Jarvan going to challenge the Glacial Saurian.
Gonna have to see if that ends up being the line. You could always just develop from J01 side. You don't always have to play Jarvan. Jarvan is just pulling a Glacial Saurian, not the most important thing to be pulling. I could see a world where J01 tries to develop Balin the Benevolent and buff all Balins buff all the Formidables by even more, and keep up things like the Gentleman's Duel into a champion strength next turn. Belkut does have a Flash Freeze and possibly Fury the North and Tomb, as well as a lot of beefy units, including this On. So J01's gonna have to find whether how they're going to try and be beefy enough.
Yeah, I think I like the second Bolan line better. Especially after that you mentioned about Three Sister and Flash Freeze. Generally, Flash Freeze against formidable deck is kind of like not really mattering because you strike with the health or the power. And J01 is like the freezable unit, the only freezable unit that actually kind of matter in the formidable deck. Yeah, I like this double Balan line better. And it's going to be a +0/+3 to all formidables units everywhere. That Patricide Charger on the hand is going to be 0/7, and that is not even mentioning the buff from the Duran Sculpture. It's going to be even more. That is just a tough, really, not really tough, but really strong formidable unit. Like, hard to deal with. There is no hard
Petricite
removal.
Charger had tough. That'd be even tougher to deal with for certain.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy that this 3-mana unit is about to be bigger than this Ornn that Belkut might be trying to play. These Balin the Benevolents are certainly benevolent to one party in this opportunity, but Belkut probably does not feel that it's benevolent. Probably feels a little bit malevolent in this scenario.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And okay, what is Belkut going? Okay, Belkut is having the what's the name? The Nexus advantage here. How do Belkut going to deal the 8 remaining damage to achieve victory here? There is just a big stone wall there. The army of Patricides not going to go anywhere right now. There is a potential line here that Belkut can do is keeping one of the Saurian alive and then go for the Entomb. Go for the Entomb from the Three Sister. That could be interesting, right?
There's the Entomb, and there's also the Entrancing Lure. I mean, Belkut's deck does
Ooh.
have more surprise over the top. We've seen these Jax decks, such as Jax Varus especially, be able to use cards like Entrancing Lure plus Overwhelm to try and push these last bits of damage. And if Belkut isn't threatened too much, he is able to do something like that. Equip a weapon onto the Sori and pull this 2/2 that doesn't have a million health and try and go for a win con. It's not available just yet, but possibly in 2 turns' time, that's going to be the way that Belkut tries and threatens lethal. But JO1 does have Champion Strength, which means they can get the attack token when they otherwise normally wouldn't.
And Gentleman Duel here is going to try to take down the Omen Hawk. And protecting the Omen Hawk with Sky Splitter. Omen Hawk is not usually the unit that you want to protect on the board. Interesting. What's the reasoning behind this?
I think you just want units alive. JO1 is threatening such a massive attack over the next couple of turns, and Belkut needs to keep any unit around possible. You're protecting an Omen Hawk, which isn't high priority, but it's better seen as you're protecting any unit which can prevent upwards of 7 damage when the Champion Strength comes down. Belkut's now thinking, what can I develop most? I can develop 1 unit at maximum. Which unit will it be? What gives me the best scenario? If I get Saurian, I could try and draw into a Jax or an Omen Hawk to develop more. But how does that help me win the game? Belkut's got a lot of decisions to be making right now. And we're going to have to see what they go for, because there's a lot on the line.
It's also limited by mana. Like, Belkut can play at best 1 card. Like, there is just no 2-card combo here. Like, the 2-card combo at best is, as you mentioned, is going to be involving the draw from the Glacial Saurian to get a Jax. But, well, we are going to see the Ornn.
I quite like the Ornn play. As we saw earlier, one of the best ways of making the enemy block is to threaten their Nexus. This isn't going to be a 4-wide attack. This is only going to be a 3-wide attack, because when Ornn strikes in, one of these are going to have to block. So Belkut making sure that something's going to happen. You don't need to challenge something if they're going to lose their Nexus anyway. So I quite like the Ornn play, but JO1's trying to work out, if I do Champion Strength, I nearly called it 4 Demacia due to the number 4, is that going to be enough? And I think he's working out that it's just not going to get him there.
Okay, it is indeed going to be a 3-wide attack because of the Ornn, but not forget to mention, JO1 is going to get the natural attack token next turn, and there is a Jarvan on the hand. Is Open Attack Little a potential here for JO1? In the next turn? If
There are definitely some thoughts. Jarvan is such a boon and a vice. You really want Jarvan to be there to pull something to the side, but if JO1 doesn't play Champion Strength this turn, they kind of can't play it next turn unless they develop the Petricite Charger, because Jarvan will say, I'm going to spend all your mana, you're not going to be able to Champion Strength. So one of the reasons that this Champion Strength has to come down now is so that Jarvan doesn't prevent it from happening next turn. It's a bit of an unfortunate consequence, but this attack is still going to probably come through at the very least in order to put some pressure on.
And we see the Ornn level up here. But is the Ornn going to die? I think Ornn going to die, right? From blocking here? Unless Bell... Oh, it doesn't. Okay, my bad. My mathematics sometimes kind of forgetting that tough -1 is a thing. Sorry for that.
Ornn will be threatened by the Jarvan, but we do see the 3 Sisters in hand, and Lethal is not being threatened. JO1's board, which looked gigantic a second ago, is now feeling small. We could see the Anarcha be developed, which could be interesting, but that would just be answered by Entombs. We are going to see the Jarvan instead. That little level of animation coming down on Demacian soldiers. A bit wrong. It's actually an Ornn in this instance, but I'm sure the animation's still fine nonetheless.
Yeah. And I don't know if I like Anarcha as a Darkin in... If J1 deck is kind of like having so many cheap units like Omen Hawk, Duran Sculpture number 3. It's not even worth it to go for the risk of Anarcha. But unfortunately, the Jarvan also getting frozen. It's not going to take down the Ornn here.
Not even I know what I'm cooking up.
And the
Now,
Ornn is
JO1's in a bit of a tizzy. I mean, Belkut has an Overwhelm unit coming in next turn with Ornn's Ram. And with that Wild Claw's Ferocity on this Combat Cook, there's going to be 2 Overwhelm units coming in. JO1 is going to need to find Gentleman's Duel or a Freeze just to be able to survive. It's going to be a reliant on the top deck.
oh yes, it is. And okay, what kind of top deck? Like I see that some formidable deck is running Harshwind. It's kind of like interesting deck in the deck, but I don't remember if J1 is bringing the Harshwind there.
I don't
There is
know
going
either,
to be
but it is not
blocking
drawn.
Badger Bear.
Blocking
That's-
Badger Bear can block many things, but not Overwhelm units from an open attack. Although that would be a nice buff. Maybe that could finally make Demacia good, right? It's not currently good right now. We're going to see
Absolutely.
these Overwhelms come in.
Well, that is just a lot of damage going to connect to JO1's Nexus. And Belkut is going to take the game number 1. Will JO1
Stay still.
getting defeated on the next round, or are we going to see the game number 3? We are about to find out soon enough. And that is going to be the victory. The Spirit of the Ram and the Alpha Wildclaw. The name is Alpha Wildclaw, right? Wildclaw
It comes from the
Ferocity
Wild
is
Claw's
the...
Ferocity.
Ah,
It's
yeah,
the
yeah.
spell, yeah.
Yeah.
That was an interesting game. We saw something that happens in Demacia mirrors, right? Whichever Demacia deck is bigger is often able just to be better. And while there were Balins coming down, as well as 2 Duran Sculptors, it just wasn't really enough to get through the Jax on. I don't know exactly what to ascribe that loss to, except that the Overwhelm is able to present that damage through. We're going to see Scouts versus that same formidable deck. This should feel a little bit better for JO1, as this is the deck they were likely targeting. But Belkut does sort of have the draw that they want. A bunch of early units. All they need is a champion strength now.
Ooh, yes. I don't know what to say about this one. It's really a strong early scout opener, isn't it? Like Ritvetter Tracker, Grumble Slug, Mare Warden, it's just going wide, and then we saw the 4 Demacia there. That whiteboard is going to be even more powerful. Like, that is super strong. Can formidable deck withstand this?
I think
Every work demands
once
a
the
piece of
formidable deck
ourselves.
draws some spells like Sky Splitter, they're going to feel like a massive blowout. JO1 right now does have a bunch of units, including the Balin, which will be scaling quite a bit, but if JO1 can't find a way to deal with cards like the 4 Demacia, Belkut is going to have an attack that is even bigger than JO1's board. We're going to have to see how these players decide to duke it out in this instance, but as it currently stands, Belkut's in a pretty good position, absent of maybe losing MF here. I wonder if we see the Inspiring Light just to protect MF, or to make the trade even.
Well, I was surprised that Belkut developing the MF into the Peterset Broadwing and not waiting for the post-combat development, but I guess Belkut is trying to bluff a form up here. That could be the thing.
Form up could be trying to be bluffed, and JO1 has to decide, am I calling this bluff? And we do see the pass, and the bluff has been called, and there is no form up, and this is a very, very, very good trade for JO1. They are massively in the lead in terms of board tempo.
Ooh, yes, and we are going to see potentially the Island Navigator into Inspiring Light. Is it too early for committing the Inspiring Light?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
I think it's too early,
Depends
right?
when you want your tempo play. This is not good enough tempo, right?
Yes.
When you're seeing Inspiring Light, you're trying to see, I want to buff as many things as I can. Not for some, like, perverse, I want to get as many big numbers reasons, but just for the idea of trying to get as much tempo as you possibly can. You might not even see Inspiring Light for a while. It might just be that the Forta Master is a better line over the next couple of turns. But JO1 is smacking in for 15 damage on turn 5.
Oh, that Bolin is just amplifying the power level of the board here. Like, J1 unit is just hitting really hard. And Belkut is running the deck that doesn't want to chumlock, want to preserve the amount of a unit on the board because of the board-wide buff, like for Demacia, Inspiring Light, and Champion Strength. It is just a tough decision here. Like, the formidable unit, they are just too strong.
We are going to see Shell Shocker come down, presumably into the grumbliest of slugs and then a Fortimacia, although it could be Inspiring Light plus Fortimacia. And JO1 does have some forms of interaction. There is the Gentleman's Duel, which could bring off something like the Island Navigator. That is going to be the line that is gone for, followed by presumably some sort of spells just to block favorably and feel better. Belkut needing to play for this high tempo play, but JO1 over the last 5 turns has drawn nothing but spells in order to defend against situations just like these.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
4-5 blocking Badger Bear. When you think that 4-4 is not enough, there is the 4-5. The extra HP, oh, definitely gonna help blocking.
I mean, it's basically a blocking Badger Bear level 2. It's got even more blocking, the new and improved. Seeing JO1 now forced to block, not necessarily favorably, but losing the 2-2 is okay at this point. It's already buffed everything it needs to buff. The 2-2 is no longer necessary. And Belkut's tapped out. There's no mana. So JO1 can play the Sky Splitter and the Elixir of Iron to his heart's content.
Is it too risky to block only one of them? Like the Mare Warden? Block the Mare Warden and then going to 1? Is it too risky?
You're gonna have to see what the decision is. I really like blocking the Fearsome unit. Fearsome's one of the few keywords that Belkut can actually leverage in order to deal with Formidables. You know, Formidables, they're very, very formidable, but Fearsome units can often put a little bit of fear into them and try and get over the top. So I quite like the blocking Badger Bear being able to block this unit. And we're in an interesting position. JO1 does have a lot of damage coming in next turn and is threatening lethal as far as I'm aware. There should be a lethal threat.
Oh yeah, it is, and there is no card in the Belkut's hand that can stop this. The top deck is a Queen, and that doesn't help. It is going to be equalizer here. JO1 going to take the game number 2. The score is now even. No, it's anybody's game here. I mean, I kind of forgot what is the remaining deck. Definitely there is the Scout from the side of Belkut. Okay, it's going to be Scout against Timojana. Is this matchup favorable for one player more than the other?
I think JO1 is feeling really happy. Belkut's deck does not have good ways of dealing with Teemo or Janna or Acorn and will thus be able to play Champion Strength a little bit earlier. But if JO1 doesn't draw those cards and Belkut does draw an early enough hand, Belkut can definitely find ways of dealing with this. The only issue is that Belkut's best cards die to JO1's best cards. MF dies to Divine Whirlwind, for example. So I do think JO1's favored, but I mean, it's LOR. It could be anyone's game.
It is, and the game has been started. Off to a good start here for JO1, with the Acorn discounting the Champion Strength to 7 and potentially even more, but I think we are going to see the Acorn going down here by the Fleet Feather Tracker, right? Yeah, it is. But still, it's a 7 mana. It's a 7 mana Champion Strength permanent discount.
It's a 7 mana Champion Strength, but JO1 doesn't have the greatest of hands. This Mayim top deck is definitely going to help, but these Exalted Cloudwinders are a little bit of a brick. You can discount them with Eye of the Storm, which will help out quite a bit, but until then, Belkut's hand looks phenomenal. I mean, there's the Badger Bear of the blocking into 2 Mirai Wardens next turn on the open, and this Broadwing trades really well into this Mayim. Belkut is threatening as much as they can right now before JO1 gets their power.
Oh yes, and now we are going to see that. JO1 kind of need units, and oh, we have the score for the other match that happening on the other side of the bracket. Z of Z is actually advancing to the grand final with the grand score of the 2-0. We have our first grand finalist, Z of Z. And we are just looking
to Z of Z, doing really well, and they should have a great time in the finals. Back into this game, JO1 and Belkut are sort of fighting each other, seeing what's going to happen. Belkut's got an interesting decision right now. Mirai Warden to go wide, Inspiring Light to buff, or a pass to burn mana, the third bonus option. Very interesting decision by Belkut.
But that Howling Gale is tempting though. Removing the Petaset Broadwing, that can be really problematic in the later stages of the game. It's tempting. I personally would.
We are going to see the Howling Gale come down. One thing to mention about Belkoot's pass is that maybe Inspiring Light is going to be better on the Quinn, giving Quinn 1 extra health in a matchup where Quinn leveling is not an unheard of scenario. Could definitely be the line, and I think Belkoot's definitely considering doing that as part of what their game plan is. Go Quinn into Island Navigator and then doing the Inspiring Light afterwards. JO1's main interaction pieces do deal numbers-based damage, and Inspiring Light does buff everything by 1.
Okay, JO1 having
Never met anyone like you.
okay, next turn. Is it going to be a Eye of the Storm to discount the what's the name? The Marinir?
I do think Eye of the Storm to discount both Marine Mariner, Windborne Mariner, and the Exalted Cloudwinder is probably the line, taking all of this damage going quite low just to have good options for this Eye of the Storm and et al. But we do see the Janna be drawn, and maybe it'll be a little bit awkward. You can play Eye of the Storm to discount a lot of your cards, but Janna just feels so much more powerful most of the time that what's the plan now for JO1?
Yeah, if JO1 goes to play the Janna, I mean JO1 only played and developed 1 unit this turn, which when the alternative is playing the Eye of the Storm, you can play the 0 mana Mariner and the 3 mana Cloudwinder, and you are going to draw another 2 cards on the start of the next turn. Not forget to mention that you can get extra Windborne Mariner from the Eye of the Storm, potentially top decking them. It's a good line, but we can see. I don't really like the Janna line that much.
Yeah, I think Janna is a little bit too cute, and JO1 is probably spending all this time realizing, can I do Janna? And decides to anyway. Thinking that if Janna is able to draw things like Mystic Shot or Divine Whirlwind, that is a way for JO1 to come back. Maybe JO1 sees that going for the line where they play Eye of the Storm just doesn't bring them back enough tempo. But Belkoot is going to go for Inspiring Light, possibly into Misfortune afterwards. Hoping to bait out this Broadwing attack, I think. That's why they didn't do Misfortune first, but Belkoot's got a very, very, very strong attack coming in a second.
It also kind of depends on what JO1 going to draw from the top deck. That's going to matter so much because JO1 is really, really fighting from the downhill here. This board from Belkoot, it is just too strong. Just too wide and just too big.
JO1 commits the challenge and permits Misfortune to come down. And JO1 was a little bit punished by that play, but almost felt forced. I mean, if these draws aren't good enough, JO1 sort of has to do something like that. And no spells means that an open attack here is very, very punishing for JO1. They've only got Eye of the Storm. Hopefully they can draw into Divine Whirlwind, but if not, JO1's going to lose a large amount of their board.
And also losing a large amount of their HP as well. It's too much. JO1 might stay alive here, but okay, assuming that JO1 managed to survive here, how can JO1 bounce back? I guess developing the 0 mana Marinir into representing the champion's rank on the next turn, that's going to be one way to achieve victory. That could be interesting.
JO1 has to make a decision right now. Do I lose to form up or not? Now, JO1 is able to do a bit of a greedy block because if Belkoot threatens with form up, JO1 could, in theory, have had Divine Whirlwind. So JO1 might feel comfortable doing this little bit of mind game towards Belkoot. I'm going to lose to form up, but you can't play it just in case I've got Divine Whirlwind. It's a very interesting play from JO1. But next turn, JO1's hand does not look that bad. There will be something close to a leveled up Janna. There'll be 2 Windborne Mariners and a Teemo with a champion strength coming in. JO1's prospects next turn are looking rather high.
Yeah, and also not forget to mention that Scout deck doesn't have direct damage to the Nexus, aside from the Misfortune skill and the champion spell. So that is going to be. I think JO1's still going to be alive here. The only way that Belkoot going to deal damage to the Nexus is through an unblocked unit. And I think JO1 can go wide, potentially. Right?
JO1's chances are definitely looking high, and despite being at low HP, all JO1 needs to do is force Belkoot to block, and that is something JO1 is going to be able to do with these champion strengths and with all these quick attack units. If JO1 can go wide enough, develop 6 units, or just prevent Belkut from being able to go wide by having units, JO1 could be in this, but it's not going to be easy. This Janna is going to need to pull her weight as best as she can.
Always got what I want. Now I gotta find what I need.
Going for the Spellman. Oh, are we going to see the Champions Prank this turn? We are.
And this is the first of hopefully many attacks, I'm sure, from JO1's perspective. Getting the first attack in. This blocking Badger Bear is the only unit that can get a positive trade right now, and by positive, it's just equal. But JO1 does get to do a big attack, and Belkut has to worry about their blocking. Now, Belkut's hand is full of units that develop 2 units at once, right? So JO1 isn't able to develop with that much of the board. Belkut's board is still about 6 wide if you include their development on the turn after. So JO1 is going to have to draw at least 2 units to match that. But that's not out of the cards for JO1, especially since not drawing a unit for JO1 probably means drawing a spell, which means probably interacting with the board.
Ooh, yes, yes. So we are going to see what is going to be the top deck here. And Augmented Clockling! That is also going to draw another card. It's... Divine Whirlwind and Broadwing. Is that what you want? Are we going to see a skip here?
I think these cards are pretty much what you want. The only thing you'd probably want more is a little bit of draw, but Divine Whirlwind will probably get you exactly what you want. Janna getting the flip means more elusive damage coming in, 2 draws next turn with all those cards being discounted. JO1 has pulled this back from the clutches of defeat, being able to just stay alive at 2 health, you know, maybe losing to form up at the time, but wasn't a form up in Belkut's hand, but accepting that risk, saying, I'd rather keep my Janna on the field than lose her to the attack that Belkut was doing, and is now wide enough to deal with everything that Belkut is threatening.
Well, that's the beauty of the Legend of Runeterra. You are rewarded for taking risk there. Maybe losing to form up, but if they don't have it, they don't have it, and when they don't have it, you are going to stay in the game, and it's still anybody's game now. Ooh, interestingly.
JO1 lining up his blocks. If Belkut did have a form up here, JO1 would be losing their Windborn Mariner to that form up, but we're going to see JO1 probably apply this Divine Whirlwind down. Belkut, unless they had Mirai Warden, has no way of going... I guess 2 1-drops. Had very few way of going 6 wide without developing next turn, which means JO1 getting a unit or a spell would probably be enough. Reading the hand, knowing there's only 2 cards left, likely means that no matter what permutation of cards Belkut had, JO1's attack would feel fine and not game-losing, and that's why JO1 did that attack. No matter what cards were in Belkut's hand, JO1's attack was good enough.
Ooh, yes. And, alright, so what is Belkut going to be needing here to deal the Oh! That's not enough mana! The Genevieve. That's not enough mana. I mean, I was thinking about the Island Navigator into Genevieve, but well, you can definitely develop the Genevieve alone. That's a good thing. You can try to take down the Janna here, but we have this caster vision that there is a form up that's going to stop the Janna from dying, and JO1 is still going to be keeping the Janna alive. It's kind of hard here. The Janna alive
was extremely punishing from Belkut. Genevieve, where all the hopes resided, this last ranger from the bush around Demacia just dying to a little bit of a wind goddess and some Demacian rallying. It just wasn't enough. Now, JO1 does not have open attack lethal just yet, so there can be draws that change this as well. If JO1 just bricks right now, and Belkut is able to draw stuff, it could be kind of bad. JO1's probably priced into open attacking, just in case there's something like a champion strength, but it's not going to be threatening. It's going to be very close, but just not yet.
But JO1 also have the access to the burn, right? Like the mystic shots. So it's kind of like a good play here. If we are playing around the, well, a 1 action and 2 unit, like for example, we saw that Island Navigator on the hand of Belkut.
So this is what it's come down to. What are the top decks? JO1 has 3 looks at Divine Whirlwind or Mystic Shot, while Belkut really wants to find something like a champion strength. JO1 does not draw the burn, but does draw at least 4 more draw cards next turn, and Belcute doesn't have champion strength or anything, not even a Misfortune. Misfortune would have won the game here, but
Oh, yes.
that is not the case right now, and Belcute is probably now going to be 1 turn too late to find those miracle draws.
There is just so many draw. That's the power of this deck. The Jenna deck. There is going to be Jenna drawing 2 cards, and well, Belcute, I guess, realized that there is no out of combat damage, 2 damage that's going to secure the win, and we are going to see the second grand finalist. It's going to be JO1. Congratulations and good luck facing Z of Z on the grand final. What do you think, Spades?
This is very exciting. We've got one of the top players in APAC and has been for many years. JO1 has always been at the top of everything going on, and fighting someone that, to my understanding, is a rather new comeuppance. It's very exciting to have these players sort of come up and be crowned down.
Well, actually, Z of Z is kind of like a strong ladder in APAC.
Okay.
Well,
my America's experience has shunned me from the fear that Z of Z can provide. Very interesting games. We've seen a lot of Demacia be quite prominent, but these Piltover and Zorn lists that are able to mix in the Demacia with it has been able to sort of like find that spot removal in certain scenarios and then go in for the lethal with the quick attack units. This has been a very interesting cast so far. How do you feel overall?
it is really great, and I just cannot wait to see the grand final. I want to see who is going to advance and get the direct invitation to the World Championship. I'm not going to let's say what's the name, like picking a winner yet, like favoring them, like a caster blessing or anything. I just want to see the best player win. But I am impatient. I want to see that. I cannot wait.
I think all of us are impatient here, but we're going to have to wait just a little bit for the round to start. Thank you all for tuning in for what has been an amazing semifinals and an amazing broadcast. We will see you after the break for the grand finals for the WQA. Welcome to the grand finals of the Asia Pacific World Qualifier Open for the Fates Voyage Onward tournament. My name is Spids, and joining me for the final time is 4Second. How are you going?
Well, we are going to enter and witness who is going to advance and get the direct invitation for the World Championship in this World Qualifier. It's going to be, from one side, it's going to be the South Korean juggernaut JO1, and on the other side is going to be Z of Z. I am really excited to see how the match going to go. What do you think?
It's been a really exciting day. We've seen a lot earlier on. We saw a lot of these P&Z strategies try and come out and be like the sort of level 1 strategy. A lot of people were really high on these P&Z decks, your Seraphines and your Nilajanas, and we just saw Demacia just constantly pummeling their way through them. And now our final top cut's just got a bunch of P&Z mirrors. Demacia mirrors. I caught myself up in a little bit of a tizzy there. But that's what we ended up with Z of Z and FNP JO1 going through this gauntlet of amazing players. We can see the top 16 here. This is it.
Yeah, this is the grand final. This is going to be the apex of competition for this season in the World Qualifier Open. Even if the one that doesn't win on the grand final here is still getting awarded with a lot of Runeterra point for the qualification to the World Championship through the gathering the points. That could be one way to qualify.
This is one of the final opportunities to gather your points and gather your invite into Worlds. Whoever wins this gets a direct invite, but specifically for JO1, he's already been banking up over the last year tons and tons of points, so even getting second here likely lets JO1 get in via points. But for Z of Z, they quite need this win in order to make it into Worlds, so they're going to be playing their absolute heart out, but I don't think JO1's going to be a pushover. They're both going to be trying their absolute best.
Mm-hmm. And we saw some few games of them, right? We saw JO1 journey in the top 8. If I remember correctly, was it top 8? We saw JO1 really piloting the deck really well, and we also saw Z of Z on the semifinal on the top 4. That is really, really okay. Was I mistaken the two? I kind of forgot.
We've seen quite a few during top 8 and top 4. We've been bouncing around quite a little. We're going to go over the decks for the final time, see exactly what these players have been bringing to such success. Starting off with JO1s. I've probably talked about this deck 3 or 4 times now, but this is the Garen, Jarvan, Galio formidable deck and this might be a really nice pun, quite formidable. It's doing quite a few powerful things. Tons of health buffs, trying to beat on these decks like Scouts, trying to beat on these decks that are just not as big as Garen Jarvan. It doesn't always win the game. Sometimes Rand Sculptor and Balin is just not enough, despite giving +1 health to basically your entire deck. But it's just a big Demacia deck. It is joined up with Fizz Yuumi, which has been banned every single time. All you do is put your Yuumi or your Bone Club on your Skips or Ruthless Raiders or Fizzes or Pouty Poros. Combine them with some spells like Inner Beast or Battle Fury and try and pummel down your opponent. It's really good into the P&Z strategies as it's got more health than they can deal with, and good into Demacia as it goes bigger and has one large unit. A very strong strategy that we're probably going to see banned once again, as we've seen it banned the last few times we've seen JO1 play. The final deck is this Teemo Janna Champion Strength. Looks like a bit of a pile, but when you really dive into it, what it's doing is playing for a high tempo play where you get a bunch of units swarming the board, and then a discounted champion strength either from Updraft or Acorn coming in a surprise way. Sometimes, as we saw in our semi-finals, Mayim is able to create the spell mana. Mayim costs 2, but the spell mana gained is 3, and a champion strength can be coming out of nowhere. Absolutely crazy lineup as a big mid-range beatdown plan.
Meanwhile, from the side of Z of Z here, we are going to see the Scout deck. One of the other deck that can utilize the champion strength really greatly, swarming the early game with a wide unit that can utilize the board-wide buff, like an Inspiring Light for Demacia from the Vanguard Surgeon and champion strength. It is one of the strongest deck in the meta as of currently. And then we are going to see the next deck. And it's going to be potentially there it is, the Galio Udyr, another Udyr on the final here, on the grand final even. Another formidable deck that utilizing Udyr as the stand sprinter for the regeneration on stabilizing the mid game, and for the finishing blow, it's going to be the Wild Claw stance to give the big overwhelm. A big formidable unit with overwhelm to finish the games off. It is really strong, and also another deck that can use champion strength really greatly. And then going to move on to the last deck, the Jax Orn, the Weapon Master and Forge deck. Really strong with the inclusion of double Wild Claw Ferocity and one of Buried in Ice. Buried in Ice is a really good card to stop down let's say a board wide buff like a champion strength or Demacia. It's kind of like attack inclusion. And Wild Claw Ferocity is a really good card to transform a weak equipment beholder into a strong equipment beholder. And now we are entering the pick and ban screen for the grand final match. Pids, what do you think?
This pick and ban screen shows exactly what we have been looking at this entire time when we've been following JO1. JO1 has got two decks that do really well into Scouts, and I'm not entirely sure how well Janatimo does into it, but we did see that it won last time. So as far as I'm aware, it's a triple beating Scouts lineup, and ZFZ has got the Scouts. JO1 didn't bring Scouts despite it being the most obvious champion strength deck and being possible to bring in this lineup. There's no clash in champions or regions because I think JO1 thought that Scouts was going to be targeted more, and JO1 went for a target Scouts lineup. So ZFZ is sort of on the back foot here. They've brought the deck that JO1 was looking to beat, and I expect JO1's going to be coming into this feeling happy that there is the Scouts able to be beaten.
Oh yeah, and well, talking about the ban here, if I'm Z of Z here, I think I will ban the Fizz Yumi because, well, I don't know, this Yumi deck is just really, we never see a Yumi deck being played in this tournament, right? Because it just have a strong, I don't know, what's the word for it? A strong reputation, not really reputation, but it just kind of fearsome. I mean, technically they are not fearsome, but it's scary, frightening, intimidating. Yeah, intimidating.
There's definitely a bit of an intimidating factor with it. I mean, we've seen Fizz Yumi be banned every single time. Does ZFZ think I'm going to follow everyone else and I'm going to be the one that's different and still manage to beat the non-Fizz Yumi decks? Or does ZFZ say, you know what, maybe JO1 doesn't have experience on Teemo Yumi, Fizz Yumi, because they just haven't been playing it that much in this tournament. But I think you're right. ZFZ does have to ban this Yumi deck. We're never going to see the cat be played, even though we've seen it in the lineup. I think in the last 5 rounds we've been seeing a possible Yumi, but it was just banned out every time. What do you think JO1 is banning?
Well, you did say that JO1's strategy is to bully into the Scout, like trying to make the Scout having all the hard matchup. So we definitely keep the Scout open. Between the Weapon Master deck and the Formidable, that's a tough call. But if J1 is sticking to the strategy of bullying the Scout deck, losing the first match or losing one match is not going to be a problem because J1 can confidently try to 2-0 the Scout deck. So, wait,
whoa,
maybe we are wrong. Maybe we are washed up.
we might be washed as J1 decides to ban Scouts. Very surprising in my opinion, but I guess saying that, you know what, these other matchups are still really good for me. But Teemo Yumi also not the ban. Not what I was expecting at all, and we're actually going to see Teemo Yumi be able to be played against this Formidables deck.
Oh, this is the debut of the Yumi and it's on the grand final. We see the Challenger as a way to deal with the Fizz or Elusive. From the side of ZFZ here, Formidable, Petrified Broadwing. That's really one way to deal with the Yumi, but there's also a wallop from the side of JO1.
JO1 has a 1-drop plus a Bone Club, and if anyone's played a Bone Club deck before, they know how much fun it is to just put your Bone Club on a 1-drop. But the Fizz is actually considering just being a blocker, playing Sky Splitter and trading into this. ZFZ could have had an Elixir of Iron, and this play would have failed for JO1, but maybe ZFZ's not running it. Maybe that's the reason why that was able to be played. But now this Fizz is coming in for 2 damage, but there's a skip and a Bone Club, but not any other units.
Well, it is an open deck list, and I think J1 kind of put that in consideration. So, the skip. Skip is really excellent fighting against a deck that can only draw one card per turn, and especially if you cannot remove the skip, that one captured card is going to be, well, just straight up deleted. And we can see that Z of Z without the Petrus at Broadwing is going to have a trouble stabilizing the board against the elusive, the skip, and everything. And also J1 have the defense like Wallop, Harshwind, Three Sister, Frostbite. It's the deck that really can do everything. I mean, technically Frostbite doesn't work against Formidable. Harshwind is kind of like a dead card. It kind of works against Udyr, but nothing else.
I think we've seen why this Fizz Yuumi deck has been banned. Z of Z has got 2 0-4s on the field by turn 4, but just cannot attack into a Fizz that has stolen the Bone Club from Tarkaz. It's just an absolutely like horrific time for JO1. But sorry, for Z of Z because of what JO1's doing. This skip in hand is really interesting. I wonder what JO1's looking for. Are they going to be looking for champion strength, trying to keep that in the hand and prevent Z of Z from going for it? I wonder when the best play to play skip is. We're going to see it now. 2 Vulpine Wanderers. Which one are you going to pick?
Well, yeah, the left one, I guess. But the skip is excellent because it kind of like, for example, can remove the champion strength from the hand, can remove interaction, any form of interaction like a single combat or gentleman's duel. That is like the premium thing that you want to capture with the skip. Regarding the time when you play the skip, it's kind of like when you can protect the skip. Basically, like right now there is the Three Sister into Fury of the North to protect the skip. There is like okay, Harshwind doesn't work because it's formidable if there's a gentleman duel. But actually no. Even Fury of the North is not going to protect the skip. But I think J1 is very confident to drop the skip now, and well, we can see that one of the Vulpine Wanderer taken out for now.
JO1's in a very difficult position. On one end, they want to get elusive damage in, but there's no spell they want to really play to let Fizz go, and you don't want to play Elixir of Iron. It's non-committal, but it's very much better on a defensive turn. You don't want to play Wallop or Harshwinds or Three Sisters. They're too important to be used defensively. You can't justify using them as an elusive attacker. Fizz can attack in and just be a physical unit, but that feels so much worse. It means that the clock is not being presented that much. So J1 has a really tough decision here. Do I play something like Elixir of Iron to get 7 elusive damage in, or do I keep Elixir of Iron as a blocker and try and stay out? We do see the Elixir of Iron go in for the 8 damage. I do like this line, but it feels bad as J1 to have to use a good defensive card just to get Fizz to have elusive.
There is also a line that if J1 really want to be proactive and doesn't care about what Z of Z can have in the hand, it can be committing proactively the Fury of the North to push 3 more damage, basically with the Three Sister. But I don't know if that's a good idea.
JO1 can always do that next turn because that will be able to threaten lethal pretty effectively. But Z of Z does not have a bad attack into what could be a champion strength if they really wanted. And Z of Z also drawing the Entomb or the Flash Freeze could be very nice into something like the Fizz. If Fizz tries to go for a lethal with Fury of the North, Z of Z's top deck of Three Sisters can prevent that and stall out the game for 1 more turn.
Attacking with the Petrusat Charger is interesting because it will get buffed by the Bolan, becoming a 5 health or 5 power. I mean, formidable attacking with the health. It can still get blocked by the Fizz, but Z of Z have the combat trick representation here, like the Shield of Duran we see on the hand, and could be also representing the Sky Splitter. I mean, we do have the Caster Vision. Z of Z doesn't have it, but okay. And J1 just decided to not block the Bolan with the Fizz. And because Z of Z doesn't have to commit anything, the champion strength post-attack is now available play. Will you still use it? Would you use it?
Z of Z has got an interesting choice. If champion strength comes down, it requires at least 1 answer. All of these units are individually threatening lethal, or 2 of them combined threaten lethal each time. But we're going to see the Udyr come down instead and probably try and give Overwhelm to something. But Yuumi's going to come down and be equipped to the skip. King of the Reef. And ZFZ is just going to go for regen. Make this Balin even bigger. Try and go for a lot of damage in the next future turns. With this Three Sisters backup, ZFZ is no longer that scared of dying this turn. There's very few ways for JO1 to actually present lethal. So ZFZ can hold back a bit and then do champion strength much bigger on a coming up turn.
Rolling Projectile as a top deck for JO1. It's a Yumi champion spell. It can push one more damage technically by buffing the elusive attacker here, but now we are not going to see that. Instead, we are going to see the Three Sister pre-committed as a way to give the Fizz elusive. We are going to see the Flash Freeze in answer right now. And the Fizz right now is a 3 out of 6 to level up. It's mathematically possible to level the Fizz up, committing the Fury of the North, Rolling Projectile, and a Wallop, but is that going to be enough?
That would be one away from lethal. I don't know if JO1 is on any burn. They might be on something like a Pie Toss, which could end up being enough. You are able to level Fizz with Prowling Projectile plus the Wallop. That would give Fizz 2 strength, 1 from the Prowling Projectile, 1 from the Wallop, which would mean any singular amount of burn could be nice. In addition, Fizz would be able to create the Chum the Waters. And if JO1 is worried about dying on the next turn, having an extra blocker could be nice, but at the cost of a Wallop, it's probably not worth it. J1's going to have to make that decision whether they want to put ZFZ at 1 health or not, and figure out what the possible top decks are, and deciding not to in the end.
Interesting. And we are going to see that development of Petrified Charger, right? Yes, this is going to be an open attack into champion strength after the attack, potentially for ZFZ. We do see the Wallop and the Harsh Wind to stop the attack from the side of J1, but maybe some top deck can really change mind here. We do know that the Harsh Wind is not going to be working against formidable unit. Ooh, Anaka?
This top deck of Skip King of the Reef means that if ZFZ decides to open attack and JO1 is able to block it enough, this Skip King of the Reef could steal this champion strength and bring this game back. As far as I'm aware, this is not threatening lethal. It's 1 damage off if JO1 blocks both, which means the King of the Reef could come down and give the win back to JO1.
That is going to be the excellent capture that champion strength. I mean, this is why ZFZ took this line to go for the open attack instead of developing Anaka, because ZFZ decided to want to play this champion strength, but Skip is just going to cancel that. It's just not gonna happen. Unless, okay, the Skip is potentially dying, right? This Skip that captured Full-Pine Wanderer. There is a chance that JO1 could be unlucky, like 33% chance the Skip going to show the Darkin Spear, Anaka, and that Full-Pine Wanderer again as a eligible target to capture. And that could be happening. It's all down to chance now. Can JO1 capture the champion strength with Skip, the King of the Reef?
There is a 66% chance this works for JO1's favor. I'm very surprised that the Wallop went in the way that it did, instead of deciding to keep the Skip around, which would have increased the odds. But the champion strength is seen by Skip King of the Reef, and ZFZ has no way of dealing with this unless they draw enough free spells like a Harsh Winds. But that, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think JO1 is going to have the game in the bag right now.
Well, also technically this phase is not going to have elusive unless J1 take a top deck a spell. But J1 can put the Yumi into the Skip and then utilize the second Yumi as a Prowling Projectile. That's going to be a spell that give the Fizz elusive. It's J1 is threatening lethal. Even without the Fizz, if there is a Skip with a Yumi on it connecting to the Nexus, it's going to be dealing 3 damage. ZFZ needed another Harsh Wind. It is not the Harsh Wind.
You've been following me?
And
so JO1 found the Skip line, was able to top deck it and beat the champion strength. ZFZ's open attack made them lose an action, which allowed JO1 to go in. I think there could have been something slightly more spectacular if JO1 prevented his own skip from dying and allowing him to sort of mess around a little bit more. But JO1 gets a win with a really, really well-played and well-timed skip against Z of Z's champion strength, showing why this Fizz Yumi was banned so often against these Demacia decks. Very well piloted and a very tough and emotional game for both players.
Yeah, it is just the skip being the 7-9 champion, you know? It can really decide the match like that. It's just the power, the capture, like, oh, you want to cast the champion's rank? No, let me get that. No, let me get that. It's also, not forget to mention, it is kind of like the intelligence as well to see what your opponent have in the hand, like a prank basically, revealing the card on the hand. It is a powerful play. And now we are entering the match number 2. It's going to be once again the formidable Galio Udyr from the set of Z of Z against the Teemo Janna. Okay, what should we looking for here?
Teemo Janna has definitely drawn their early elusive units, which is kind of important for pressure, but there is no champion strength just yet. Now, obviously, JO1's got a bunch of draws ahead of them, including draws from Exalted Cloudwinder, so they will have time to find their champion strength, while Z of Z doesn't really have a big presence right now. There's no Udyr in the hand, there's no Gallia, there's no Balin. They do have some challenges, and they do have this Vulpine Wanderer, which could get Ram Stance and try and deal with all the X ones. But Z of Z isn't necessarily on their way to finding their own win con. Both of the players just have their early units right now, but none of their win cons have been auto-drawn just yet.
So right now, Z of Z is thinking about developing the Broadwing or preparing for a turn 3 Ram Stance, as you said. That could be interesting. Which one is looking better? Okay, I think we are going to see the Broadwing here. Broadwing is not going to be able to block, but developing the Vulpine Wanderer on the next turn is going to grant the Broadwing Challenger that can take down one of the elusive unit that kind of hard to remove. Looks like we have a good start here.
This is our Vey.
Z of Z has given Challenger to the Broadwing, quite important for what Z of Z is trying to go for, just try and deal with the board, prevent JO1 from having the blowout win cons that they can often have with the elusives and the champion strength, giving the Darken weapon also to the Broadwing, buffing up everything that'll be drawn in future. Z of Z is not in the worst position if JO1 doesn't end up drawing the cards that they need. Z of Z will be able to outgrind because they are the bigger Demacia deck in general. But Z of Z does also need to draw some way of actually converting this into a win later on.
Challenging the Acorn instead of the Teemo, it's actually an interesting line. Like, do you think which one is much more dangerous? The Yordle that shuffle Puff Cap to your deck, or the Acorn that potentially discounting the champion strength by 2 if connecting twice? Which one is much more scarier?
I'm going to cheat and say that the person that is currently in the finals made a decision, so I'm going to go with what they did. I'm going to say that challenging the Acorn was the better decision because that's what the person in front of me did. And I think I agree, right? What is scary is not being able to play around champion strength properly, not being able to play around cards like format properly. Z of Z's deck doesn't have that much draw. These Puff Caps aren't going to be dealing more than like 2 or 3 damage over the course of the game, so I quite like this play. But we are going to see what the draws are. And Janna was drawn by JO1, which is quite an important card for trying to find your win cons and play quite aggressively, but Z of Z does have interaction in the Gentleman's Duel. You see the attack come down, trying to pressure a little bit.
And now, okay. So Janna is going to come down, potentially updrafting the Clockling and the Howling Gale, perhaps. Or what do you want to updraft if you are going to play the Janna?
Ooh, I think I agree with Clockling and Howling Gale. J1 has the attack token next turn, which means you want to be playing your quick attack units and playing quite aggressively. So I do like getting rid of those cards, but they also have to worry about what Z of Z is doing. I mean, these aren't ignorable units now. There's a Broadwing with regen. There's a Petricite Charger that cannot be killed via spell damage. Z of Z has a bunch of buff spells, and 3 units is probably enough to be able to block down quite favorably and aggressively. Especially with this Gentleman's Duel that is going to be able to kill this Janna if she decides to come down.
Also, there is another line here that J1 can try to kill the Broadwing instead. With the Howling Gale. At least trying to. We do know that Z of Z have this Sky Splitter, Shield of Duran, but maybe J1 is going to go for the Howling Gale line to try to take down this Broadwing that going to be easy to remove. And we see the Janna updrafting the Howling Gale and the Cloudwinder. Interesting.
JO1 could have gone for that line and it would have been rather effective because ZFZ can only afford one of the spells in hand. If ZFZ has to protect their 0-4 with something like the Shield of Durand, Janna would be able to stay alive and be quite effective in what she wants to do. Now, there's a chance that ZFZ does go for the strike spell, and even the form up won't protect her because Gentleman's Duel does give +2 health before the strike. That Howling Gale could have determined it, but ZFZ is respecting multiple buff spells and deciding not to go for it.
Ooh, interesting. That's the second Gentleman's Duel. That could be interesting as well. That is a heavily discounted Cloudwinder. Why is it 1 mana? Is it the one that just recently getting shuffled? Ooh. Sometimes you just get the card back, the one that you shuffle to the deck. On the top deck. That can happen sometime. But we are seeing here right now champion strength with a challenger Broadwing that can take down the Janna. So the dream of Janna leveling up is going to be going down for a bit. Hot damn, this is kind of like super strong.
We do see this champion strength come down, trying to force some blocks, try and deal a bit of damage, curve this into a Galio to do even more damage. ZFZ is realizing that a way to prevent JO1 from doing a big board into a champion strength is to reduce their board by constantly attacking in. And there's not much else ZFZ really wants to spend their mana on. Are they going to be doing 2 strikes this turn? So, all right, but they can always just strike on a later turn, especially before the champion strength comes down. The strikes, because they're fast speed, can come just before the champion strength and be able to prevent that type as soon as that comes around. So
yeah.
I do like this champion strength now, even if it looks a little bit awkward because it's only buffing 2 units.
I see. And not forget to mention that ZFZ also going to get the natural attack token next turn. Right now, JO1 can hit the Nexus of ZFZ with level up Teemo. Yes! The Teemo champion spell is going to level up the Teemo. There is going to be 28 puff cap on ZFZ's deck. And also it's going to deal 4 damage. ZFZ down to 8. And there is like 28 puff cap. The good thing about ZFZ is the deck only drawing at best 1 card per turn. So it's not going to get really punished for drawing. But ooh, that's a buff of Galio. Did I see that correctly? A +3/+3?
ZFZ only draws 1 card per turn, and that card this turn was a +3/+3 Galio, but JO1 has also come back with drawing the champion strength plus another elusive, plus Janna becoming an elusive, meaning that there are 3 elusives plus the champion strength on the side of JO1 right now. If any of these hit the Nexus, plus just a few measly shrooms, including the teamer that has been drawn, that is going to be lethal on the side of JO1. If they just block now, develop the teamer, well, they don't even need to block it with the teamer and redevelop it. JO1 does threaten lethal right now.
It is, like the champion strength as well with the elusive. Like this Teemo and Acorn is going to be hitting very hard. And there it is. JO1 is going to win the grand final 2-0. This is amazing. I mean, because ZFZ developed the Galio, ZFZ no longer represent that double gentleman duel. That was the price that ZFZ willing to pay. But unfortunately, JO1 just win with this champion strength. And we are going to see the second Korean player that getting direct invite through the World Qualifier. JO1 is going to the World Championship through direct invite. Congratulations!
Mega congratulations to JO1. Absolutely perfectly piloted games with some very interesting decisions. Going for a lineup that was really good into this meta right now. Going for something that is the biggest Demacia stuff possible. In the CS Janna deck, going like quite aggressive with your mana and your stats, with the Formidables deck being the largest Demacia deck that's available right now, as well as this Skip, Teemo, Yuumi, or Fizz Yuumi, aggressive, elusive option. Very well designed deck selection, very well played, and the direct invite, I mean, JO1's just kind of the GOAT. It's what you'd expect from him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why the reason that we don't see that Yuumi deck often. Actually, it's Yumi is not really the champion. Yumi is just kind of like a continuous buff. The champion is the skip. Like that skip, I still remember that play. Like that is just a strong play. Like honestly, that's the reason why we don't see the deck really often. It's just super powerful, and it wins the grand final. What can I say?
It was banned so often, and it was left up in the grand finals, maybe trying to beat it, see if they could be the one player that could take it down, but they weren't. JO1 coming down with the Direct World Infight, as well as the $5,000 prize pool that went to them. The other players weren't given nothing. They got a bunch of points, which can help them get into the final, into Worlds with those points. We've had a wonderful time being here. I'm sure you've had a wonderful time for a second.
I do indeed.
Thank you for joining us all the viewers, all the players, and especially to production. I've had a wonderful time. Thank you for joining us, and we shall see you whenever something like this happens again.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Speeds, and well, we will be congratulating the winner. Well, you do the closing or me? Wait.
We will close off now. Thank you for joining, and we shall see you next time.
Okay.